looks like we just had during the break our next CCC finisher. From Switzerland, Ramon Munchtek, Solomon. Oh, nope. Yeah, we got to go next. It's just not updated on the live for you. Andres Reeder from Brooks Athlete. We just had our next male CCC finisher while during the break.
Who was that?
Brooks runner.
No, you need to go back one.
Yeah.
You're in the top. You're in the second wave.
This thing's been.
It was the the Austrian athlete, so Andreas Rieder. So Dakota Jones. So there we see now it's starting to get a little bit dark, but you can still see enough. So then they're going to get to the aid station in Lake Contamine, and that's where some people are going to change their top.
Yay!
We're back on with Tony McCann.
Making that final push up La Figure. Got the poles out.
Here come the South African gifts in the chat. Yeah, leaving it all on the trail.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. There's the visual. Even the visuals gone dark. But yeah,
I like that they switched.
Yeah, they've turned the night screen on. But yeah, fantastic. Well, and Tony, oof, there's not a soul on the mountain. Everyone's in Saint-Gervais or Lake Contamine.
Or down in Chamonix, waiting for the finish.
100%. But it's
point,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
That looks quiet.
Wow. Just keep it going. It's just positive forward momentum. Keep it going, Tony. So good.
And it looks like she's put some time on Martina, and then again time on Rosanna. Rosanna has moved ahead of Hati Hao. So our top three has shifted and spread out a little bit too. Heather Jackson holding on to fifth, 10 minutes back from fourth.
Yep, forward momentum is positive momentum.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they say.
$90K, so she's still about 3K from the aid station?
No, no. She should be, the descent is between 6 and 7K. So I'd say that she's got 1K to go. And what's really tough on this climb is you can already see the finish of the top of the climb. And it's getting, every step is getting closer. And if you think about Tony on that climb up Champay, we were like, wow, she's looking tough. What a gutsy performance from Tony McCann today.
There's her recent stats. She's still checking over her shoulder, just to be sure.
I think it's natural,
unknowing,
right?
And unknowing, yeah.
And there's, not seeing anybody. There's no intel coming her way these days.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
If you're just joining us, Keith, Byrne, and I, Chrissy Mail, have been here since 9 o'clock this morning for the start of the CCC race with way less breaks than we had intended on. I think it's been way more exciting and just kind of kept us close to the screens.
It's a trap that you fall into every year on UTMB Live. It's addictive in the same way that the audience are like hooked on the racing and the majestic views of the Mont Blanc. It's no different here in the studio, and then also the energy coming in from the from our friends in the community chat. No, and I think everyone now, you're at home and you would kind of appreciate. It's like literally squeezing every little bit of energy out of you. And we saw with Hayden, once you kind of get over the top of Flagey, you can start, like momentum starts sucking you back down into Chamonix.
Hayden and yesterday's winner of OCC, Eli Hemming, he struggled at the last bits getting up this climb, but then once he got over, momentum again. You know what I was thinking of? I've been noticing in the chat, like people helping each other out within there, whether we can answer or not. And then we got somebody coming into
Dakota.
Yeah.
Dakota Jones.
Normal athlete Dakota Jones.
Yeah. So Dakota coming into the finish line, and Killian's is normal buddy. Killian somewhere around the Mont Blanc right now. But yeah, congratulations Dakota. Podium and top 10 finish at this year's CCC.
I even saw the chat talking about stomach issues and people giving their suggestions back. So we have to take care of each other in the community. And racing, what do you guys all have coming up next? Ask a lot of these athletes what they have coming up next, and it's probably a bit of rest before they decide their next season. Thinned out a little bit in Chamonix.
There you go.
But as you get closer to the finish, the thick crowds are still there.
I think Tony now moving again. This is it just shows how steep. That's just unrelenting, that climb. It's horrible. It's just So
just keeping her shoulders relaxed, using the pulls.
Yeah, no, she's moving good there. That's kind of it. This is the 6th and final climb for Tony. Our athletes in the UTMB, they've got 1 down, 9 to go. And so yeah.
Men coming in.
Oh, and this is
the race for race for 10th, race for 9th.
9th. So yeah,
for 9th.
That is going to be complete our podium, top 10, 9 and 10. In
they have to sprint at the end, weave through town on top of it. Oh, duking it out.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
What a push.
The only word I can use there is savage. So, Eric.
Nice. Oh, that's so good.
He did it. 10th. Dakota Jones 9th. Eric LaPuma in. That's tough. Wow.
I can't help but wonder if the smile on Dakota's face is like, God, I didn't have to race like that for the end.
Wow.
Who knows?
Well done to Arnaud.
That's fun.
Arnaud beat Eric.
Yes, just at the line.
Oh, so Arnaud Bonin. So there we go.
It's incredible. The sprint race.
Well, and guys, we weren't expecting a sprint finish. That was impressive.
They're giving the story right there.
What a night for our American winners. We've got another Team USA winner, Taylor Bolton, in the final kilometer.
Wow, that was awesome. First sprint finish in the top 10 at this year's UTMB. So well on to Arnaud, and I think that gets him as the 10th in the prize giving in the OCC. There we go. That rounds out the top 10 in the men's race, everybody. Hayden Hawks, Peter Frano, Adam Peterman, Daniel Jones, Jang Wowa, Andreu Simon Imeric, Ramon Manech, Andreas Urida, Dakota Jones, and then Arnaud Bonin rounding out the top 10. So Tony McCann is going to be beginning our list of the top 10 in the women's race. Here comes our 12th finisher in the men's category. Someone's calling him Evil Arnaud in the chat. So, yeah.
Oh, this is our 11th finisher then, because Arnaud was 10.
Yeah, but LaPuma was 11th.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he was right there.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I had the name.
No, there we go. Tony McCann, you have finished all of your climbing for today,
Except for the stairs over the road.
set for the metal stairs, and you'll climb onto the podium as well. But yeah, Tony McCann, good job.
Prepping for the descent right
Yes.
there.
Yee.
Poles are away.
So yeah, now it starts to get interesting. So we're expecting our race leaders into Les Contamine. And that's going to be a really powerful aid station. We're going to see a lot of work there. Well done to Tony getting out there.
And
Les
he
Contamine.
filled up with Coke just like Hayden did.
Arthur, our race leader, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon in the UTMB men's race. We're expecting 30 minutes, so just before 9 o'clock. Yep, it's going to be 9 o'clock. It's going to be dark. And you can see now the sun has already set over the Mont Blanc. I think the good news for the athletes, I think right now, forecast tomorrow is more cloud cover than we've had over the last 2 days. The heat has really got to people. It's still 70 degrees here, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 20 degrees Celsius in the valley. As they get up higher, and then also once they're exposed to the glacier overnight, once they cross the border between France and Italy, the kind of wind starts to come down off the glacier and that cool air. So it's quite nice as long as you've got the right gear. But there we go, Tony McCann on the descent down to Chamonix. Oh, now it's lighting up. Here we go. We can see Rosanna Bukawa. We can see How Hati. We can see Martina. So there we go. You can see the positioning on the climb. Martina is getting a distance on that, but that looks far enough away. I think Tony's pretty much got this in the bag, and Martina looks pretty safe. It's going to be looks like it's going to be more interesting between Rosanna and How Hati for third place. And the prize purse has been doubled this year, so as well as being third or fourth, there's a bigger chunk of money on the table as well this year.
And it looks like they adjusted the time for the 100-miler now.
Yeah, I think the winner of the OCC and the CCC gets $13,000 or euros, and both the men and the women. And then for the UTMB, it's 20K.
Excellent. And the money goes 10 deep in UTMB.
It does across all three races.
All three races goes 10 deep.
Yeah.
So then when you look at a 4-second or sprint finish and the difference in your, like the money that you make for the hours out running, like it's a little painful.
Yes. And I think the logic behind that, I think, was doing a 100-mile race. You do probably less of those throughout the year. So that's kind of the financial reflection of that versus 100K and 55K. So there you go. Out of the forest for a while. I have some fond memories of Les Contamine. I've done the UTMB 4 times. Well, I've started the UTMB 4 times. The 2 times I stopped was always in Les Contamine.
Okay.
If I got past Les Contamine, I knew I was going to finish.
Okay, that was your point.
Yeah, that was so there. I kind of knew. So yeah, that's good. So there you go. Katie shied out about 5 minutes ahead of Blondine. Very, very early days. And we've actually got a very deep women's field here. And yep, I know we don't have Courtney, but I'm talking about the depth of runners in the field. And top 4 from the Western States. In addition, we have Ruth Croft. We have Blondine, Lirondelle, and the list goes on and on and on. So yeah, really strong field. No, that doesn't make sense. I've already got Mathieu as going through Les Contamine. That definitely doesn't make sense. So yeah, that is playing tricks with us, as it has been seemingly all day, the tracker. And yeah. So there we go, people. We have our race leader, 26K. So I think we 4.5 kilometers out of Les Contamine. And then the good news, you've definitely got to stay around for this. The fly zone at Notre Dame de la Gorge, literally another 5-6 minutes away from Les Contamine. There's a lot, the HOKA light show and the crowd. Last year, when you talked to the athletes, the 2 points of the race where the crowd were loud and mental, truly on the next level, was at the no-flies, at the HOKA fly zone, but also Saturday morning up at the Col de la Forclaz for Courtney. The crowd
with
the
the
smoke
color
and the
and-
inflatables.
Yes.
That isn't happening this year. That was purely a homage to the greatness of Courtney Dauwalter. But I
You might
can
have
tell
just
you
called out people that are like, let's put it together. Let's make this happen.
100%. It was kind of driven by one of the French trail running social media platforms. But I can guarantee you tonight, Notre Dame de la Gorge is going to be going off big time. This is also Jim Walmsley's third attempt at doing the Western States UTMB win double. So maybe this is his chance to nail it this year. And that's what the conversation was about. This race could be, especially in the men's race, could be quite tactical. So it's going to be less about the time and kind of who blinks first. And we're predicting that, unlike in in the last few years, we always wake up on Saturday morning and our first job is to do a summary of all of the elite athletes that have blown up overnight. With the smarter race strategies now, it seems that Champex-Lac is where the race truly starts. So we're going to be, but also we got Martin and Stephanie Case. And there you go.
When Mike was in earlier from HOKA, the team athlete coordinator and event coordinator, he was mentioning that Jim was very intentional about not running Western States last year and figuring out how to run UTMB.
Oh, yes.
And so now with the Western States win under his belt, knows how to do that, has the UTMB win under his belt, knows how to do that. Can you put those two together?
Yep. And there you go. That's quite a cool little graphic showing you the route of the big lap around the Mont Blanc through 3 countries, through I think it's 9-10 communes, and that's quite a job, kind of connecting all of those up. But yeah, here we go. So if you thought identifying the athletes in daylight was tricky, Chrissy Mail, now it gets even more fun. So here we go.
It's our chase group, second and third.
That's
With that,
that's definitely a Terex. It looks like
Yep.
a Terex athlete on the left-hand side.
I think all black on the right, which would be Jim.
Could be Jim and Tom, but it's
Yeah, hard to tell.
it's a best guess right now.
People want to take a guess in the chat.
Here we go. But here we go. That
Oh.
makes it, we've got Marianne Hogan. There we go. There she goes. Marianne, third place into Saint-Gervais, just behind Blondine Lirondelle, and about 5 minutes behind the very, very early pace setter, and that's Katie Style anyway. We saw that at the UTMB this year too. Sorry, at the Western States. There we go.
Everybody's voting for Tom and Jim.
There we go. There was that feel. There we go. There you go. There's Marianne's kind of average speed currently right now, about 12 kilometers an hour.
Nice.
Yep. Yeah, this is a weird section of the course. You wouldn't have done this in 2003, but you definitely would have done it in 2009.
And I did it last year as part of the relay.
Where did you stop on the Legends relay?
They Contamine.
Ah, okay. So yeah.
So this is fun because I do this. This does feel in memory.
Right.
For some of the other stuff, I'm like, do I remember it?
Yeah.
There's Archer again.
Are
Got
you
it
sure?
down now. And it says first man, so I've got me backed up on that.
Yeah. So obviously now the challenge is on both coverages, both for the UTMB and the CCC, is that as we get to darkness, it's less of a in terms of visually, it's not quite as epic as it has been through the daylight, but we will definitely be trying to pick up Tony shortly as she descends down. Tony McCann from South Africa. Tony as she makes her way to the finish in Chamonix. So
I think we can confirm Jim and Tom.
Yeah.
Looking at this with a bit more.
Well,
light.
that's a pretty interesting power couple, and wouldn't surprise me if those two stay together until Courmayeur tomorrow, and then beyond that. But yeah.
Tom learning a little bit about Jim's approach last year.
Yeah, and whilst we've already seen Tony go over the top at La Flégère, we're yet to see our next athletes, either Martina, Rosanna, Hauhati, reach La Flégère. Heather Jackson in 5th. So Katarzyna Wilk is on through Valacine, as is Lottie Brinks. Lottie Brinks moving up 2 more places to 8th.
Oh, wow.
Emilie von Avis is now 9th, and Anne-Cécile Thévenot is 10th from France. So that's our top 10 female athletes. So they've already all gone through Valocine. And in terms of a time gap, let's see, it's not bad. It's about 40 minutes between 2nd and 10th.
Okay.
So yeah, 40 minutes between 2nd and 10th place in the women's OCC. And there we go now. There's Katie Scheid. There's Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon. And in the distance, that is the checkpoint at Les Contamine before you see the colors change, the different colors. Yellow, slightly steeper. Red, steeper. Purple, not nice whatsoever. Don't go there. But no. And that, we saw purple this afternoon on that savage climb out of Trion up towards the border with France. There we go. Jim Walmsley, Tom Evans running together. 2 of the race favourites.
Oh, and our 2nd and 3rd woman.
There's Blondine and Marianne Hogan.
Oh, so Marianne's made a move because Blondine was alone before.
Exactly. So we've got the French Canadian and we've got the French athlete. But yeah. And the lights are on. Yeah, you should stay. The aid station in Lake Contamine is fantastic. It's going to be very busy very quickly. And this is also a good illustration of why only one person is allowed in the aid station to crew. You'll see how busy it gets, even with just the elite athletes. So it's going to be very busy. There's going to be 1 or 2 people adding clothing, changing clothing, and then they're out for the night.
And as Martin was saying, the ones that put on the shirt take the time, make up for it.
We've seen
big time over the next miles.
In fact,
yeah,
the standing joke at Western States this year was that Jim's aid station transition was more akin to a UTMB transition than the crazy fast transitions that we're used to seeing from the other athletes at Western States. Obviously, we're the other, as the armchair supporters here, we're also speculating. Katie's had Canyon's 100K in her legs. She's had Western States 100-mile in her legs, and has she got the legs to deliver this 100-mile loop? Because this is more, this course has got a lot of running in it, but it's also you also need to be a really strong mountain athlete as well. And Blondine, Ruth Croft, Marianne Hogan, they haven't done that 100-mile effort.
To have that on their legs.
We haven't heard yet. In fact, we probably need to look at where Esther Schillag is, Zhang Fuzhou, Emily Horgood, and some of those athletes.
And you're rattling through the women that did the double or started with Western States.
With Western States, so yeah.
So Fuzhou, Esther Schillag, and Emily Horgood. We're all. We'll hear from them in a bit, I bet. that Drew got on our shoulder there, or we're on Drew's shoulder, it looks like. Now gone. Oh, there's Blanchard.
Oh, Mathieu?
Yeah, Mathieu. They had him up front.
Yeah.
But
Oh no.
yeah, this is showing.
But it already had Mathieu in timing in Lake Contamine, which we know is not correct.
Are they
What?
passing our tour? Or is that a different on athlete?
That could be your friend.
No, so I say, are they passing our tour, or is
It's yeah. You've got that is Artur on the right. We can see the on running.
okay? So they
logo on
are
his
passing
backpack.
him. Okay.
Yeah. So Artur is no longer in the front.
Okay.
Well, he's part of the front pack now, it would seem. Although
The
on
chase
our
group.
screen they're calling it the chase group.
Yeah, because there's Tim Tollefson again.
Yep.
And Drew.
Yep. Was that Drew Holman, you think?
He was back just a little
okay.
bit.
Then it's hard to tell if where Jim and Tom are. Are they before or after? We've got no visual. We've got no markers now.
Yeah.
It's proper dark. So this is why we don't run the commentary through the night out on the course.
It's
So
tricky.
yeah, it's pretty true. No, there we go. There we go.
so-
That's still
so there-
Artur.
Okay, so there's a different on athlete that we saw.
There's Jeff Mogavero from the US as well. So that was Jeff Mogavero alongside Tim Tollefson. It was probably Vincent Bouillard. But yeah, so Artur, looks like Artur is destined to land at Lake Contamine. So 2.5K to go. And it's actually really weird. They kind of like in the forest and then they just a little climb and then you pop out in the car park, and this giant car park with the aid station sat inside the car park. Big crowd also in Lake Contamine, but the biggest crowd of the evening, the loudest crowd for sure, is going to be just after Lake Contamine at Notre Dame de la Gorge. And there we go. So Tony McCann still kind of 25 minutes out. Wow, look at that.
I like this one. We
Yeah.
we can see a little bit more.
There we go. That's good. Aurélien Dunant-Palaz, Ludovic Pomeray. We've got Thibaut Garivier, Thibaut Baronian, Germain Grangier, Lionel Manol, Mathieu Blanchard. There's Ben Demon. I'm almost recognizing the picture
I
now.
see the
rather
picture
the
more
name.
than the name. Yeah.
So yeah, it was got a good little mixture there for everybody. Athlete spotting.
This was the CCC this morning, just a tight pack of
Yeah.
the top 10 men.
Yeah. So tomorrow our runners will be reaching the sunrise for our athletes. It's probably going to be at the foot, after they've gone over the Grand Col Ferret for the men. And the women is kind of round about sunrise. We will also have a live report crew on the ground at Arnuva. So one team at Courmayeur, Martin and Stephanie Case. And then we're going to have Madge and one other French speaker at the bottom of Arnuva. And then we will be back on air tomorrow morning from 7 o'clock, and we'll be bringing our top 10 women and top 10 men right the way through to the finish in Chamonix. Yep, and this is, yeah, there you go. This is, the head torches are a fair way back. So Artur still got that little, this is kind of how he ran last year at Istria 100. So him and Jim, yeah, Artur was out in front for a while, then him and Jim ran through the night. And then I think in the morning, it was this very runnable course in Istria in Croatia. And so, yeah, Jim put the hammer down, and that was Jim getting his stones so that he could race last year at UTMB. So there you go.
Oh, gotcha. Those visuals, when you look back, are a lot easier in the night. When you look back, you'll catch the headlamp, where before we're kind of scanning for maybe a moving body. It's
Yeah.
more identified in the night. So there is that one benefit.
Yep, this is very much like best way to describe this section of the course is rolling. A couple of cheeky climbs in the forest, but yeah, there we go. That's Katie Scheid. Very recognizable in the IKB blue. It's the International Klein blue. Klein is connected to the French artist Yves Klein. That's who does all of his art using that specific patented Pantone of blue.
Oh.
So that's the story behind the North Face Team Athlete kit.
The kit this year. I saw an Instagram reel on them all painting
Yes.
with the color, so that,
Yeah,
that makes sense to draw it all in.
Stephanie Howe. Okay, I just saw a picture from Fernando from the San Francisco Running Club. He's already at the aid station in Lake Contamine with Sasha. Sasha, the fiance of Drew Holman.
To be crewing Drew, yep.
Going to be crewing Drew throughout the whole of the race. So yeah, cool photo. And wow, the aid station looks nice and clean and tidy right now. This is going to start to look like a bomb has hit it in the next hour or so as the athletes come piling in. Everything's laid out nicely on the table. They're ready to rock. We've already time elapsed, already 2.5 hours since we unleashed the pack out of Chamonix at 6 p.m. earlier this evening. Tony McCann. And the good news, well, for those, the Martina, no, hang on. I'm going to make, where's my notes gone before I say that? So yeah, Martina is in second. So Martina now has gone through the A station. So Martina's about 13 minutes down on Tony McCann. So Tony's kind of made a little bit more of a gap. So yeah, well done to the top two. So Martina and Tony through the top at La Flégère. Oh, and Rosanna Buchauer is through there too. She's about Rosanna from Germany in third place. Rosanna, Team Dynafit, is 8 minutes down on Martina.
And I noticed that Hati Tao is also imminent. They were imminent at the same time, and then Rosanna popped in, has gone through. So
and,
you might see
a real kind of like
yeah, we might see that time flip.
Yo-yo battle between Hao Hati and Rosanna Buchauer all day today.
I wonder if we'll see another sprint finish down that chute.
Good. Well done, gang, out there cheering our athletes. This is fantastic. If you can't run, get out and cheer.
Let's go, Katie. I'll miss all night. Come on, Katie.
Love these.
How good does that make you feel when you hear that? So yeah, Martina Winarczyk in second place, Tony McCann in first, and Rosanna Buchauer fourth. Heather Jackson fifth on her way up to La Flégère. Tang Jingyan from China on her way up there. We've got Katarzyna Wilk from Poland, Lottie Brinks from the US, Emily von Avis, and Anne-Cecile Teveno. That is your top 10 women out on the course currently. And I guess if we just look outside the top 10 in the women, because maybe there's one or two other people pushing to get on the podium. We've got Veronica Leng from Slovakia. We've got Arden Young from Canada. Julianne Russler from Germany. Holly Page. Well, Holly's still going. She's dropped down a wee bit, but Holly is still in the top 15. Léa Douet from France. Sarah Kais from the US. Malin Baruth from Sweden. Laure Paladin from France. Simone Schwartz from Germany. And then wrapping up our top 20, we mentioned her at the very, very beginning this morning. Yuri Yoshizumi, so Team Scarpa, but also Team Mount Fuji Springs, so from Japan. So that's your top 20, and they've all gone through La Flégère.
Valorsine.
Sorry, Valorsine. We just had the top 3 through La Flégère. Yep, Tony, Martina, and Rosanna. Wow, actually this graphic works incredibly well at night. This is awesome. So Saint-Gervais, as you can see now, cruising along the rolling. We've got Blondine. We've got Katie Scheid. And there's Lake Contamine. Beyond Lake Contamine, we have Notre Dame de la Gorge. That's where the crowd is going to be crazy. And then we go into the high mountains for this evening, up to La Baume. Then they're going to work their way up to the Col du Bonhomme. There we go, gone. That was quite a nice visual of where our athletes are going this evening. Lake Contamine, the scene, 2010. crazy snow on the border between France and Italy, the race was stopped.
Oh, that's right.
2,500 runners stopped the race, threw them on buses, pushed them back to Chamonix. And then in those days, the communication around SMS was not so good. So
Oh, yeah, T9 texting.
a few runners were in the bars drowning their sorrows, and then they announced that the race would start the following morning in Courmayeur. So it was a shortened race. They managed to get about 1,500 runners back on the course.
Wow.
And that was the year that Jez Bragg won the men's race, and Lizzie Hawker, the 5-time champion of UTMB, Lizzie won the women's race. That was 2010, the crazy snow year.
I'm going to use this race recap as a chance to use the restroom and charge my phone because things are starting to lose power over this long day of using technology.
Here we go. So if you're just joining us late, waking up, or just discovered UTMB Live, this is a recap of the first couple of hours of the UTMB. There you go. That was a surprise appearance from Courtney Dauwalter down in Saint-Gervais in the fancy dress costume. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I can see everyone in the chat asking about the CCC. I think. We're going to go for a quick break. See you in a minute. Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB and also the end of the CCC. I can see a lot of you asking about the CCC coverage. I just went and looked on the screen. Right now, you can't, it's like pitch black. The good news is at the Cafe La Floria, halfway down that final descent. We have a mountain bike. We've got some lighting, so we think that we'll be able to show something. So just bear with us on that one. We've got our race leader, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, riding it. So this is a really, really critical aid station to, there we go. There's going to be a lot of shirt changes. As Martin said, those athletes that put on a long sleeve shirt for the night section normally survive the night in a good condition. So yeah, this is key. It's really humid, really warm out there. So this is a key thing. So here we go. Going to get a lot of visual now of all of the race leaders. So that's race leader number 1 into the aid station at Les Contamine. Sorry, yeah, Les Contamine. So we're at kilometer 31 right now. Second in, Jim Walmsley, Vincent Bouillard, Tom Evans, Ben Demon. They're your top 5 into the aid station here in Les Contamine. Who else is coming in here now? So yeah, that's your top 5 athletes in there. There's Drew Holman. I can see Sasha sorting them out. So yeah, a lot of good stuff going on here. Who else can we tell you? Oh, the screen just jumped on me. There we go. So Ben Demon, Germain Grangier, Jeff Mogavero, Tim Tollefson, Drew Holman, Mathieu Blanchard. So many people piling into the checkpoint. How exciting. Ionel Manol from Romania. So 11 athletes in there. There we go. Was that Germain? Yep. Yeah, so Germain Granger, no messing about from Germain. He's out and about. Wow. And yep.
Martin pointed out he's not on mic right now because he has to go, but he took the time to put on his long sleeve and nodding the head, giving the thumbs up.
Here we go. This is Lake Contamine. This is the gateway to the night. However, we're about 5-10 minutes away from the crazy noise of the Notre Dame de la Gorge and Time to Fly. Yeah, that is a big party in Lake Contamine. Here we go. I think we've got that.
Could woman, Katie?
Yeah, could be Katie, could be maybe Marianne, but yeah, we're keeping it up. So yeah.
Katie shorts, yeah, but maybe that's Marianne. Marianne had a tank top on.
I just gave the update to the gang. I went and had a look at the screen of Tony coming down the hill. You can't see anything. So
dark.
We've got
okay.
We've got a mountain bike at the Cafe Floria. But here we go.
Katie didn't stop. Or if she did, we didn't see. Oh, here she comes. Sorry, she's stopping with her crew over here.
Yeah, so Katie shied. So her partner, Germain Granger, is out the door. We've been talking a lot this week about trail running couples. So
oh, Drew's still in the aid station. There with Sasha on the right.
Yep, there we go, Katie. Shirt off. So yeah, well done to the camera guy for stepping away from that one.
Nope, no, we came right back.
Well, I'm trying to share positivity. Yep.
Same kit. As we saw the first male leave in.
Yep. Come on, help her. You know, kind of like slightly sweaty, trying to get something on. It's a little bit sticky. There we go.
So
one of the Salomon athletes there coming out.
I missed it, Arthur.
No, that's Mathieu.
I know. So did you guys see the pass?
No, Mathieu was first into the aid station, but not first out.
Not first out. That's what we're saying. Okay, so the pass happened.
Was out first. We see Mathieu Blanchard.
Pass happened in the aid station.
I think so. And then we're probably going to get the light show, the light tunnel. And so we get to see all of the athletes and their faces at the Time to Fly Notre Dame de la Gorge. So that's coming up quite soon. There's Katie just getting herself ready. And Kate. I've not seen Jim or Tom leave yet. They're just about to do the same. Drew just getting himself ready.
We're showing Jim through, but that's not what we're seeing visually.
That is... I don't know if it's an in and an out. So we're going to give you a time check for Katie compared to Blondine, Marianne, Annelise Rousset, Claudia Tremp, Ruth Croft, Amanda Basham, Martina Balmasoy, Emily Horgood, Manon Boha. So yeah, there we go. Katie's almost ready to rock again. And curious to see if she can get out the door before any of the other athletes, the female athletes. There she goes. Katie shied. out the door.
Nice. That was quick.
Kind of, without rushing and just kind of getting everything ready to rock. Getting a little bit of intel from somebody. So there you go. And this looks like Blondine and Marianne running together. Give you a time check as they come into the aid station. In the chat as well, people were asking, who's doing the commentary? So I'm going to introduce you, and then you can introduce me. How about that? It's way more fun.
Maybe I was going to try and show us, but I'm not having control over that right now. So
Yeah,
we'll do
you've
it by
lost
voice.
control. So we are very fortunate to have in the house for the live commentary, we have Chrissy Mail, the first ever female champion of UTMB back in 2003. Chrissy also won the race in 2009. Chrissy, as well as being a UTMB legend, because she ran in the Legends team last year, so you are officially a legend now. Chrissy is also a race director of the Chuck It Up, and Chrissy is also a coach, and probably many, many other things as well. But those are some of the wonderful things about Chrissy Mail, and that's why Chrissy is in the house.
Well, thanks so much, Keith. You've said that about probably 10 times over the last 2 races and now on to the 3rd race. And I forgot to add author. I've got running your first ultra. So not this level, watching the elites, they know what they're doing.
How recent is that book?
That book was published in 2015 and then 2nd edition in 2020, right before, 2022, after the pandemic.
Okay, and what was the main changes between book number 1 and 2?
Content.
Oh yeah, I was going to say,
updating the language, updating some of the training. And you know what? You could probably change it again as the science of the sport continues to evolve.
It's evolving so quickly, and that's going to be one of the conversations that we'll probably get into tomorrow now, in terms of what are the key reasons why the elite athletes are just improving so much. So yeah.
And we have Keith Byrne. I'm going to try again. Nope, still. I will introduce you as soon as we identify who's coming in right now.
Oh, this is our next finisher coming in the...
Oh, for CCC.
CCC.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget we have that. We haven't forgotten, because we're waiting for Tony McCann to reach the Cafe La Floria. I can do this one if you want. This is going to be... because we've already got over 20 athletes home now. So our next finisher in the... I think... It's not a Chinese athlete, which is what I'm thinking on here. Could be Zach Garner.
I think the red flag. I think it is China.
No, it is.
No?
Oh yeah, it is. It's Bai Hui.
Bai Hui 4125. Yeah.
Utopia. Our next athlete down here is probably we're jumping between.
Oh, here's Tony. I just saw the ponytail.
Oh yeah.
Yep, first woman, CCC.
Yep.
We're getting some footage of Tony coming into town.
Get the gifts out.
Oh, she's just...
This is a long cross.
1
kilometer to go now.
Exactly.
So Tony,
just crossed the bridge of the river.
Now you know why we could see nothing up there, higher up. So yeah, there we go, South Africa. Tony McCann. She is down by the river. The final kilometer. Our champion. So and then we can see also the other, this is a great graphic. So we've got Martina, Rosanna, and then we've got Hao Hati. So you've got your top 4 female athletes now, all on the descent down to Chamonix.
Probably seeing the twinkling lights of the city, drawing you in, knowing that the cheers and energy are there for them.
And I think Tony's chosen not to go in the backpack and get the head torch.
Oh yeah, she's running. Oh, maybe she's using the light of the bike.
Yeah, and maybe, but in theory,
there might be enough light there.
Head torch on that descent, because that was dark.
Oh, so she put it away for the...
Just put it away. Yeah.
And there's your flags again.
Hey.
Africa.
Yes.
You guys get Keith to laugh every time.
South Africa, perfect time zone for UTMB, on the exact same time zone as we are here in Chamonix. So yeah, Tony McCann now joining Blondine Lirondelle and Ruth Croft as a winner of both the OCC and the CCC. Blondine and Ruth Croft right now are out on the UTMB course, and they're looking to become the first female athletes to do the triple UTMB and winning all 3 different races, the 55, the 100K, and the 100 miles.
And so Tony will be putting her name in the hat now.
100%.
She's got OCC.
Yep.
She's
there we go.
adding CCC.
On the right-hand side there's like the pretty full river right now. So the River Lave running through Chamonix.
And that river is so cold that there's a breeze that comes off it. Even in the 70-degree day, you can feel the cool river.
100%. The lights on the right-hand side, they are the Hotel Alpina. You can obviously not see anything now up on the glacier, the Mont Blanc, to the left-hand side. And it's good, 9 o'clock, so everyone's had dinner in Chamonix. Another reason to get back out and cheer Tony McCann into the finish line here in Chamonix.
Well, Keith, you're doing a great job of cheering these athletes on. Keith's been a part of UTMB since 2004 as part of the North Face, when one of the early sponsors, and has been on the live feed from the English Channel's inception in 2015. So he knows people by their stride. He knows how to pronunciate names. He knows how to access this technology.
And I've had the pleasure of working with some fantastic people, including yourself, Martin Gaffuri, Dylan Bowman, Corinne Malcolm. So we've had some fantastic, Randy Gaylord, who can forget Randy. So yeah, wow, Chamonix looking pretty cool by night.
Right.
Especially via drone.
I'm impressed they can fly the drones right now. This is great. Yeah, girl.
Come on, Chamonix. Welcome our champion. So this is the second win for Team Adidas Terex after Eli Hemming yesterday. So Terex and Salomon yesterday. Hoka and Terex today.
Makes it hard to move, but gosh, that's good energy having all those high fives squeezing in on you.
Yeah.
Cameraman following, drone above. Celebrate this finish.
Yeah, there's that. I'm not bored. I've been seeing the South African gift and something so I still love it. It kind of makes me smile every single time. The good thing is, in a minute, we're going to be jumping right across to we're going to be jumping across to the maximum time to fly. Not that it's still Kofa and Kim are going to be down there.
There it is. Yeah, people are stepping out from the restaurant. Hands are out. Yeah, Jen, you worked hard for this race. Cool. 12 hours.
Wow.
A long day. Beautiful. Put a long sleeve shirt on, just raced it right to the finish.
Insane. Sub 12 hours. Congratulations.
Awesome, Tony. Keep running. Go give some high fives.
You know what? Tony's time, about 11:57, is we've had 4 athletes that have ever done sub 12 for the women in the CCC. So we had last year's winner, Ingvild Kaspersen, 11:51. In 2022, Blondine Lirendale, the fastest time, 11:40. Sunmaya Buddha in 2022 from Nepal, 11:45. And Yao Miao, way back Yao Miao, yesterday, the winner, the OCC in the 2018, 11:57. So Tony joins 4 other fabulous female athletes. So congratulations, Tony McCann from South Africa.
Found someone she knew in the crowd for a big hug. That was great.
You know, despite, you know, we've seen Tony digging deep all day and not, that's a fantastic time.
Oh yeah, and she had it felt like she had her moment, but she was able to turn it all around and really finish strong.
That's a fantastic time, and especially in this today in this seat. So
We saw her partner in one of the aid stations crewing for her, and this is a pretty sweet hug right here.
Woo.
Yeah, feel that a bit?
Goosebumps,
Feel that.
emotions, of course.
Yeah.
This is the wonderful sport of trail running. I think Tanya's going to do the questions this time. Martin's left.
Oh yeah. We should see if there's any questions we need to send down to them.
Yeah. So while we're doing that, while we're waiting for our next finishers in the CCC, we're going to give you an update from the women's UTMB into Lake Contamine. You can tell the brains there. 12 hours we've been going now, Christy. So we have, and that is, oh, there we go. So we're waiting for Blondine and Marianne Hogan to arrive into Le Contamine. Well on, Tony. Woo. Man, she worked so hard for that.
Great smiles, big feels.
Wow. Let's see if we can get Tony in the house tomorrow.
Oh, I'd love that. Michel Poletti presenting. We've just had a few glimpses of him today.
Yeah, Michel Poletti, the race director, race founder, alongside his wife, Catherine Poletti. So well done. We go a little bit of music from Aha.
I was having a text chat with Jenny Jurek, and she remembered from 2009 that it is a vest that is given to every finisher. And I saw one of these vests walking around town the other day. Every event has the same finisher's prize. And I read in Doug Mayer's book that was intentional, that they initially didn't even want to have prize money. That's only recent. And they wanted to ensure that every runner received the same thing. And so I think the vest, unless you've seen different, is the vest tradition year over year over year, or is there other prizes that have filled in between? And
No. In all of the years that we were working with the UTMB, the vest has been consistent throughout.
It is okay. So it's not just
what you find. I think the MCC, for example, they get a medal.
Okay.
So yeah, I think now it's the TDS. I hope, the TDS does get a vest because I saw people walking in them already. So
yeah.
TDS, OCC, CCC, UTMB, the finisher vest has very much been. There we go. That's Marianne Hogan, and Marianne has already left the aid station in Le Contamine. So she's on the main street there, the main drag, heading up to Notre Dame de la Gorge, and I think that is where our next cameras are going to be.
Okay.
And they're definitely going to be there because it's a HOKA moment. So yeah, so keep an eye out for that one.
So did she get out before Blondine? Is that our guess?
No, we're having a bit of a
showing that on the live feed. So that's just how they came in.
A time in and a time out, or is it just the same? I think we're just getting a time.
Oh no, time in, now time out. So 13 seconds apart. So Blondine left. 13 seconds after.
So
they both left about 10 minutes after.
Yeah, it's like Blondine and Katie together. We've also had Annalise. No, that's it so far.
Marianne and Blondine together. Katie's about 7 minutes, or almost 10 minutes ahead.
No, 10 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
In that aid station. So Katie Scheid is racing the way Katie Scheid does. Western States was start to finish.
Good Mayor, I told you. You remember what I
Here
told
we go,
you,
Tanya.
Good Mayor, this morning? I hope you're gonna have a lekker ride, and you actually took it literally.
Yeah,
you did have a lekker ride. So for all the Afrikaans people, so what does it mean lekker ride? Actually, you're gonna have amazing good day. Yeah.
Totally.
So actually, you had a great day today, but. Let's go into the details. What actually, you were struggling a little bit more in Champex and in the last ascent, as we've seen from live streaming. What happened there?
I mean, this is my first 100K, and I think my longest race before this was OCC last year. So I know 50Ks, I know 55Ks, that's what I know. And coming into Champagne and knowing that I need to do that all over again was really mentally hard, and I was struggling with that. But seeing my crew and my family and my team, it really helped lift my spirits. And actually, the climb up to Bovine and down into Triant, I felt probably the best I felt all day. So, shout out to my family and my crew and my team who are out there today, because it made a huge, huge difference for me.
I'm going to translate now for all the French listeners. Alors, je demandais comment c'est passé. Alors, ce matin, je lui disais, j'espère que tu vas avoir un course magnifique. Et c'était comme ça, c'était magnifique pour Tony. Voilà. Et alors, en plus, ok. Et en plus, elle était très fatiguée sur
While
la
they're
sur
just doing the
son
quick Victor, you're asking about night commentary. There will be some night commentary tonight, so I can tell you we will be covering the beginning, the front of the race, when the race leaders come through Courmayeur at 2 a.m. So that show's going to be on for about 2 hours. And then we will be covering the race leaders as they go through Arnuva. So we'll also have a camera at Arnuva. So we've got 2 shows for you through the night, and then we will be back on air tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. The race leaders will have come over the top at Grand Col Ferret.
You know what has to come after this?
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on.
No, I
Come on. You know how they say. Never say
You
never.
don't ask right after she finishes.
I'd like a couple more 100Ks under my belt before I
Okay,
tackle a
so you
100
still
miles.
have time.
Totally.
So please think about it. At least tell us, I'm going to think about it.
Okay, I'll think about it.
Good. So we've got an answer. Alors, elle a gagné l'année dernière au CC. Cette année, bien sûr, elle a gagné le CCC. Et je demandais,
And those cameras in Courmayeur and Arnuva have commentators as well, so you'll have information backing it up. Martin will be in Courmayeur with.
There we go. Now we've got the lights.
Oh,
The HOKA light show.
so much good stuff going on right now.
Have you seen this before, Chris?
I haven't.
Oh yeah, this is the HOKA Time to Fly show at
Wow.
Notre Dame de la Gorge.
I've seen photos of it.
Félicitations.
I think we're
Funny.
gonna ask Tony another question or giving her a hug.
There's Tom and Jim.
Oh, that was awesome. Okay, I'm glad we got to at least see the end of it, but that was too much good stuff happening on the screen.
Yeah.
Tony's interview and the men making their way through the tunnels.
The Martina fans. Martina's about 10 minutes away from Chamonix. We'll be there for that as well.
Wow, I have seen photos of this.
Can we turn up? What? Can we hear any noise?
No, it's not on.
Okay,
For
cool.
us, maybe the live feed's
Yeah,
got
maybe the live feed you can
cheering.
hear something.
And that looks like Tom out front.
Yeah, I think I've already seen Tom and Jim here, and actually we will get
Oh, that was Mathieu
Mathieu
Blanchard.
Blanchard.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mathieu, Tom, Jim.
is that who we're on right now with the drone in the front 3?
I guess maybe because they went ahead of Arthur, and maybe Germain is there as well. And this could be a key cluster of runners, and they are kind of making a statement about we're going to stick together through the night segment. So that's going to be really interesting. But we may. I'm wondering if we get a time check through here. Let's have a check. Yeah, we do. We got a time check through here. So I don't have anybody through there yet. So let's see.
I've got them all listed as imminent. It'll refresh.
Yeah.
Now everybody's gonna have different shirts on because they changed.
Yeah, but that's all part of the fun. And now we got to guess from their gait, or maybe their shoes, or something else.
The pack cannot change.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's a pretty cool activation, Hoka.
Yeah,
The drone shot of that
this
is
the third year
incredible.
of This is the first year we didn't even know that. It was like, whoa, what is going on here?
It's a bummer we can't hear it though, like all the crowds.
The crowd actually is going to be slightly up, but yeah, it is a shame.
I hope you guys can hear it at home. Oh, here we go. Asking shall receive.
Yeah,
Wow, there it is.
that's the crowd.
See the crowd because they have to be back off the lights, but that shows you the volume of people that are there at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah. So there we go. It is the HOKA light show, Time to Fly, as they call it, the Time to Fly zone.
I remember in 2009 going up this climb, it was fire torches.
Yeah, they used to have the big bonfire there as
Yeah.
well. So yeah, that was the Shen Jiasheng going through there.
Different kind of light.
Yeah. So we're not getting a time check on that yet, but I'm hoping we do. It'd be great to give you an update on who's going through there as we guess. But yeah, the crowds are out. Woohoo! There's the Thibaut Baronian fans. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is Martina. So, yeah, there's been a great battle all day. So, yeah, look at that smile.
Hand off of the flag.
Martina Mwinarczyk from Poland. So, yeah, fantastic. And I think our Polish fans, we've been having a lot of South African gifts, but I think the Polish gang are pretty good with the gifts as well.
Like a magnet, just pulls people over to the finish line to cheer.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, the good news is as well, we have Rosanna Buchauer, we have Hati. They are on the descent as well into Chamonix. But well done to Martina. This is
Look at that stride. She's still carrying herself with that. Martina informed us before, pro ballerina.
This is a fantastic,
beautiful
breakout performance for Martina as well. Wow. Woohoo!
Yeah, celebrate that.
There's Martina.
Tony's waiting to give her a hug when she catches
right
her
over
breath.
there.
Yeah. Ludo, get in the crowd. Oh, first sit down. Yeah. Or lay down.
Always makes a great photo. That is it. There we go. That is always a good photo. Lying on the floor. Go on, Tony. Go and check her out.
Yeah.
This is what it's all about. Yeah.
Thanks for pushing me.
Well done, gang. So good.
All day long.
Congrats. I mean, that was a brilliant race between those two. They really did push each other. And at one stage, it was really looking like Martina was going to make the pass. But no, Tony was like, no way. No way.
Yep. Somebody was asking in the chat what the vests look like. If we get footage of Michel, he is holding one right now, which you will put in Martina's hands.
I kind of seen, it's like two-tone this year. There's two different colors on it.
The
Look
tan
different,
and blue.
Yeah, Martina's going to give, go and do, look. I mean, look at the crowds. It's awesome. Friday night.
9:15, Chamonix.
Yeah. And, oh, yeah. Woo-hoo. Now, and here's our next finisher coming in the CCC.
CCC.
Too many C's.
Oh,
it's
for
Martina. Yeah.
reviewing her
Yeah.
finish.
So let's give you, Martina. Congrats.
Oh, sorry, that wasn't a review. That was coming back from all the hand slaps.
Yeah,
Went out and back.
Polish power. I should go back again. Probably seen somebody in the crowd. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, there's seen somebody in the crowd that they know, they recognize. Oh, yeah. More than no. So, yeah. And I think this is where it shows that, trail running is definitely not an individual sport.
Really isn't.
No.
Yes, she has to run every step.
Yeah.
And even Tony talked about how it was kind of rough mentally, and as soon as she saw her crew, as soon as she saw her people, that's what brought her around and allowed this amazing second half.
That's why the support crew, such a huge job. That's why Martin's a little bit nervous. Martin's going out to support Ruth, and and he's not just the support crew in the race. So big connection there.
Some of our media friends in the background.
Ballet dancer.
Brian Messler.
So how was the transition from ballet to trail running?
Not so hard.
Not so hard. Which one is more difficult? Well, depends, maybe.
I don't know, maybe speed.
Maybe the speed.
I have done.
Rosanna is about 4 minutes away, so Germany. It's time to get the German
also
gifts
run
ready.
fast, as you demonstrated today,
Rosanna
the 100
Buchauer
K.
is on her way down. How?
It's hard to hear on that microphone.
Oh,
now they're doing the translation now.
How Hati, Heather Jackson, 4th and 5th right now on the descent.
Somebody posted that Heather Jackson's through La Flégère now, so that means we are 5
You've
women
been a
are
triathlete,
on this side, closer to
an
Chamonix.
expert of Ironman races.
Yeah.
So how was the transition and the training from triathlon, because there you have a swim, bike, run, just passing straight forward to the trail running?
Actually, I was mountain runner, and triathlon was like a break for
Oh, nice. You do Ironmans as a break. Nice.
yes.
Of course. Come on. You're a strong woman.
There's
We have the
Rosanna.
third female athlete just coming.
Yeah, here she comes.
I know.
Brilliant.
You know, she was just
So
behind
Germany,
you,
come on, Germany,
chasing
let's
you
get the
all
gift
time.
going. Let's
Yes, indeed, ladies
get
and
the
gentlemen,
gift going
from
for
Poland,
Rosanna. So now
Martina.
Germany, relatively late adopted to trail running, but now with people like Rosanna,
Elle
with
a dit,
Hannah,
je faisais du triathlon,
they're very much
comme ça,
getting
dans mon
totally into it.
Et Ironman, mais en tout cas.
Et là, voilà.
Maintenant, on a...
Attention.
Elle
Je
est
peux regarder
partie.
notre troisième minute.
Yay, well done to Rosanna. Fantastic.
Our third female finisher for the CCC, just over 12 hours. Awesome times. Like, there's just 4 women, I think you said, now 5 with Tony going under 12 hours. So to have the top 3 this close.
Very much. Hey,
This little girl is like, she's our future UTMB.
there's all these kids.
Yeah.
The German gifts are flying now in the chat. Well done, gang. And congrats to Rosanna. Yee-hoo! Oh, yeah, this is so
Pounding
good.
on the banners. Love it.
Wow. Rosanna and Ho T, they have been fighting all day. So well done. Top 3.
She's right back out there to get her high fives.
Yeah, and I think after just over 12 hours of whizzing around the trails of Chamonix and Courmayeur, you are absolutely entitled to do
Oh,
that.
heck yeah.
Suck it in. In fact, so, I mean, Rosanna, she was 5th at the World Championships last year in Austria, so definitely no stranger to doing well at the big trail running races. And she's also finished 5th at the CCC before, so this is
Move up.
improvement on that. So congratulations to. I also saw her. She raced at Lavorada this year as well, so she is. Yep. In fact, Rosanna was 5th at the World Champs in Thailand and 5th at the World Champs in Austria. So, and the ones in
Impressive.
Thailand were kind of like delayed after COVID, so they were relatively close to the ones in Austria.
Gotcha.
The next World Championships in trail running are next year in the Pyrenees.
Ooh, that's a place I'd like to go. There's your friend Barbies.
Here we go. I'm going to give you an update on the front of the, and when I say you, not just you, Chrissy, everybody at the front of the UTMB. So we women's race. So we got Katie Scheid, Marianne Hogan, Blondine Lirondelle, Annelise Rousset, Manon Bohar. So Manon's moved up. Esther Schillag. First time we mentioned Esther. Ruth Croft, Claudia Tremps, Amanda Basham, Emily Horgood. And let's go to the second page. Kind of just give you a shout out for everybody that's gone through kilometer 31. Helen Mino Faulkner, Martina Valmasoy, Zhang Fuzhou, Chen Lin. Chen Lin had that great race at Western States, but had to retire with some foot issues. So we've got Marilyn Nakash from France, Abby Hall, Johanna Antila from Finland, Ekaterina Mitajeva from neutral country, and Oana Mihalcea from Romania, and then Fiona Port. So that's your top 20 movers and shakers. Some really strong athletes there. There you go. There's the top three.
Yeah, I was going to say, taking in
podium
the
as well.
I'm sitting over here taking in the visual of these three. That
Yeah.
great shot looking up at the UTM arc with the flags of each of the top three women. Amazing representation here. New Zealand, Poland, and Germany taking the top three spots.
New
and
Zealand, South Africa.
South Africa, I keep looking at the color. I'm sorry. South Africa, Poland, and Germany, top three athletes at the CCC for the women's field.
Well, hey, that's great. I mean, with the backdrop there of the Church of Saint Michel as well, you know, so many iconic little things around the UTMB course. Yeah.
Apologize for missing that. I think fatigue is setting in,
Oh,
Keith.
you know.
12 hours on the mic.
100%.
But compared to running for 12 hours.
100%. So yeah, we're going to be welcoming all of our top 10 female athletes into the finish line here in the CCC. We'll be doing exactly the same tomorrow for the UTMB as well. I think, like a lot of people in the chat, we're super excited to see Tim Tollefson right up there. Kind of, Here we go. Here we're back to the time to fly zone over at the Notre Dame de la Gorge. Yeah, for those of you in the chat, like, hey, what are we going to see next? Yeah, we're not going to see much now. It's pretty dark. So we're going to be here at the light show at Notre Dame de la Gorge. We're also going to be at the finish line in Chamonix. The next marker for you, 2 a.m., we will have a live coverage of the rather large aid station in Courmayeur, be inside the gym, so well lit. You can see the race leaders coming through there. So we'll have Martin and Stephanie Case kind of giving you the commentary from there. After that, as our leaders go on to Arnuva, we'll also have a team doing the commentary at Arnuva, which is kind of like sunrise, I think, for our race leaders. And then we'll be catching, Christy and I will be back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. catching the front of the women's race as they cross over the Grand Col Ferret on their way into Switzerland. So we're going to be sticking with this for a while. We're here to cover the top 10 in the CCC as well as the time to fly zone. It sounds like an interview coming up with Rosanna.
You had, maybe a great strategy because you start full gas just from the beginning. You won with a huge gap. So you haven't used the same strategy here, or the legs didn't respond?
I used a different strategy. I started a little bit slower, but then it was like I don't know, almost like traffic jam up the trail. So I was getting a little bit stressed, and I think then I was running too hard until La Folie, and then I had a really down. But then when I was with my brother in Champelag, I kind of recovered, and then it went really well.
So in Champex, how did you feel with the ascent in the Champex? Was okay? You felt it strong? Yeah.
I think I
That
took
was a
more
strong
time
one.
in the aid station, but that was very helpful. I ate something, I calmed down, I spoke to my brother, and then I just ditched my heart rate, and I was running with my feeling, and then it went really well.
Alors, elle a eu cette année une course magnifique à Cortina pour la Vallée d'Ultra Trail. Elle a gagné avec un gap, je sais pas, 1 heure, je pense. Et je demandais si elle a utilisé la même stratégie cette fois aussi, mais elle disait non, j'ai parti tout doucement. Et après, j'avais eu un peu de difficultés au Champex, mais mon frère était là avec moi. Et voilà, maintenant je suis là, 3e place. Mom is here.
Yeah, my
Mom is here
always
always,
at the
Mommy. It's
races,
so
yeah.
good to see her again from Cortina. She was always next to you.
Yeah.
Look at that. Lauf Rosanna. Well
Yeah,
done.
they're my biggest fans. I
Your
think.
biggest fans, yeah. You have big fans here as well, now in Chamonix.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. Congratulations for the 3rd place.
Thank you very much.
Félicitations. 3e place pour Roxana Buchauer aus Deutschland.
So thank you, Tanya, down at the finish line, kind of asking a few questions. Yeah, we're going to be here. Thanks a lot. everyone's trying to fill in the gap. So yeah, we're going to be staying here. We're definitely staying here for the top 10 female athletes finishing the CCC. We're also going to be giving you a few updates on the time, but you probably could see them yourself. But
We have the top 5 women through La Flégère, and we're waiting on the next 5 to go into Valorsine, and most of them are imminently into Valorsine. So we'll have our top 10 on that final descent within 5 minutes.
Yeah, so within the next hour, we expect to have our top 10 podium in the women's race. And we will also be able to give you some updates because our race leaders, they are now going up into the high mountains. I think the next checkpoint for our race leaders now is at La Bam. And that is going to be in about 25 minutes. So, yep, we can start speculating, see who is setting themselves up to run together through the night, because that is definitely seemingly the smart strategy.
Taking a guess on Jim. All black. Pulls her out.
The other good news is there is no fog up on the hills tonight, on the mountains tonight. Fog is absolutely sucks with a head torch. And there we go. You can get a visual there of our race leaders. So we believe, I think it's Jim.
Yeah.
Jim and Tom.
37K in.
Yeah, 37K in. And then there you go. They're a 2K away from La Bam. Then they're going to be climbing up. You can see how it gets a little bit red. They're going to be climbing up to the Col de Bonhomme before they descend down to Les Chapieux. After Les Chapieux, the climb begins up to the border between France and Italy, Col de la Seine. Then they're down to Lac Combal. It's going to be quite chilly there, the cold air coming off the glacier. Up Lac Combal up to the Arrête Montfav, through the checkpoint at Col Chacru, and down to see Martin and Stephanie in Courmayeur around about 2 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Our leader that took the race out hard, not our tour, but I'm gonna miss the he's being referred to in the chat as Jacket Guy. So he now has a name that everybody knows him by, and I'm gonna pull it.
Well,
he's back in 25th at this point.
Well, as long as he keeps going, he's had 2 DNFs in the last 2 years. So, and that was a pretty wild way of going out with that. But there we go. We've got the camera crew on the right. There we go. Somebody coming out of the. That's going to be one of our. I think that was Anne-Lise Rousset, just coming through there. I recognise her. So, yep. There we go. I think that's probably Annalise now going through the there she is, through the HOKA time to fly zone. Yeah, Tim Tollison, Jim Walmsley, Tom Evans, Germain Grangier, Arthur Joyeux. Here we go. We haven't had a Strava segment for a while. Christy, do you want to do this one?
We haven't had a Strava segment for a while. Les Contamine to La Baume. We've had these through OCC and CCC. They give us the distance, 7.35K and 550 meters of elevation gain. Next up, we will see the king of the mountain, queen of the mountain, and then the average time after we preview what that course looks like on the 3D profile. The different colors we've been talking about. Tom Evans in this race. Katie Scheid in this race. Our 2 top times, 45 minutes, 51, almost 52 minutes. And then the average time for what they're calling amateurs is at 1 hour and 18 minutes.
Right. And, that's definitely not Tony McCann, because the good news is Tony has finished. We believe that is the ninja stealth warrior Jim Walmsley.
That is a stride that I would put money on that's Jim.
Okay, so Jim there, and based on the fact there's no other light around him, Jim is running solo right now.
He was with Tom the last time we saw him on 100%.
Camera. So there we go.
Zhao Jiaju is the name of the jacket guy that is referred to in the comments. He's currently in 32nd place.
Yeah, somebody's just asking a brilliant question about Annelise Rousset, and I do have the answer to that. So, yeah, Annelise Rousset, she was second at Hard Rock last year,
Oh, to Courtney.
2023.
Somebody's asking if she's second to Courtney.
Behind Courtney. Annelise Rousset, she is, she's been long-standing in the trail running community. She won the CCC back in 2014. And yeah, so she had second place at Hard Rock. She won at the Wild Struble 70K, and she placed second at the Diagonale des Fous, and was fourth at the CCC in 2018. So definitely resilient and longevity.
And
So,
no
yeah.
stranger to the
So
course.
yeah, good question that in the chat. So yeah, Annelise second to Courtney at last year's Hard Rock 100. Yep, you're getting a. Yep, that's definitely Jimmy's just having a bit of a fiddle for something in his pack.
Kai 1984 confirmed my identification of the unique long jumpy strides.
Yep, just as you kind of said. So 3.5 hours. Yep, 20 hours. That's kind of what we're looking at as a roundabout time. We're expecting our race leader back in Chamonix. So 16.5 hours of races to go. So there's a lot still that can and may go wrong, but that's always the challenges around a 100-mile race, and it's how you deal with those.
Last night we had a poll on people got to predict who they thought would win. I wonder if we could get the
I think the poll's going to happen tomorrow morning.
tomorrow
Right
morning,
now,
get a little
yeah.
closer.
I think and then it will be, yep, we'll have a better idea about who are the movers and shakers after surviving the first night. Let's not forget the biggest chunk of the runners. I would say probably more than 50% of the runners will go through the second night. So they will not finish until Sunday morning through to Sunday afternoon around about 4:30. So we're waiting for our 15 minutes now, our race leaders. So our race leader, Jim, in the men's race, about 15 minutes out of the checkpoint at La Balme. I think we agree with you there as well, Leo. We would love that Tim has the race of his life. And we kind of feel as well that Tim's coming into this race with absolutely zero expectations. And he's in pretty good shape. He's been training a lot with Rod Farvid and was obviously pushing Rod incredibly well during Western States this year. And yeah, I think sometimes Tim probably got sucked into the crazy circus that is UTMB sometimes after his couple of podiums here. So yeah, so I kind of feel that, and we hope that Tim can have some fun out there and actually have a great race too.
He's publicly done a lot of mental work.
Yes,
And I think actually talking about improvements in the sport, the psychology that has come in and the mental coaches, psychologist coaches that are working with athletes to improve their mental game out there.
Yep.
We're seeing huge percentage improvements in the physical ability because the mind is there to support it. I think that's fascinating. So
Yep.
I would love to hear athletes talk about that at the finish line.
No, it'd be interesting to ask, Eli tomorrow, like yesterday when he doubled over and then was consciously trying to control his body temperature, to have the presence of mind to do that, and that people are catching you up, you normally just, the natural instinct is just to keep going.
I'm Jim Walmsley. I'm an ultra trail runner for HOKA. I live in Flagstaff and split time in Arèche, Beaufort, France. So I just last raced Western States in the end of June, and yeah, it's been a tricky transition to recover from this race and try to prepare for our UTMB, and it is not so easy, so fingers crossed it will all go good. Yeah, what I'm looking forward to most about the running is probably doing some strong hiking. I think in Arèche I get to focus a lot on this, and that's where one of my big strengths is out on UTMB. Yeah, UTMB week is a lot of chaos, a lot of enthusiastic trail running fans and friends, and it's a balance, but it's just a really special atmosphere here. Yeah, I think UTMB does a really good job bringing many top athletes together, so just another year at UTMB is another world-class event. Outside of running, probably my favorite, most consistent thing is either riding my bike or following World Tour cycling.
There we go. You got to hear from the man himself, Jim Walmsley. So, so we've got the light show. We're also waiting for our next athlete to descend down in the dark from La Flégère to the finish line in Chamonix in the 101 kilometer race. That is going to be the much loved in the chat all day today. In fact, we missed her. How her tea's finished.
No.
Yeah, I'm just seeing in the finish chat. So, okay. Our next finisher coming down into Chamonix is going to be Heather Jackson. So how her tea literally finished, just literally finished.
She had the biggest fan group in the chat.
Yeah, I think we should give our gang, our producer, a little bit of a
bump for that one.
Oi. Yeah, so Heather Jackson. Heather is 15 minutes away from finishing, and then we've had Tang Jingyan from China. She's through La Flégère. We're still waiting for 7, 8, 9, and 10 to reach the top, but the arrival is imminent, and they are our second Polish athlete in the top 10. So Katarzyna Wilk from Poland. We got Lottie Brinks, Emilie von Avis, and Anne-Cécile Thévenot. But I'm going to jump over outside the top 10 because who is still knocking on the door of the top 10? And I can tell you that Veronica Leng from Slovakia is there. Arden Young from Canada. And Julianne Rössler from Germany. So that could be our second German athlete in the top 10. And Holly Page. Holly is still going strong. Holly from the UK. Holly 16 minutes out as well.
I wonder if you should go let our producers know that we want to see. Yeah, Keith's going to go let them know. We really do want to see our top 10 CCC women finishers come in so we can celebrate them. And I have a feeling it might be even a closer of a race for 6, 7. Lottie and Emilise, they're pretty neck and neck. We'll see how they come through La Flégère. Watching Jim rinse off, cool off, fill water, hydrate, taking his time as he proved it. Western States works well for him now. No need to rush through when you run as fast as he does. We just saw Jim go through an aid station. I'm trying to confirm that it was La Balme, or
it would be. Yeah.
We saw him go through, but he doesn't show his dot through there yet.
Yeah, I was just. Yeah, I mean, we missed How Her Tea. There is a recording of that, so we may well see a recording of that shortly. But we are committed to showing that. That was just, let's say, we're going to call it a blip.
Okay.
So yeah, so we still got 6 more to catch. do we get? Because in theory, La Balme, if Jim has gone through the aid station, you should get a time check for that.
Mm.
And no, I'm not seeing that yet.
Yeah,
In
we
fact,
saw him.
No. I don't think. I think they're about 10 minutes out from La Balme.
That's what the time checks. He filled water, so it might just be
Could be a trough, like
There was a
something like that.
tent as well. But
Oh, I was almost, yep. Here we go. There's a crowd at the HOKA Time to Fly zone. So, let's have a look. So, sorry. I was just kind of scratching around there. So through the Time to Fly zone, we've had Katie Scheid. Katie was 11 minutes ahead of Marianne Hogan. Marianne Hogan was 3 minutes ahead of Blondine Lirandel. Blondine, 4 minutes ahead of Annelise Rousset. Ruth Croft, 5 minutes behind it. So, wow, Katie Scheid.
Yeah,
already 20-minute gap on Ruth Croft. I mean, it's early days, but that's...
Well, Ruth's moved up. She was further back, closer to 10th.
So Ruth into 5th. Esther Schillag 2 minutes behind Ruth. Chen Lin from China alongside Esther Schillag, alongside Emily Horgood, alongside Zhang Fuzhou, and alongside Helen Mino Faulkner. So that is your top 10 through the light show that you can see on the big screen right now. And then we're literally waiting for our male athletes in the UTMB. And actually, you're right, that was Jim landing through La Balme.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's Coralie. Oh, there we go. We got a very exciting update now from La Balme. They're all there.
In the seconds we had the headphones off, everybody's through La Balme.
Jim's got a 2-minute lead on a huge cluster of athletes. Tom Evans, Ben Demon, Tim Tollefson, Germain Grangier, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, Yonel Manol. We've got, and that's it. So, yeah, so we've got Jim, and we've got a chasing pack of 6 athletes. They're all 2 minutes behind. So, exciting stuff. The next checkpoint for those athletes, they're going to be climbing up to the refuge at the Croix du Bonhomme. So Jim and the gang, followed by Tom, Ben, Timo, Germain, Arthur, and Yonel. That is your leader and 6. And then we're going to be able to give you time checks for the women's race shortly. So Katie Scheid is about 10 minutes away from La Balme. And then we've got Marianne Hogan and Blondine kind of together. And so, yeah, lots to play for early in the race. And we are here for the women's race, as it were, the CCC finishes.
I'm not going anywhere.
So, yeah, everybody at home, you can keep an eye out for your athletes. If they're kind of like... you're just outside the elite cluster. You're probably going to see them coming through the time to fly zone. So yeah, so we are now, where are we? So Hao Hati has finished. She was about, in the end, 20 minutes behind Rosanna. Rosanna was 5 minutes behind Martina, and Martina was 14 minutes behind the Tony McCann sub 12 hours. Tony McCann's finished. Heather Jackson. Heather is 7 minutes out now, so we should start to see some Chamonix images shortly of Heather. Then we've got Tang Jing Yan from China. She's on the descent from La Flégère, as is Anne-Cécile Thévenot.
Ooh, we've got Katie into La Balme.
Wow. Katie's not messing about. Yeah, I think the athletes are actually getting into La Balme way quicker than we expected them to. So they're making fast work of that. So Katie Scheid, 39, almost 40K in the bag. Just 131 to go.
I mean, one thing is they're getting the night section done first. That was unique when I got into racing to start at night.
Yep.
But there's something kind of glorious about it because when you're mile 1 to 30, you get the dark section done. Where when you start at 5 a.m. in the morning, you're maybe getting to mile 70, and then you have to go into the night with all those miles on your legs. So if you're running and finishing in before sunset the next night, so that's where for the extraordinary runners that are looking at 2 nights out on this course.
And so, 39K. So they're almost ticked off marathon number 1. And so, Pau Capel's strategy in 2019, Pau led from start to finish was this, and I don't know if you've heard this story.
I haven't.
Pau, he broke it down into 4 marathons. And at the end of each marathon, he called somebody. So at the end of the first marathon, he was on the run. Hey, Mum, it's Pau. She's like, is everything okay? Yeah, I'm just calling to say I love you. He gets to the end of the second marathon stage, calls his coach or whatever, and he says to her, hey, just a call. I just thank you. I love you. And he did the same to his father and somebody else. And so, so Pau told that story. And that was kind of and it was kind of akin to, how Hayden was when he was asked the question, he straight away wanted to do a big shout out for other people. So Pau is very much a very sentimental person, very much a family person. And so he wanted to kind of like share the experience he was having out on the course. And so in his mind, he broke this big pie of the big lap of the Mont Blanc down into 4 pieces.
4 really important phone calls.
Yeah. So
beautiful.
Yeah.
And he's giving that love out. How much tenfold did that come back and charge his race?
Oh, yeah. I've become like an information point for people. It's funny. Looking at the wrong race now. So people are asking me, Michael's asking me, when are the first runners coming into Courmayeur? I'm going to be able to tell you right now, Michael. 2:20 a.m. So we're going to be live from 2 a.m. So I'm just going to, in case you're not listening to the live broadcast right now, Michael Horsch, there you go, 2:20 a.m. That's our first athletes expected into Courmayeur. So I'm going to look forward now to this time check of our athletes into La Balme. In fact, Katie's going so well. I'm actually going to do a quick scratch update. I just want to see how Katie's doing in the overall. So as well as in the women's race, she's in the lead right now. I'm just curious to see how she's getting on if we just put her in the scratch. So let's have a look at La Balme. Jim Walmsley, Tom Evans, Ben Demon, Tim Tollefson, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, Germain Grangier, Lionel Manol, Miguel Arsenio, Vincent Bouillard. We've got Mathieu Blanchard. We've got Drew Holman. Drew is 11th through there. Hannes Namberger, 12th. Sergio Gustavo Pereira in 13th. Jeff Mogavero. And so Katie Scheid right now. Katie is already 15th.
Oh.
So Katie is, she does go out fast, but Katie Scheid currently 15th
in the
position
top 20,
overall. That is insane. She's just ahead of her teammates, Pau Capel, Shen Jiasheng, and Deng Guomin. So Katie is just ahead of 3 of her teammates from Team the North Face. Yeah, so I think I saw there was some great symmetry when Rory Bosio broke the course record and then Courtney they both finished 7th overall.
Wow.
Yeah.
I would be interested to know if they were that high up in the field in the first 50K, or did they come from for a little bit further back and then just pick off more?
I think in those days there was a lot more attrition in
Yes.
the men's race,
Yes.
and especially in those days. So in the Rory Bosio era, if you like, the carnage. By the time it caught my ear, just suddenly, and then there was some more carnage by the time they got to Valocene. So, but not taking anything away from the performances. But yeah, I remember.
Oh, no, I was just curious how that plays out and how,
Yeah.
and also shows how women are moving up in the field overall, not just
Yeah.
at the finish line.
And they're putting it out there from the start. They're not working their way up. They're just going straight out.
Because there's the argument for women runs smarter, and smarter being more conservatively holding back in the beginning, and maybe Katie's. There we go. There we got Heather Jackson.
Heather Jackson
making quick little look over the shoulder, make sure there's nothing, somebody sneaking up. But man, yes, we missed fourth place. We will get that footage up, but now we get to see Heather fifth.
Yay! Well done, to Heather. Oh yeah.
And 40+ athlete. Love this. 7th place at Western States 9 weeks ago. And now
10 at Steamboat Gravel 2 weekends ago. So
and
Heather
taking this
is
for the joy that it was. Her interview was just, I'm excited to get to add this on.
so good to see. Yay! Come on, get the USA gifts on the in the channel. Come on, gang.
Way to go. Oh, and she's so excited. What a great run.
Love that. We love it. I just seen Jordi Gamito has retired. So, he's stopped. I'm also seeing in the chat, question mark about Ida Sophie. Let me ask the North Face gang if there's an update.
Third brigade is what her hat says.
Yep. Let me ask the North Face gang if they've got an update from Ida Sophie from Germany. Ida Sophie Hegemann. Yeah, the USA, the bald eagle gifts are out. Make you proud there, Chrissy.
There's some of those that I.
No, come on.
No, the excitement's good. I'm all for the excitement. Yeah. I'm loving the smile, and look at it, still sweating. It's the temperature's cooled back down to what it was at the start, but she was working through all that descent.
So, so 9:46. So Katie shied 7 minutes ago through the La Balme checkpoint. We're waiting for the next runners through there.
I love the friendships between the media and the athletes because they see each other at all these different events, and so they develop.
Here we go. I think Owen might be asking a question.
Oh, there we go. It's just the microphone. Wish we could hear.
Hey Gladys, don't worry. We will be showing a recording of how Hattie come into the finish line. It was purely an oversight by the team. We do have the recording. You will see how Hattie coming over the finish line. It was not anything against her. She's been amazing all day. Great job, Owen, and a great job, Heather Jackson. Yay!
Top 5 women from CCC are in.
Is this our next finisher? There's Fabrice. So, everybody, our next female finisher. So we've got is a bit away out, but about 25 minutes away. We've got Tang Jingyan on the way down. We've got Anne-Cécile Thévenot Stefano down on the way down. We've got Katarzyna Wilk, Lottie Brinks, and Emily's von Avis right now is going to be rounding out our top 10. So in the next 45 minutes, it's looking like we should be able to complete our top 10. And hopefully somewhere along the way, Gladys and everybody else will be able to see that recording of Hao Hati coming into the finish area, because she was such a bundle of joy throughout the race today. So we're going to go and chase our production team in a minute to make sure you get that. The runners coming in now from the CCC course. So yeah, we've got it's great to know that the support crews are making their way out to the checkpoints. So the gang from On Running, Annalie and Paulina, they're listening to the UTMB live broadcasting while they're doing the long drive. It's a long drive to Les Chapieux, but that's what you got to do sometimes for your support team.
Love seeing the crowd support for all of the finishers.
Yeah, right. Let's go back to the front of the women's race. UTMB, Katie Scheid, 15th overall. Katie's already gone through the checkpoint at La Bam, and we really wanted to give you a kind of time check against the rest of the athletes. So Katie went through that checkpoint 11 minutes ago.
Oh, we still haven't, but that was about the split at the last one, so maybe any minute.
I mean, top 15.
Although estimated in another 11 minutes, so could have doubled. We'll see.
Oh.
Whereabouts are you from back in Great Britain? Do they have mountains like that back where you're from?
Funnily enough, I live in Hong Kong, so small mountains, but I grew up in the Alps.
Keith just answered the question, when will the first guys arrive at Courmayeur? If you're just hopping on, we have a live crew showing up around 2. And the estimated time to arrive there is around 2:20 for the top runners. And then they'll probably be there till about 4:30 for live coverage of the Courmayeur aid station, and then bump over to
Arniva. The team are going to be there that long at Courmayeur is we'll probably see the front of the women's race there. And in that time, the front of the men's race will have reached Arnuva. And our second team will be in Arnuva around about 4:30. And then Chrissy and I will be back in the studio from 7 o'clock. And we will be taking you all the way from the border with Switzerland, all the way around the second half of the Mont Blanc into Chamonix to celebrate our champions in UTMB. And great job to the team down at the finish line now. Yay! And classic UTMB on a Friday night in the Chamonix in the finish area now. They're going to start to have some live music. So
amazing.
Music is such a big part of the UTMB, and one of the reasons for that is before Catherine and Michelle Poletti were race directors, they used to have a music store,
record store, yeah,
in the end of the 70s and the 80s and early 90s here in Chamonix. So music has been a big part of the Polettis way before the UTMB. So music is a big part of this event.
They give credit to why the entry song "Conquest of Paradise" is so powerful. And they had their choice of music for sure.
But you can see the media is still down there at the finish line because they want to capture the images of the top 10. We've already had the top 3 podium shot of the men and also the women. There we go. Next to follow, 2 a.m., head of the race in Courmayeur. And Stephanie Case, she is on fire. So Martin and Steph, they're going to be entertaining you tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. Courmayeur time. So yeah, got a bit of a while now until we see our next female athlete into the finish line. So we are doing our best to kind of like juggle between the front of the UTMB and yep, what happened to Ida? We're trying to find out that.
Brian Sands is a DNF is noted in the chat.
Yeah, not sure, but yep.
It's in the chat. I'm not confirming on stats yet, but.
Congratulations.
We had about 2,000 runners start the CCC this morning in 3 different waves. We started all the runners together in UTMB. We got another finisher coming in. And there was about 2,700 runners started in the UTMB. And we are GMT time zone.
Hey, Rich, the interview then with the British guy, he was just finishing. He was in probably the top 50 overall in the CCC, but I guess Owen was just making him feel special. He come into the finish line and gave him an interview. So he didn't win anything other than getting to the finish line. He does win a finishing vest, so he's just finished the 101-kilometer CCC. But yeah, we're keeping an eye on the front of the women's race. We are trying to give you a time check at La Bam. Katie Scheid is on fire. So we're trying to give you a time check with the rest of the females race. Katie, 15th overall at La Bam. So the first 40K into the race, Katie Scheid, the first 25% of the race, almost done. Katie is into La Bam. We're waiting for Marianne Hogan or Blondine Lirondelle to come in next. And yeah, this is great. If Katie can keep this up, it's early days yet. We the course record for the women UTMB 22.5 hours. Courtney Dauwalter 2021. Katie last year, 2 years ago when she won, she was ahead of Courtney's course record time in Courmayeur, but then she kind of second half she kind of lost a little bit of that impetus and didn't break the course record. So we'll see that. By the way, coming in now, these are 2 of
PTL
runners.
Is this our second PTL group?
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you going to call them up? Are you going to get it now?
Way to go, guys. We saw the first guys come in at just shy of 100 hours, 99 hours and 38 minutes.
Yeah, they've
So
done
once this thing loads,
over 300 kilometers, 25,000 meters of positive elevation.
hashtag better together.
Been out since
Thomas
Monday morning. Sorry, Katie.
Yeah, Thomas Wagner and Florian Grassel. Boa and Solomon just hashtag better together.
Yeah. What's that? What country?
Yeah,
Austria.
Austria, thank you. I didn't know that flag. AT,
Yep.
Austria.
Yeah, so the PTL La Petite Trot.
I mean, they look
Leon.
tired, but for 110 hours,
Yeah.
they are looking
Is,
pretty good. Like, where's the dirt? Where
yeah, this is amazing.
They had to have slept in the dirt at some point. This is incredible. And they're going to go for their tour.
Why not? I mean, they definitely have won that. So yeah.
Second PTL team.
And the whole point of the PTL, you're joining is like the PTL was the idea after a few years of UTMB. Some of the UTMB runners were like, hey, we need a new challenge. So the PTL originally was teams of 3, and you had to have at least 2 of that team were finishers of the UTMB. Now you can be a team of 2 or 3, and only 1 person needs to have finished the UTMB. And yeah, this is a true mountain challenge. Woohoo!
Way to go, guys.
Hey, come on, where's the Austrian gif? I was expecting a gif from the chat over that one.
I am really impressed because the requirements for this. In terms of skill, not necessarily qualifications, in terms of skill. Navigation, orienteering, off-trail terrain, managing sleep. These guys started on Monday. It is now Friday. So,
Yeah.
and we have PTL finishers finishing all the way through Sunday.
Yeah, I think they have a few stories to tell. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes. See you shortly. Hey gang, welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series. I agree with you, 305k is impressive. I tell you what, 25,000 meters of positive elevation, that's equally impressive. So yeah, our next finisher coming in, one of the Vibram runners. So well done to, I think that was Ricardo. Yeah, well done, Ricardo.
Balancing. Oh, I was like, why is he balancing on my foot? He's showing the sole of his shoe. Vibram athlete.
Yeah, I think, Eden Nielsen. Eden Nielsen was I don't think Eden Nielsen started. And then we definitely, Edith Sophie Hegeman, Edith Sophie. We haven't had confirmation yet, but I know that Edith Sophie was suffering in the last couple of weeks with COVID. And yeah, that definitely is not ideal in the lead up to UTMB. But as of now, we've not had that confirmed, but we are seeing a lot of it in the chat right now. So there we go. Blondine is our second female athlete into La Balme, as is Marianne Hogan. So those two are running together, Blondine and Marianne Hogan. Incredibly, so Katie shied after 40 kilometers. Still early days. Katie has got a 90-minute lead.
She did. She almost doubled it from the previous checkpoint.
Yeah. So yeah, and Katie now, she is on the way to Quai de Bonhomme. So Katie Scheid is about 35 minutes out from Quai de Bonhomme. And based on the tracker right now, they're predicting that Katie would have it's just that's a kind of classic algorithm. So yeah, right now, the key things to know is we are top three. Katie Scheid from the US, Blondine Lirondelle from France, Marianne Hogan from Canada. That's your top three into La Balme. Let's see if Francois, the athlete manager for the North Face team in Europe.
That kid spotted himself on the screen and went nuts. That was adorable.
Hey, we all do that. Yeah, Francois, the athlete manager for the North Face team in Europe, he's awaiting an update from Edith, so we're not going to confirm anything for now. But yeah, it's party time. It's Friday night, for goodness sake. Friday night in Chamonix. And the pizza boxes are out. You can get your messages on there for the athletes. We're going to do a quick... we're keeping an eye on the front of the women's race at La Balme. Yeah. I guess if I was a little bit more switched on here, I could sort of give you an update of our next finishers coming in. Well, on to our next finisher coming in now. I'm trying to do an update so I can actually give you a bit more details about who that is. But yep, the system's taken a while to refresh, but well done.
This is a woman we watched come in just before.
Oh, she just came in?
Yeah, just before this one, and then I can look this one up.
So Tang Jingyan, that was our 6th finisher in the women's race. Cool. Oh, is Tang?
Can't be 6th. We had our top 10. No.
Oh, in the women's race? No.
No.
So that Tang was our 6th.
There we go. Thank you. Here she is, and getting a little bit more presence on the finish line.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations. So that's our 6th place finisher. Wow, we're
wow.
Yeah.
The fatigue is really setting in. I think this sleep is going to be really key tonight.
Yep. So no, wow, look at that. Well done. That's so good. And from China, wow, the Chinese athletes are having a great weekend here. We had 3 men in the top 10. CCC Yao Miao. Is Tang's our first Chinese athlete finishing in the women's race, right? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
So we've had...
No, we just didn't see 4th place finish.
No, but Hao Hati was from Vietnam.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, Hao Hati from Vietnam. Here we go. So, so Tang Jingyan, she was our 6th place female. And then just behind her was Meng Guangfu, also from China. Our next athlete's coming in, so here we go. We're back up to speed with you now, people. Sorry, it took us a while. So Iker Azcueta from Spain. Then we've got Wai Hung Wong from Hong Kong. Then we've got Alex Espinosa from Ecuador. Then it's going to be Phuk Chung Zhang from Hong Kong. And then we've got Janez Klančnik from Slovenia. Andreas Postel from Austria. And then Eric Conce from France. Those are our next runners coming in, and they will wrap up the first 60 coming in, which includes our top 6 in the women's race. And if you're just joining us and you've got no idea what's been going on today in the 100K race, there's a recap on the left-hand side of the screen. And we are going to give you an update from the women La Balme. Here we go. Annelise Rousset, she's about 6. So Annelise is, let me think, 50, 40, 25 minutes. She's in 4th, 25 minutes behind Katie Scheid. So Katie Scheid is setting a hot pace. Katie top 15 overall. So that's our... There we go. So we've got 4 female athletes now. Katie Scheid, Blondine Lirondelle, Marianne Hogan, and Annelise Rousset from France, top 4. Next, we're expecting in Ruth Croft, Esther Schillag, Chen Lin, and Emily Horgood. Okay, so we've got, next runner's coming in. Oh yeah, so that is Iker. I think that's Iker Azcueta from Spain. He's our 54th finisher, 48th in the men's category. Well done to Iker. Congratulations on the finish. Over there we saw the pass between Danny and Martina. There we go. Our champion, Hidden Hawks. Go. Still waiting for more of our female athletes through La Balme. There we go. Emily Horgood in 5th place into La Balme. Esther Schillag sixth place into La Balme. So there we go. That's your top 6 now. Emily Horgood, Esther Schillag, Katie Scheid. They are 3 of our top 4 at this year's Western States. So they've already come through La Balme. 40K distance covered. There, Adam Peterman coming into the finish line. And that, we got a couple more athletes arriving now. So that's Wai Hung Wong from Hong Kong. So well done to him. Yeah, so we got a strong cluster of female athletes together there. So we've got Esther Schillag, Emily Horgood, and Lise Rousset. A little bit further up, we got Marianne Hogan, Blondine Lurendell together, and hanging out with the boys right now at the front of the race, we've got Katie Scheid. Yeah, this camera at the finish line, this is going to be active all the way through till Sunday at 4:30. Sunday 4:30, 46 and a half hours. That is the cutoff for the UTMB runners. Right now, our next runner coming in from... Oh no, sorry. That is Martina coming in, finishing the... so we've Anne-Cécile Thévenot from France should be our next finisher in the women's race. So yeah, our 7th female athlete should be coming in a few minutes. And then just after Anne-Cécile, we've got Alex Espinosa, Ecuador, Marcus Mingo from Germany. Yep, so those are our next few runners coming in, and they're going to be coming in the next 3 or 4 minutes, assuming that they found. And what we're also seeing now, it's dark. That descent down from La Flagère is taking much longer than it did during the daylight for all of the obvious reasons. So yeah, so Katie Scheid now has been through that last checkpoint at La Balme. Like just over 33 minutes ago. So the top 6 female athletes are through that. So yeah. We're waiting for Ruth Croft, we're waiting for Chen Lin, Zhang Fuzhou, Helen Mino Faulkner, Manon Boha, Martina Valmasoy, Amanda Basham, Claudia Tremps. So they should be in the next 20 minutes, that big cluster of female athletes at the front of the UTMB. But wow, Katie is going big at the front of the race. Okay, here's our recap of UTMB from the start. Yes, here we go. Here she comes now. 7th in the women's. Yes. Oh, on the podium. Yeah. 7th spot from France. Well done to Anne-Cécile Thévenot. Woohoo. Team Max Sport. Yep, 7 down. We've got 3 more to go to complete our top 10 in the women's podium. Right now, Poland, you're looking good for your 2nd podium spot with Katarzyna Wilk. And then the US, you've already had Heather Jackson come home. It's looking like Lottie Brinks and Emily von Avis in the next 15 to 20 minutes will be joining the others on the podium. Okay, Chen Lin through La Balme, Ruth Croft through La Balme, Zhang Fuzhou through La Balme, Martina Valmasoy. So yeah, that's our top 10 women, separated by 30 minutes. So yeah, Katie Scheid 30 minutes ago, and now completing the top 10 in the UTMB, we have Team Salomon from Martina Valmasoy. A long way to go. That is a quarter of the race completed.
filtre, le 8e classement général des femmes sur CCC. Are you ready for the training?
Yeah, okay, this is our next finisher coming in now in the CCC. Yoo-hoo!
Oh, I remember watching this stride earlier today. Who do we got here?
That should be, that's our second Polish athlete in the top 10. So congratulations to Katarzyna Wilk from Poland, 8th. So you are on the podium. Congratulations. Woohoo! Yeah, Katarzyna along with Martina. Martina was second, which, let's see, how long ago that was? Was it an hour ago? Just like, there's a lot going on in these hours right now. So it was just over an hour ago when Martina came in second place.
And then Lottie should be in any minute now, too.
Lottie Brinks. Yeah, Lottie Brinks.
Lottie.
So US, get the gifts ready. So Lottie Brinks is imminent. And we've got Emelise von Avis. And let's see if Emelise is, if you're going to end up with a sprint finish like Eric Lepuma.
No. She's about 17 minutes out.
Oh, no. But I'm just seeing how close is the person behind Emelise.
Oh, for 4/10th. Right, yeah, racing 4/10th place.
Veronica Leng is up at La Flégère. Let me do, that was at 9.
Ooh, it's close. She's 18 minutes out.
9:54.
10th place is 17 minutes out.
There was 4 minutes difference at the top of La Flégère. So depending on who's feeling better.
Yeah.
And also, you can also see the lights ahead of you, even though they're in the forest. So yeah.
They're showing that Lottie finished.
What?
Yeah.
We must have missed her.
Or
is she there?
We haven't. Yeah, we haven't. Oh, no. That was Katarzyna Wilk, the Polish finisher.
So Lottie's there somewhere.
Or did she? The screen didn't change.
Yeah, I think neither of us saw that. Yeah, Dylan. I just had a note from Dylan Bowman. So Dylan said they were at the Notre Dame de la Gorge, and they said it was great fun. I can imagine that. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Ida, because when Ida was out in Colorado a few weeks earlier, she did have a fall. And so it sounds like her knee was causing a problem. So I think it does sound like Ida Sophie Hegeman has got some unfinished business at UTMB for 2025. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, that's unfortunate, but yeah, I think Ida's sunshine smile. I'm sure it'll be back again tomorrow. There's Lottie.
That was an awesome face.
No, or is it? Is it 4131?
4131. Well, that wasn't Katarina or Katarzyna.
That could have been Lottie.
That could have been Lottie.
Yeah, and we missed Katarzyna.
I think.
Okay, well.
Yep, we'll move on.
They are both home and dry, so congratulations to both of them. So Katarzyna and to Lottie. So yeah, we are one out. Emelise von Avis. And Emelise is going to be in the near future.
Or Veronica Lang. They're 1 minute apart
Oh,
on their
yeah.
estimation, on their estimated times.
Yeah, so we're 15 minutes out from celebrating our 10th and final finisher.
Of the top 10. There'll be lots of more finishers. When does the live music start, Keith? What, 10 p.m.? Oh, no, it's 10:30 now.
What was the question, sorry?
Sorry, it's okay. We're late. We're tired. When does the live music start downtown?
I don't know. It just, it might be tomorrow, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to guess that's Lottie. Showing some footage with her kiddos.
So, okay, while we wait for...
Got a carrot on screen. Is that who was with Courtney at the first... when we saw the costumes?
I don't know.
At Saint Gervais.
So, hey, I tell you what, our men's race, they're already up at the Croix de Bonhomme, or they are imminently up at the Croix de Bonhomme. That's going to be able to give us an idea. So they're getting higher up into the mountains, and it's going to give us an idea about who is running with who. It's 10:30 here at UTMB time, and yeah, it's going to be interesting to get an understanding of where the gang is on the Croix de Bonhomme. So right now, yeah, we'll be able to give you an update on that in a couple of minutes. So yeah, La Bam, Croix de Bonhomme, and then from there, there's the long descent all the way down to Les Chapieux. So that's like a 5K descent down to Les Chapieux before they begin the climb towards the Col de la Seine, which will be the border between France and Italy. Here we go, we've got a bloody knee there. Kind of inevitable on some of these trails. Kind of, and especially if you're running in the dark as well. Who knows what happens, as we saw even yesterday in daylight with Judith Vida.
And that looked like fresh blood. That might have been that last descent.
Yeah. So,
Valentine, French athlete. Here are the announcers next door speaking up.
yeah.
Oh my gosh. I
So I'm
love
just
this
laughing,
good
just
visual.
watching some footage of Ludovic Pomeray going through the Notre Dame de la Gorge, being followed by somebody carrying this massive image of Ludo's head. And yeah, the crowds, I don't think
Loving
we
it.
saw the crowds. I don't think the cameras picked that up that well on here. When I'm seeing the footage here at Notre Dame de la Gorge, that looks hilarious.
Yeah, they were more focused down on the time to fly zone, and it got a little further up and you get the fire torches and the
Yeah.
flags going.
No, look at that. That
with the
looks
face.
hilarious.
Oh my gosh, that would just make I would laugh so hard.
Also a bit scary, but yeah, that was brilliant.
Another CCC finisher.
So yeah, we are about 10 minutes away from celebrating our 10th and final athlete in the CCC. What have we got? So things to look forward to if you're just joining us. So 2 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will be live at the front of the race in Courmayeur. 4 o'clock tomorrow morning, we will be live on the course at Arnuva, the bottom of the climb up to Grand Col Ferret. And then we will be back on tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And we're going to bring you, and we're going to follow our athletes all the way to the finish here in Chamonix. Our race leaders tomorrow due in, if we're talking a 20-hour finish time, 2 p.m. Chamonix time for our first male athletes. And right now, Katie Scheid, if Katie Scheid does become the winner, Courtney's time of 22.5 hours as a benchmark. So that would mean 4:30 would be around about the time of our first female athlete. Here we
Here
go.
we go. Wrapping up.
And here she comes, Emelise.
Emily's finishing
Von
top
Avis.
10th. Or top
Dang.
10 at CCC, 10th female.
Yes. Well done, Emelise.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I can read those words.
Yep. That's good. Go on, Owen. Ask Emelise how she's doing after all of that.
Fun fact, 3 American men in the top 10, 3 American women in the top 10 at CCC this year. We could do some other polls. Ooh, cheers.
Doesn't matter. First, the middle of the pack or whatever, it's still so awesome to get that finish line feeling. Well, Christy Mail,
Keith Byrne.
that was a day. What time are we on now? We did start at 8:30, by the way. So
We've been on for 14 hours.
14 hours. We did give you an hour break.
You made me take an hour break. I'm glad.
Exactly.
I think I need to be a little more strategic tomorrow, but I think it's going to be super energetic.
Yeah.
How do you miss it?
No, tomorrow's going to be incredible. We're going to have so much racing, and
bit to
we're going to
catch up on.
enjoy. We're going to enjoy our 3rd time of following the races here at the UTMB World Series. So, big thank you to everybody for energizing us today in the chat.
Bring it tomorrow we'll bring it tonight for our
Yeah.
correspondence in. Oh, we got a baby coming in.
Yay!
Oh, little. Hold the head.
Don't drop the baby.
Hold the head.
Well done, family. Good job. So yeah, so
Please
thanks.
bring the energy tomorrow.
No, but thanks for the gifts. Thanks for the dad jokes. Thanks for all the feedback. Thanks for the guidance around the pronunciation of some of our athletes. And yeah, we are going to be back tomorrow morning at 7. Have a great evening wherever you are in the world. Keep cheering our athletes. Yep. See you tomorrow.
Wow.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Thanks.
Et à l'annoncer dans le dernier kilomètre pour la 11e place, Véronica Check.
Sécurité famille, tout le tour, en tête de Coréa, puis les émissions pour Lin Choukou. Donc, Chen Chin Chong, le Taipei Fils, Sweden and Korea, in finish line. Et donc, vers l'arrivée, c'est Daniele D'Alessini, l'Italien, assiste de Matteo, e poi la Slovacca Veronica Lin. Nel suo finale questo ultimo atto quasi questo 2 nostro una settantina di permesso naturale del traguardo già questa non è solo
With Get Your Guide, choose from over 100,000 travel activities. From day trips to skip-the-line tickets, local food tours to water adventures. Get Your Guide, unforgettable travel experiences.
A terminé les Ireland, welcome. Take your moment. Team Ireland is in the house from Canada. Welcome. Ireland, yeah, you can hit what Team Ireland, out of the way.
Canada, okay. Beautiful Canada team. Ireland, yeah.
Alright, come forward and say hello. You look really happy. Proud with your Canadian flag, Mr. How do you feel? Tell us how the mountains in Canada compared to the mountains here. Similar, different? Have a great day. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. Hopefully we won't see you next year.
Les 4 autres étaient dans la course avec 77 placiers. Il y a 12 athlètes européens dans les championnats. La journée de l'Amérique qui fait la première et troisième place pour les Américains de l'Océan. L'équipe de la CCC, le podium. España, Santi Figueroa.
Vamos, Santi. Adelante. Presideros. Los últimos 10 metros ya. Santi, Johnny es tuyo. Enhorabuena.
De souvenirs ici sur le côté d'arrivée. Le Hong Kong, les souvenirs Hong Kong, le chambre, Young Louis Live. El gioco a Young Louis Live, Merci Jean-Michel d'applaudir le mérite, la joie, le respect qu'il faut. Et c'est très bien, les yeux sont pleins de joie. Et là, on partage la météo avec Jonas, avec Marlène. Il est déterminé. Marlène Barrow, Santi Gutmann. Aida Young Louis. La CCC Final des 100 km.
Welcome guys, welcome Hong Kong. Good job, welcome. Here we go, let's see who our next home is. Bruno, la France.
Eh oui, c'est Julien Salon, 5 fois champion du monde en VTT, 2 fois champion olympique, 14 fois champion de France. Pardon, si on continue à parler de son palmarès VTT, on en a jusqu'à demain matin. Mais là, c'est entré, vous pouvez l'applaudir très très fort. Monsieur Julien Salon.
What a special athlete we have crossing the finish line. 2-time Olympic champion, 5-time world champion, one of the greatest mountain bikers of all time, Julian Absalom.
Yoann Chabot, Spicchio. Il est là, le lineman. C'est sa première. Léon Roblin, Contamine, magnifique, plus fort, t'as raison.
Donc notre catégorie de l'air en blanc sont sur les 14 places.
Allez, pour les applaudissements!
Desde Argentina, Luciano Pirate. Enhorabuena, Luciano. Grande, Luciano, enhorabuena. Esperamos que estás contento. Yo creo que sí, pero ¿dónde vas? ¿Dónde vas, Luciano? Es para acá. No te vayas. Es por aquí. Está pasando su familia. Sus mujeres, su padre, su madre.
Allez, juste après Argentine, Céline Maurice qui devrait arriver, Céline Mauricien, notre Simon Légo de Marigny, celui qui a remporté le premier Maurice à l'UTMB, qui a brillé du côté des mondiaux à chaque fois. Pour les Maurice, le meilleur Mauricien. Et on termine, Monsieur Simon Légo de Marigny, c'est le frérot, il est là. Bien joué mon fils. C'est dans la boîte. Les bravo pour Michel Krolewicz.
Michael Krolewicz from Poland. Well done, Michael. Great job. Great job.
Abbiamo reçu Polonę Monika Krolewicz dell'Argentina di Termina dalla sua 18 seconde. Miasta Argentina Maurice Polonia. Resti sono placés.
Cały bieg, a na ostatnim biegu mnie bojowy, ale kurde żołądek się wyłączył. Mogę manifiesta nie jeść. Ostatnie 15 to było cierpienie. Ale udało. Zdążyłem się nagrać jak biegać. A no dobra, to nie będzie, to musisz nam zostać.
Bueno, Luciano, esta vez sí. Enhorabuena.
On a passé, on
Dobra, to kurwa tyle przecież nie za moją obecną jeszcze nie pracowano w banku.
E la Colombia, come Colombia arrivo Diego Mero Moreno from Colombia. La joie pour Diego Mero Moreno. Il reste de la Colombia pour Diego. Il termine juste en bas des 14 heures. Jusqu'à présent, il est dans la course de la CCC avec l'arrivée de Diego et des Mero Moreno. l'auditeur de classique de Julie Armstrong. Et voilà, nous sommes à 11h du soir. Voici donc 14 heures de départ. Pour le découvrir des applaudissements du ministre du Gala. L'arrivée en française par Julien Martin. Allez Julien, allez Julien, allez Julien, allez. Super le contrôle. Julien Martin vient d'arriver pour lui. Le 21e place, Julien Martin France. Nous sommes sur les 13h59 pour le départ à tous pour l'arrivée de Julien Martin. Bravo, bien joué, Julien. Restez madame, c'est la seconde. Sur la CCC, le maximum de l'ambiance touriste et de je vais aujourd'hui le départ à 18h pour le départ pour la RD. Et les courses qui s'approchent du côté des arts pour aller tomber dans la danse par la course. Le week-end, il est 4. Des photos sont pour suivre l'idole le champion suédois. Donc on va découvrir les Superman, pour l'Allemagne. Et puis on va arriver de s'approcher.
Allez, pour l'Inde, India, John Souza, Ronald Caron, all the way from India, well done. Super well. Karen, do you have a few words for us? Our first runner from India today. How are you feeling? A good day, a good race, you enjoyed it. Our first Indian runner home. Top 90, 8 more or less. We're hoping for another set, is that okay? That's fourth.
beating you so far home. She's like, Kira, I wanted to ask you, that's very much an Irish name, Kira. Do you have any Irish family? Irish family or beautiful name. I'm sure I'll see you in 2 years' time. Great choice, great choice. I'll see you in 2 years and I'll ask you the same question. Love it. Our first Indian runner, everybody, well done.
Le choix de l'arrivée avec Souza. C'est bien aussi pour ce jeune garçon qui est blinde. Qui sont souris avec ses belles paroles de cette course. Elle est bien sur le H, qui est juste incroyable. Sur les arrivées, nous avons 90 placés sur la CCC. Parmi les 14 ouvrières, la dernière qui est traversée juillet, Rosanna, l'Allemagne, le 8e classement Smash Roll.
Let's give it up for Red Gibson from Australia. Just look at him go. Is it Red Gibson or is it Usain Bolt? I'm not too sure. I think it's Red Gibson from Australia. Just look at him go after 100 kilometers. Well done. Red, how do you train to do a sprint finish like that after 100 kilometers? Tell us, what's the secret? Well, you did something right, you just done 100 kilometers. It's up 100 performance, well done. Please do a lap, give us a lap of honor. All yours, well done. Let's hear it, guys, for, I think perhaps our first one from Australia, Red Gibson.
Il est motivé pour plein de France pour encore avec 5 kills rackets from l'Australie. Merci de l'applaudir, merci de féliciter, bienvenue pour son voyage. Le second vainqueur, Red Gibson, Australia.
Alors, par exemple, Contamine, à la 15e place, mesdames, 14h12, 26. Bien joué, là. Félicitations à toi. Faut changer. Allez, juste derrière, on a Patrice Lisoche. Allez, Pat. Allez, Pat. Allez, c'est bien qu'on a l'idée là. On retrouve la famille et ça fait du bien. Profite là. Allez les gars. Et la balle bien liée pour la France à la 16e place chez les gars. Bravo les gars. Applause. podium.
First overall in the women's race, 11th overall so far in the general classification. Katie Shives storming through the course. Go Eddie! Woo! Hey! Woo!
Deuxième place sur la 14 minutes de la course. passer une photo avec toute la famille maintenant, tout autour d'Antoine qui a fait des courses vraiment importantes pour Olympia, avec toute la famille, avec bien sûr, on peut vous applaudir, et on doit vous applaudir. On doit être orgueilleux de ce qu'a fait Antoine, avec toute la famille. Voilà Antoine, ne change jamais, il faut rester chaud, avec cet élément vraiment important.
Allez, il faut être c'est aussi bien, il fait
entrando justo por encima de los 100 corredores, 103. A 12 horas 23 minutos, enhorabuena Eka.
Sono stato al classifico del Dodge quando Edgar Marcelo Segovia Herrera, allora c'était la check avec David Riesa, oui, la nostra Antoine e anche Alessandro Sciarre qui è molto che si può fare questa qui la chi va di Walmsley a Tadabus o solo di Tenere.
Otro corredor desde Argentina, Edgar Caballo. Qué bien nos está pasando los argentinos esta semana. Muy bien, Edgar. ¿Contento? Muy contento, muy bien, muy bien. Muy bien. A ti, a ti. Un aplauso para nuestro amigo de Argentina, Edgar Caballo.
L'athlète Sergio Edgar Marcelo, la ripartenza di Edgar Marcelo Segovia che è Argentina.
Felicidades. Ahora disfrutar de la noche. Ahora la fiesta.
Guillaume Tombon, allez Didi. Bravo coach.
Edgar, ven aquí un momento. Edgar. Edgar, ven aquí un momento. Mira, te están mirando desde casa. Dale un saludo. ¿Quieres decir algo a tu familia en casa?
Martina et Guillaume, les défenseurs, avant qu'elle garde ses vagues, elle garde ses secondes et elle est là pour Ecuador et Guinée et France à l'arrivée.
Well done, Sarah. Sarah from the United States of America. It's a top 20 run and third place overall in the over 40 category for Sarah Keys. 14 hours, 30 minutes. Well done.
d'établir avec les gagnants Walmsley, Bryant, Michel Lesniak, Théo Carlini et Roman Callia de la Suisse pour la 5e attention de l'arrivée avec McCann, Walmsley. Third place in one category from United States of America, the Christian category, Megan Shimansky, and 10th place in overweight women, Megan Shimansky. Charlotte Roman Italia, prossimo la France, Megan Shimansky, Bryant, New Zealand, New Zealand, pressure against the pressure, and now plusieurs fois sur cette interview, plutôt que sur cette école des jeunes, please step on Yuri Yoshizumi. Ça fait 10 ans qu'on l'accueille. Incroyable. Tu lâches pas. L'Italia di Emilio Ferrari e l'altro pure Pablo Valade qui est très sur l'épreuve parce que c'est un picciolino sexuale e del Ferrari Pablo Valade grande e Francia Sulla 16e place, Federico Ferrari de Schlennen lui a Padova le Français qui termine 14h39. Presque 15 minutes de la course.
Last kilometer. For the girl from Yorkshire, England, Holly Page, she's on her way home. Last kilometer, come on, 6-7 minutes to go. Not sure, move that. Yeah, here, that's you. Christian Howe from the United States of America. Take it home, Christian. Well done, well done.
C'est arrivé sur cette ligne avec l'Irlande et la
Mikey Kerwin, Bob Barnett. Mikey, that's a great run. 106 overall, Mikey. Give the boys in the crowd. Well done.
Violare popolare del cieco e Cristian Serna e colpo di gol Daniel Gustav Santos.
We don't have hills like that back home.
Del Brasil. choix d'une grande carrière pour Jefferson Diaz.
She's won races all over the UK. Turn, of course, in the Golden Trail Series. The Skyrunning the World Series Circuit Champion. Representing our country on numerous occasions. She is a powerhouse. She is a warrior. Let's hear for Holly Page, everybody. Well done, Holly. As always, doing Team GB and Team Adidas Terrace crowd. Well done. Fourth happy with that. I'm looking forward to talking to you for another year. How you doing? Top 30, 26 overall. First stars down, second highest person overall as well. You were not there with the podium behind McCann, just under 10 minutes ahead. And here he is. Number 2 honors together. 4 stars man, 4 stars lady. Here it is, CCC. Well done guys, get a good photograph there. Mr. Podium, another one of UTMB's finest. How are you doing, buddy? Love
Il va avec photo, bien sûr, c'est ça, c'est pour vous.
Well done. 120 overall, Eric.
punto stasera per riuscire a vedere queste categorie devastanti e che Rockstar c'est pour les ronds. Alors avec le round de carrots, les derniers terminés, nous sommes sur les 15 heures et 16 minutes.
pousser une fesse, mais ça va. En vrai, ça y est. Allez, ça y est, pour les USA, c'est Brian. Pas de peur. Dans mon poisson.
From Yellowstone country, from Montana. Beautiful mountain ranges there. And what a beautiful race that was. Well done. Aaron Clark. Aaron, come back down here. The guys are down this side. Look, come on over. Over and say hello. Come on over. We have to do our opening stream post-race interview. How did today go? You're still smiling. You had a great strong finish of the whole kilometer or so. So, good day training as well. This day. You did it, you're a fighter. A bigger from Montana. What are the trails like in Montana compared to Chamonix? Who's here with you? Got your mom, Sammy? Give away, how you doing, parents? How you doing? Listen, great job. Fair play to you for coming back after not having a good year. It takes a lot of guts to come back and finish, especially when you're not having maybe the perfect finish in real life. So chapeau is the same for us. Well done. Good job, well done. De la France, Renaud Madouy.
Bravo, messieurs. C'est que le début encore et encore. Il y en a toujours. Merci les photos. Ça fait plaisir. Ça fait longtemps qu'on s'est pas vu. Et ça m'a touché. Ouais. Allez, ça arrive encore. Vous êtes au top. N'hésitez pas. Voilà, les amis, si vous n'avez pas encore été, regardez les Blue Trail, by ITV, vous avez des grosses erreurs. Allez la découvrir. C'est comme nous. Les Blue Trail, by ITV. Hello, Jimmy. Hello, Jimmy. Bon, attention là, comment vous êtes là? Pendant qu'il nous fait une sac dealer. Aurélie Massino, bien joué Aurélie.
From Mongolia, Amalan Gahaga Davarjagal. From Mongolia. Wow. Well done. Strong. Strong. Well done. Well done, look. Bravo, bravo. Very nice, guys. Great job. Beautiful. Well done. Barbara Chicha from the Czech Republic. Well done, Barbara. Go, Barbara, go. Well done. Super run, Barbara. 32nd overall, Barbara. Well done. Juan Morín Caru, desde España. ¡Vamos, vamos! ¡Empezamos por la puerta grande! Juan, sí señor. Juan, cuéntanos, ¿cómo estás? ¿Contento, feliz? ¿Qué toca ahora? ¿Dormir o fiesta? ¿Quién está aquí contigo? ¿La familia, amigos? Un saludo a todos y enhorabuena. ¡Go, Ricardo, go! Ready, Ludo, bravo! Bon travail, good job. Great job, King Khan. You made it to the finish line of the CCC podium. You happy? For all the Dakota, who are you with? Who's with you? Thank you for coming as well. Great job, guys.
Alexandre, 200 mètres.
Venga, vamos, otro corredor desde Argentina. Juan Pedro Santiago. Otra bandera argentina. El país de los campeones del mundo. Y otro gran corredor, Juan Pedro. Felicidades.
C'est un parlant.
Juan Pedro, ¿cómo te encuentras? ¿Cómo te encuentras? Has tenido desde muy lejos. A mí me parece bueno, mira. Juan Pedro también, ¿cómo estás?
Position, s'il vous plaît. Oh Mathieu, t'es bourré. Mathieu.
From Vietnam,
Mathieu. Il est encore ou pas? Non, mais Mathieu. Mathieu. Pardon. Mathieu.
spectateurs qui sont là. Ouais. Il a couru avec toi et... Ah oui, oui. T'es un bon. Moi j'ai compris ce que tu as fait l'Africa.
Great job, well done, Mia. Sweden and Norway crossing the finish line together. Thierry Leclerc de la France, Sandeep Kumar from India, Justin Johnny de la France. Aurélien Colère de la France, bravo. If anybody lost their jacket on the final downhill section, our friend from Belgium, Jerome, has it. If anybody lost a jacket. Hello, Marco. Alexander Lopez. Well done, Julian. It's all over. Well done. You okay, Julian? You made it? Well done, mate. Well done. Here we go, Giuseppe Gargido. Jump on here though, well done, Tom. Gonzalo Guerra, desde Argentina. Enhorabuena, Gonzalo. Espero que lo hayas pasado bien. Muy cansado también, seguro. Muy bien. ¿Y tanto con tus hijos? Ah, sí, sí, sí. Muy bien. Bueno, chicos, a disfrutar de la noche.
Aquí estamos en Suiza, pero no sabes dónde. A esta que sorbe no sé dónde, que está mira la pista libre. ¿Cómo sabes de dónde está? ¿Nos estará oyendo? ¡Serra! ¡Serrano! Buen trabajo. ¿Contento? ¿Cansado?
¿Estás equivocado otra vez? ¿Te gusta?
Here we go, boys. Just look at the sprint finish. Just look at the sprint finish. Well done. Congratulations, Selena. Well done. Hey! Elena desde Piacere, come stai? Ho detto Duenia, sorry man, sorry man.
I need to get my glasses on. I've got my glasses on.
Ahora estáis con el cartero. Voy a ir a ver al otro. Serrano nos está viendo. ¿O qué cosa es? Ahora estáis con el cartero. Os estoy avisando.
From Lithuania, 16 hours, 28 minutes. Well done, Helena.
¿Lleváis algún teléfono? Saliros enfrente de la meta. Saliros enfrente. Ahora el mapa, saliros enfrente de la meta.
He tirado recto, 200 metros y por aquí no es. Me he dado la vuelta, en la carrera, de por aquí, y no me ha visto de avisar.
Pero le he visto hacer la vez. Ha dicho esta a lo mejor vamos un poquito de retardo la vez.
Lutz, Casco, and Lassie, de la France. Well done, Thomas. From Germany, Joy Corla. Well done, Diony. Well done, Diony. Great one. Well done. You've done it. 100 kilometers of the CCC. 16 hours, 31 minutes. Victor Guillaume de la France. As we welcome home Victor Guillaume and Nicolas Scotti from Italy. Brother Rudy from well done. Well done, Khalid. Great job. Super, Khalid, super. Christophe Decesso. Rudy. Well done, Rudy. And from Brazil, Vania Rambo. She has given it absolutely everything. These runners have given it absolutely everything today. They have left everything out there. As we welcome home our next finisher. Super, well done. Great job. Felicidades. we go. Meet Lucy from Switzerland. Well done, Beat. And our next winner from France, Alexandre Cox. Well done.
Guerra, saludos. Por aquí vamos.
¡Qué maldad, venga! ¡Hostia, papá! Hombre, ya que se murió pequeña.
Here we go. Let's see a Germany for Sophie Brew from Great Britain. Well done, Sophie. All the way. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Sophie. Gia Themi from Belgium. Joe by Tom from Hong Kong. One yard.
Te quito a lo mejor.
Sophie, tell your boyfriend that I love his Irish jumper. Classic, a classic. 1994-ish. Well done, guys. Charles Edgecombe from Australia. Great job, Charles. Well done.
Se la iba a llevar de Mallorca, te la ves.
Just look at the sprint finish from Paul Bayan. Simon Gillan, well done, Simon. Well done, Pierre. Peter Draka there from Slovakia. Great job, Peter. Great job. Čekos from Slovakia. Y Peter Jans Pels and Lorenzo Revelon from Italy. Alongside Joe Almeida and Jeffrey Scasher from the United States of America. Kieran Rook from Australia. Greenhow, Kieran, Greenhow. Well done, great job, looking smooth. Coming home, well done. Desde Tenerife, desde Argentina, Agustín Sena. Vamos, vamos. Vamos, vamos, Argentina. Vamos, vamos, a ganar.
Acá estoy, corazón.
Jean-Charles Richier. Bravo, Jean-Charles, bravo.
Felipe llegara y llegara. ¡Venga, cojudo!
Y un panchito, y un panchito.
Son dos, me pueden regalar uno. El 2 por 1,
Asistente, asistente, amigo.
¿Qué haces ahí vos? ¿Cómo estás?
Vamos, ahora.
Te dije que te salga una foto.
Dame. Amigo. Amigo. Te metiste nomás. Así. Buena, capocha. Gracias. Sí, Agustín. Estuvo linda la última parte, ¿no? ¡Qué verga! Voy a... Me quedó abajo de la cara de la almohada.
That is insane.
Welcome everyone. This is here the local time 2 a.m. Martin Gaffuri, Stephanie Case. We are here with you for what's going to be a bit more than 2 hours. This is about halfway through the course, and we're going to be able to show you what's happening, what happened since the start. But first, welcome to the live. You haven't been with us so far, but you stood up for the night shift.
Absolutely. I'm not getting any sleep anyway while I'm carrying this little one, so there's no better place to be than in Courmayeur. It's one of the most exciting places in the race, I find. You know, everyone is coming down, going through the night. It's about 50K since they've last seen their crew, so this is a really pivotal moment for a lot of the racers.
And so I believe now we're going to have the highlight of what happened since the start, 6 p.m. in Chamonix, all the way through to here. And as you said, through a big part of the night already where they kind of were on their own. So I don't know if we're actually going to have much footage of that.
Probably not.
So Ludo took advantage of that to run right in front for a while, and then it was Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon who actually took the lead for quite a while until he got caught up. And then everybody was trying to find their place, find their pace.
Exactly.
These early kilometers is Zhu Jiao as well.
Yes, was he the one that was known as Jacket Man?
Yes,
that's it. So this was the guy who just tore off in front of the whole crowd, and there he is. And everyone in the live chat just started calling him Jacket Man because it was quite a warm day, and he was
indeed.
he was layered up.
So perhaps he was anticipating the transition.
To lead UTMB even for a short period of time.
Well, and that's the thing, that's his racing style, and so Zhu Jiao has participated twice at UTMB already. He's never seen the finish line.
Okay.
And so he said, he promised to everyone, he's like, this year I promise I'm going to get to the finish line. And we're like, well, that's an interesting style to hold that promise.
He's actually won some 100-milers in China.
He has.
So he's got some street cred.
Yeah, especially and with that style. So. And there we go. This is they're changing. So that was
at Lake Contamine.
Lake Contamine, exactly. And then up on the way to Notre-Dame-de-la-Gorge with the HOKA tunnel, and then further aid station.
And we got to talk about Katie Scheid.
Oh, we got to talk about all of them, but indeed, Katie Scheid. What's happening with Katie?
She is killing it. She's actually running a very similar race so far to what she did in 2022, where she's leading out from the front. She's running quite a fast pace.
That's quite aggressive indeed.
Yeah, which is what we saw in 2022, and then it came back to bite her a little bit later.
It did.
So we're going to have to see how this plays out after Courmayeur. I think she started having trouble in 2022 around the 100K mark.
Yep.
And then she was able to come back because Marianne Hogan from Quebec had a difficult time.
Yeah, and this is actually at Grand Col Ferret that Marianne passed her to take the lead.
Yep.
And then up until then, she was leading, and then she fell back. Marianne passed her, and then Marianne got injured. And so right around, I think it was Bovine, where the passing again took place and ended up favoring Katie for the win. So we'll see if that happens again. Behind, we looked. There's a group of women. They all so. Katie was at the last time we checked half an hour ahead of second place, and then they were all within 16 minutes. Second down to 10.
Yeah, no big surprises yet in the women's race, but we'll have to see how it plays out. And of course, one of the big stories that we're following at UTMB this year is that both Katie and Jim, who are in the lead for the women and for the men, are going for the Western States UTMB double, which Jim hasn't been able to crack yet, and Katie hasn't either.
Realistically, nobody really managed to score extremely high in both. As far as I know, because I'm trying to look. So it's a gamble. But that's what we like as well. It keeps things entertaining.
And so far, Jim is running at Lac Combal. He was running about 2 minutes behind what his course record pace time was from last year. And Katie is running quite a bit faster. It's about 17 minutes faster than when she passed through Lac Combal in 2022. Yeah.
So and then already she was below Courtney's splits when Courtney set up the current course record for UTMB. So that kind of says something about the aggressive start that Katie chose to take. Yeah. Behind Jim, about 9 minutes with the last split. I don't know if you have an earlier update. Was a group of 5.
It was about 5 guys. We had Tom Evans running with Germain Grangier. Oui. And Lionel
Christian Manolet. Yeah.
Romanian who lives in Spain, as
That's
I learned
right.
Thank you.
a
few minutes ago.
Ben Dieman.
With Ben Dieman.
Yep.
With Vincent Brouillet. And they were a group that was all together, separated by about 30 or 40 seconds.
Yeah, so especially during the night, they all see each other. And there we go. That's we have right on your screen now. And you will notice, if you've been with us, that we would show you this 3D rendering during the day. And now it actually was working. I don't know if it's going now. But basically, it happens. It shows you the landscape in the dark at night, really reproducing what the runners will run through. So the idea was to show you how far those runners have gone. There you go.
There we go.
Hopefully that works a little better. And so they left Chamonix southbound towards Les Ouches, down the valley, and then up Col de Vos, then down into Saint-Gervais, and then across to Les Contamines. And this is where kind of the last opportunity, and actually the first also since the start, to see their crew. And this is essential. Because then, as you were saying, they're going into the night, they're going into the big mountains for about 50K.
Exactly. And this section up to Lake Contamine, while there are some hills, it's really quite a fast section, as you would have seen from some of the times that we were showing. Some of the runners coming in were running, over 13 kilometers an hour, which is very fast for a 100-miler. When you then leave Lake Contamine, you've got a bit of a flat section through Notre Dame de la Gorge. And which we just saw some footage of, which was just a crazy party.
It was madness. People were crazy over there.
Yeah. And then, it's my favorite part of the course, going up to
on that kind
going
of
up to
flatter
Col du
section.
Gournon.
And then, yes.
Because you look up and you just see the head torches going up into the sky, and if it's a clear night, then you can't really tell the difference between the head torches and the stars, and it's quite a serene moment.
And then from l'Échappée to Col de la Seigne, it's a long, gradual climb. Beginning is on the road, and then Col Pyramide Calcaire, a bit of a kick, and then Arrêt du Montfavre, which is the last climb before dropping all the way down into Courmayeur, the former sports center, which is where we're staying right now.
Exactly. We're at 83 kilometers into the race. And this, as we were saying, is kind of a make or break point. I'll save that so we can just look at the rest of the course for right now.
Because I think what's important to mention is Arnouva, where the other team, Alexis and Maël, will be very soon, and we're going to be basically tagging them. So once the men's and the women's go through, then they'll obviously go through Valferre, and then when they hit Arnuva, we have a camera crew there, and then they're going to take over. This is the first year we're actually offering this, so essentially you're going to be able to follow the race now continuously all the way through to the finish, because then at 7 a.m. local time, we're going to be back with the studio, and they're going to carry on for basically everything that's left in that final descent from La Flégère to Chamonix. And there it is.
There we go. And I think we're quite lucky, because for a lot of the runners, their favorite section of the course is the Italian section. You get some beautiful views going through the Valferre, especially after the sun rises.
Yes, I'm just being told that maybe we should do a little bit of a recap in French.
That's for you.
That's on me. Oh, good. Voilà, bonjour, bienvenue. Alors, bonsoir, en fait, on ne sait pas trop où vous êtes dans le monde à nous suivre. En tout cas, une chose est sûre, c'est qu'ici, c'est la nuit. Il est maintenant 2h12 du matin. On est sur la base de vie, de Courmayeur. C'est au niveau de 83 km sur le parcours de cette UTMB. Et voilà ce qu'on peut vous partager dès maintenant. En tête, chez les femmes, Katie Schad a pris un départ extrêmement agressif. Et sur ses temps de passage, qui étaient déjà en dessous ceux de Courtney de Walter, qui détient le record de l'UTMB, elle est 8 minutes plus rapide que ses temps. Donc c'est-à-dire que c'est un départ extrêmement agressif. Est-ce que ça va tenir ou pas? La question subside. On verra déjà dans quel état elle arrive ici à Courmayeur et comment elle repart. Derrière, pas de surprise. On a toutes les femmes qu'on s'attendait à voir dans ce top 10 pour l'instant. Chez les hommes, un scénario similaire avec Jim Walmsley, l'américain, qui est 9 minutes devant un autre groupe de coureurs. En revanche, lui, il est 2 minutes plus lent que ses temps de passage personnels, donc c'est peut-être plus conservateur, ce qui est pas plus mal, parce qu'on a envie de le voir aller au bout, bien évidemment. Et derrière, c'est pareil. Tu avais les noms, on a Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, Germain Grangier, Lionel Christian Maloney et Ben Diman, Vincent Brouillard. Et je crois que c'est tout. En tout cas, ça va peut-être changer d'ici à ce qu'ils arrivent, mais en tout cas, c'était un petit groupe. Et derrière, ça venait fermer le top 10 encore un peu plus loin. Mais donc chez les femmes, Katie, elle avait près de 30 minutes d'avance sur la deuxième. Et ensuite, entre la deuxième et la 10e, il y avait 16 minutes. Donc encore, tout le monde était encore à peu près dans un mouchoir de poche.
And actually, we have an update beyond that. That has just come in
Petite
through
mise à jour.
through the live trail. So Katie Scheid had gone through Lac Combal at 1:34 in the morning. So that is about, how's my math? About 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And Marianne Hogan from Quebec, she has just gone through a couple of minutes ago.
Oh, so she's getting another 10 minutes
exactly.
on second place.
Katie
Marianne Hogan
has widened her lead.
Wow, she's on fire.
Yep.
We'll see if that holds. Je pense que maintenant, je vais en profiter aussi maintenant, vu qu'on continue à parler en français, pour inviter eh bien celui qui nous accueille ici un petit peu. C'est comme on disait, hein, le papa de cette base de vie, Alberto. Alberto, bienvenue. Et puis en fait, merci de nous accueillir ici à cette base de vie de Courmayeur. Qu'est-ce que tu peux nous dire sur l'histoire de cette base? Parce qu'en fait, toi, tu as été ici finalement depuis les débuts.
Oui, on est ici depuis le début, c'est la 20e année. Ça doit être commencé à avoir une habitude, mais c'est surtout toujours une émotion de vivre cette aventure. Maintenant, je pense que l'équipe qui suit toute l'organisation, c'est une bonne équipe, soit ceux qui sont impliqués toute l'année, soit les bénévoles de cette semaine. Et c'est fantastique, on a la chance d'avoir une belle salle comme ça, un beau centre, c'est vraiment une belle possibilité. Mais c'est toujours mieux. Les premières années, c'était un petit peu vraiment la découverte. C'était bien sûr une autre ambiance, mais maintenant c'est formidable. C'est formidable d'être toujours dans cette aventure. Être impliqué avec cette collaboration avec Chamonix. Mais c'est pas seulement une collaboration, maintenant c'est un lien, un gros lien d'amitié qui est toujours plus fort.
Et du coup, tu parles de Chamonix. Ici, on est à Courmayeur. Qu'est-ce que ça représente pour Courmayeur de pouvoir accueillir tous ces coureurs et puis faire de ce centre sportif un des points essentiels vraiment du parcours? Qu'est-ce que ça représente pour Courmayeur et pour les gens de Courmayeur aussi?
Ça représente une grosse chance. C'est très important parce que après, on va vivre toute une semaine avec beaucoup de départs ici à Courmayeur. On a le départ de la TDS, le départ de la CCC ce matin. Et on a une belle chose, c'est que c'est très, très, très joli. Et on est vraiment content d'accueillir la YCC.
Ah oui?
C'est le futur du trail. Il y a des garçons qui sont toujours plus forts, plus entraînés. C'est beau voir dans les pays tous ces jeunesses. Le futur du trail. Ils sont vraiment forts. Et après, il y a l'UTMB, c'est la compétition la plus importante. Il y a plein de monde. Mais après, c'est pas seulement la semaine qu'on vit l'UTMB, c'est une retombée pendant toute l'année. Toute l'année, oui.
Pour venir découvrir les trails, que ce soit en compétition ou hors compétition.
Hors compétition. On voit beaucoup de gens qui, dans l'hiver, ils viennent faire du ski. Et ce sont des gens qui ont couru l'UTMB. Ça, c'est sûr.
Super. Et du coup, ce qu'on peut dire à tout le monde, c'est qu'effectivement, là, c'est la nuit, mais quand on voit le départ de la CCC, la YCC avec les jeunes, là, c'est des paysages qui font rêver. Et puis, c'est ce que vous aimez aussi à dire un peu pour taquiner les Français, c'est que ici, c'est le côté ensoleillé du Mont-Blanc. C'est là où il fait toujours beau.
En effet, pour une certaine période, on avait un restaurant ici, on l'appelait Sunnyside. Et oui, là, on se moquait un petit peu des Français, mais c'est juste une belle compétition, joyeuse, vraiment. Et en tout cas, aujourd'hui, j'étais au départ de l'UTMB à Chamonix, il y a une ambiance formidable. C'est plein de monde.
Plein de monde, plein d'émotions, comme tu disais.
Oui.
Parfait. Alberto Monta, merci beaucoup encore une fois de nous accueillir ici. Et puis peut-être que l'année prochaine, vous participerez à la YCC avec les jeunes. Oui. merci beaucoup.
Et bon boulot, oui. Bonne nuit. Ciao.
Ciao. Oh, what a man. So Alberto Mota is the father of this entire place. He's been here since the early days, and he's seen 20 years of UTMB. That was just such a pride, but also such a happiness to share these moments with all the trail runners. Obviously here with UTMB, but we had the start of CCC, the YCC as well. He said that's the new generation. These are the young guns who are coming here, always stronger, and so they are proud and happy, especially that he emphasized the collaboration with France and Chamonix, even though they kind of make fun of the French people, saying this is the sunny side of the Mont Blanc, and then on essentially it is a really they're just happy that this can bring people together in Courmayeur, as well as bring people from the world into Courmayeur, whether this is in the summer or even in the winter to ski.
That's what is just such a cool thing about UTMB. There are so few races where you get to run through multiple countries and to see different cultures.
Allez. And as we're waiting for the first crew team, to arrive, we're expecting Jim not in not too much time, so hopefully the crew team will be there.
Last year, he came through at 2:35, which is in about 15 minutes, and he's running a pretty similar pace. I did just want to give an update on the women as well.
Let's do that.
Because Blandine Irondel came through Lac Combal at 2:16, so that was about 5 minutes ago, and that's 5 minutes faster than she ran last year.
Okay. let's walk around. So behind us
All right.
is all the tables where all the crew teams will come. We'll have all the bags and basically wait for the runners, help them out. And so as this is going to unfold, you and I, we're going to go and kind of ask the question, look at what they're doing, making sure everything is in order. And I think we can show you a little bit of the rest as
Yes.
well of this aid station, because this is one of the life bases, one of the places where the crew can come and help as well, as opposed to all the other aid stations.
And UTMB has done a really unique thing this year where all of the products that you see at the aid stations are local products. And that means that, of course, you see meat and cheese and bread, but you won't see typical things like bananas. And so for those of you who've been following on in the live chat, #BananaDrama, there are no bananas at any of the aid stations.
Even though that's the sunny side of the Mont Blanc, it's not sunny enough to grow banana trees.
Exactly.
And so then you have the usuals, and then obviously as the main sponsor,
I see the bananas.
Well, those are Italian bananas.
Oh, of course, of course.
Hey, ciao, come here.
Well, there you go. We're surprised every time.
Well, so yeah, then you have, and that's actually that's quite interesting. You have all the different bars, waffles that everybody raves about, and so once again, all the participants will have the opportunity to restock, because sometimes runners pick up their bag because they're drop bags at certain aid station, and so they can plan to put stuff in it and then pick it up themselves, sit down somewhere, take whatever they need, put back whatever they don't need, put the bag back, and then go back on their way, because not everybody has the opportunity to have someone come with them at every point, which is understandable, right?
Exactly. I think you'll see a really big split between the elites, the people who are at the top of the top. Some of them won't even sit down. We saw this last year.
Yeah.
They are in and out in just a couple of minutes. If you look at the rest times of some of the elites from last year, the total amount of time that they spent in aid stations throughout the whole race was, for some of them, 10 minutes, which is incredible. Whereas for others, mere mortals, Courmayeur is a place to sit, get medical attention, get food, take a bit of a break and a bit of a breather before they start on the second half.
True. And then even amongst the elites, like as you said, there's big differences. And we saw no later than today during CCC, Tony McCann was previous things, what he had for is like, I can't more than a minute road 83 kilometers, and so maybe some attention have started to be a little too fast as a blizzard, but you want to take
because of the cold. And so we'll have to see how she's faring. Hopefully she won't need medical attention, but the nice thing is that it's here.
That's interesting because usually runners struggle more with the heat.
Exactly.
Because when you overheat, then it's about game over. But when you're cold, I guess you can always layer up.
Yep.
So
and it depends where you're training, you know, what weather you're used to.
She can figure this out. So actually,
this is the rest area back
the rest
here.
Area. This is the best spot ever. So if you think, and see, there's even, like, I don't know if this is media or just people who are here for snooze, but basically you have those ones. So you come through Courmayeur, she's like, it's still the middle of the night, I feel a little dozy. Well, you can come here and have a wee nap.
And that's dangerous because once you lie down, there's a good chance you might not get back up.
Yeah, let's call it a power nap. No more than 4 minutes, especially for Floris. Floris is 4 minutes power nap.
Now we're at 2:27. I want to check to see where the runners are and how far off we have
and
Jim.
This is Jim's partner right there, so she's setting up. She is getting
Let's go
ready.
take a peek.
Oh, yes.
Okay, the live trail has Jim predicted to come into Courmayeur at 2:49.
Well, it sounds like someone is actually arriving right now, so maybe they will have images soon, or that's what I'm being told. So maybe this is not 100% true. Let's see. Let's stick with Jess.
Sure.
Obviously, we'll let her do her thing, but basically, as we've seen on the rankings, Jim's going to be the first coming through, and so we'll see. So obviously,
Well, it's interesting. Jim was the first through at Chacrut. Chacrut. Thank you. But the live trail has Vincent and Germain predicted to come in earlier. So I don't know how the algorithm is working, but we'll have to see how this plays out.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Life Trail has been playing tricks on us today, so maybe this is a bit of a cheeky
grain of salt. We'll take it with a grain of salt.
Yes. So let's look at what's going on Jace's table here. Red Bull, Coke, fizzy water, or just plain water. There's something blended, might be broth, to bring in the salt back in.
And my favorite, we see the potato chips.
Potato chips, always good. Like a big mouthful.
What's always helpful is to have everything laid out so you can kind of see what you want as a runner, see what you want to pick, because you might have a plan, but then, the plan might be thrown out the window.
Yeah.
It depends what you feel like when you've run 83K.
And I like what you said, because you have a plan, but as we said, don't fall in love with the plan.
Exactly.
But again, I think, and this is at least how we played it with Ruth, for example, is like on one side the plan, and so if she comes in and everything is okay, stick to the plan. But if then, as you say, then plan B, everything else on the table is like, all right, what do you see?
Yep.
And actually, it'd be interesting to have your opinion on that based on your experience. It's like, do you trust your gut? Like, you look at the table and you know what you want to pick.
I do.
Yeah.
I do. It doesn't always work out for me, but if I feel like something looks good, then I'll just go for it. Yeah. And that's I like having a plan, but I usually throw it out the window. And we can also see that there's a change of clothes on the table. This is an opportunity. I mean, we're still quite early. It's still quite a few hours before sunrise, but it might be an opportunity to switch into something that's a little bit drier or to change things up. So we'll have to see.
That's the thing, because we saw them in Les Contamine put on long sleeves, and then they'll be like, okay, is the long sleeve coming off now, or is it gonna stay longer? Because essentially they're going through Val Ferret, which is all at 2,000 meters, and then Grand Col Ferret is 2,500, and that's still gonna be in the dark, so that's still gonna be rather cold. So it's taking chances, knowing that once you go down, you're not necessarily going to overheat, and you get to La Foulie. And I have the feeling if you're feeling too hot and you have a long sleeve, just pour water over yourself. That's going to keep moisture. So it's a tricky move. But again, I'm sure they all have as you said, a plan and see how it plays out.
See what he feels like. I didn't see too many people change last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and you see, there's now quite a few different people.
Ooh, are those rice balls?
Do you think we can have one?
I have a good friend who makes brilliant rice balls, and he's my secret weapon in races when he's here. He usually lives in Hong Kong, but it's they always go down so smoothly.
So what do they put in it?
I don't know. I don't know how to cook, so this is where I delegate.
Take care of my rice balls. Things gonna be
Exactly.
fine.
Exactly.
So we see about like a team of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews that are now here.
Maybe we can take a minute. I know this one.
There we go. Let's do this.
Just how are you doing, Meredith?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. And who are you crewing? I can see it on the sheet, but let's let everyone else know.
Oh, Katie Scheid.
And Katie is crushing it at the moment. Are you excited? Are you worried? How are you feeling?
It's early.
It's early. It's early. Now, what is her favorite snack that you're going to put out for her?
I made quesadillas.
Your way too much, but we'll be standing by and watching the magic happen. Watching the magic happen. Good to see you. Good to see you.
There we go. So we had over there Jess for Jim, and see there are notes. This is cool. You know, like it's the middle of the night. You've been driving. You've been already going crazy, and so you can't 100% rely on your brain. So you get your cheat sheet. You're like, okay, tick everything. Yeah, there you go.
We all have our cheat sheets.
That's the way to go.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be an exciting race, and you know, the crewing aspect is so important. And I think it was interesting to see, actually, Courtney, you know, after her partner, Kevin, crewed for her in Hard Rock, she then crewed for her partner, for Kevin, in Leadville. If I got that right. And she said, you know, I don't know how he does it because crewing is actually incredibly stressful. So I just want to give a bit of a shout out on the live streaming for all of the crew here who are setting up, because it's not an easy job.
No, it certainly isn't. Like you gotta, you're basically in charge of the runner's success in that transition.
Yep.
So it's a big deal, and hopefully everything goes right. But as you said, sometimes like unexpected things and get thrown at the runners. They come in and they could be in a grump. They could be like
you don't have exactly the right thing. You forgot
could be disappointed.
Something. Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's on you. Like aside from the fuel, the hydration, whatever kit they need, also the mental state. Like bring them back to a positive state before you send them back out. Is a big challenge sometimes.
Exactly. Now, we are at 2:34. There is a whole group of people expected to come in about 10 minutes. So we could see quite a lot of activity. As we were saying before, Jim was in the front, and then there was a group of about 5 guys behind him. They might all, looks like, come in together because the gap has
kind of
shrunk a little bit at the last checkpoint. So I think we could see quite an exciting few minutes in the aid stations. I'm going to predict a few people sitting down. We'll see a lot of quick changes and
oh wow, and I get already a first update. Sadly, this is the bad news.
Oh no.
First DNF for Mathieu Blanchard.
Oh shoot.
In La Combal, he is written as withdrawn. So yeah, it looks like the Courmayeur fan club is out. Bucket hats are shining bright through the night. It's the NAC team. There you go. We don't have the sound, but I get the feeling this is getting pretty loud out there. And yeah, so je vais aussi le dire en français du coup. A priori, d'après ce qu'on voit en tout cas sur les mises à jour du live, on aurait un premier abandon parmi les élites qui serait en la personne de Mathieu Blanchard, qui aurait abandonné au lac Combal. On n'a encore aucune information supplémentaire sur les raisons, mais visiblement en tout cas il est inscrit désormais sur le live comme abandon.
It's too bad about Mathieu. I was watching some of his interviews before the race, and he's a fascinating guy. He's got a connection with the Team Adaptive, because I didn't realize, but his brother is a left leg amputee, and they had done a race, I think it's actually one of the MDS races, but in Wadi Rum in Jordan, where I'm normally based. Yeah, earlier this year. And there's a film about it. It's in French, but if you haven't seen it, I really recommend it.
Oh, well. So there's some positives
I'm trying to give him a bit of a shout out, because I'm sure we don't know what happened.
No, especially because like Combal, there's really nothing.
Yeah.
So if you're feeling
it's a bad place to drop.
Like you would kind of tumble down the hill
exactly.
to here,
Exactly.
although you still have to go up first. But so if it's drop here, there might be something not too good going on, but again, we'll keep you updated as soon as we hear more information. Now there's more and more crews getting ready, and yeah, like every crew is taking up a whole table to lay everything out, and again, as you said, to make everything very, very visible.
And let's just do a quick update on the women. So as we've been reporting, Katie has a huge lead on the others, and then afterwards it's Marianne Hogan from Quebec. The last checkpoint she went through was Lac Combal at 2:11, so that was almost half an hour ago. And then Blandine Erandal came through 5 minutes later, and then Fu Zhaozheng, who we were talking about earlier. I love Fu Zhaozheng. I love her energy. She, I think, has done 4 UTMBs. This is her 5th, and she has improved every single time.
Wow, that says something.
I'm expecting good things from her.
Well, and she's also won. I mean, it's going to be the double, not necessarily for the win, but she scored 2nd place at Western States at the end of June this year.
Yep.
So it was a solid effort. So the fact that she's right there.
Exactly.
Is pretty.
She said she took 3 weeks off entirely after Western States to relax, and we've actually got the top 4 women from Western States this year racing at UTMB.
And so here we can see now on the screen where some of the runners are located thanks to their GPS trackers. And so you can see Katie Scheid. Oh, well, that was short-lived.
Katie Scheid coming down to Maisonville.
And there you go. We're back. So, yep, she's about to tip over almost, while already Tom Evans, Ben Dimon are down on their way to us.
And let's look. At 2022, when she was running a fast race, Katie Scheid came through Maisonville at 3:02. So it's 2:39 right now.
There we go. I think we have visual. Wow, that was stealth. That was actually a very quick pass. Luckily, Antoine is on the bike, so he's going to be able to catch up, hopefully. If his headlamp is working, because it looks like he's in the dark. No, okay.
Will it be Jim?
Yeah.
It's not Jim.
No. Okay, so we're being told this is not Jim. However, we can't tell just yet who it is. We're being told this could be Vincent Bouillard here on the screen. But until we actually have a proper visual, we won't be able to tell. But this is moving fast. We're just over 15 kilometers per hour, and so in that street, they've been running down for quite some time, and this is indeed like a slightly downhill paved road, so they're able to kind of open up a little bit the stride. But man, this is moving.
That is fast. Now Vincent Brouillard, he got 5th at the Maxi race in Annecy this year, but I mean this is. This is quite an incredible
this
performance.
is unexpected at this point, so hopefully he can keep it up. And, He didn't get ahead of himself too much, but we'll see. And you know that. We're going to see him come through, and without even a word, we're going to be able to tell if he's overreaching, if he's in the comfort zone, how he's feeling. So we're going to definitely follow that, especially while he's going to be the first runner coming in. We can see now he's probably 200, 300 meters away. It's going to be a few turns in town. And then into the live base of Courmayeur, where we are right now.
And he was one of the ones running in a group of about 5. And so maybe he's broken away from the pack, surpassed Jim. We'll have to see where the other 4 are, if they've also passed Jim or if they're now running as a group. It'll be quite an exciting next 10 minutes or so.
Yes, indeed. So, and again, that leaves a rather big question mark on where Jim is, because he was some 8-9 minutes ahead of this group, and so either he kind of chose to step back a little bit,
which could be quite
there
smart.
You go. I think. Oh, that was a bit of a transition, but I think when Antoine, our camera mountain biker, turned around, I think there were more headlamps coming.
Okay.
Getting attacked. Watch out for the bugs. So there we go. We got a fixed camera. Not fixed anymore.
Who won CCC?
Tom Evans is reported to be the second place.
And it's good news, because last year Tom Evans was lost. And he almost felt like a little bit of a supermarket. It's like the little Tom Evans is required to be coming at the entrance because nobody knew where he was. It was a big freak out moment.
Yep. He was gone for about 30 minutes, as I recall, and then showed up in the hospital.
Yeah, pretty much. But then for the time we didn't know where he was, I don't think he even knew where he was, because by my understanding, he was he kind of blacked out, went off course, and then got picked up by some people out there, and then they took it straight to the hospital, meaning that we were still waiting here for him to arrive, and he didn't show up. So it's interesting, because I think he had said that he would take a more conservative start. So I guess he's feeling well.
He said he wanted to control the first half and race the second. But I don't see this as a conservative approach.
No. So
but
we shall see.
He really wants it this year, not just for himself, but his wife is actually a triathlete.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, she didn't make it to the Paris Olympics this year, which I know is a big disappointment. So I think he's racing for 2. Now we can hear the crowds outside, which means we should have Vincent coming in, and here he is. Running straight through the aid station.
Let's see what happens on that side.
And I can hear crowds not too far away, which means we've got another runner, Tom, coming in probably pretty quickly.
It looks like he took a fall, his right shin. It's got dirt and a bit of a cut. He chose to sit as well, as you were saying. Not every runner decides to sit. And then over there, chucking stuff on the ground, but coming in with a smile, with his good. Tom Evans. So we're going to keep an eye on both these gentlemen. Tom chooses to sit as well.
Tom's looking focused. He's a very methodical runner for anyone who follows him. He military background, and I think he kind of approaches the races in the same way.
Yeah, always very professional, always calculated. And we get more runners coming in as well, so the group is together, and this is Germain Grangier.
And of course, Germain got third at UTMB last year, and just a little known fact, his total rest time last year of all the aid stations together was 10 minutes and 44 seconds. So we can see he's not sitting down.
He's not sitting down. So you're making a very good point here. He chooses not to sit down. He chucked his headlamp on the ground. He's already put a new one on, because you get to a certain point where basically you would have... I see Tim Tollefson over there.
And
he looks
we've
like
got someone else
he's
coming in.
out. This is Yone Christian Manere right here coming in and also choosing to sit down. So as of right now, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 runners, and then I see Tim Tollefson over there, and it looks like he's out of the race as well. He's chewing on a piece of cake, but it looks like it's game over for Tim, who chose to still come here and have a dig at the aid station and see his friends go through.
I'm waiting for the year that Tim can crack this nut, because he really deserves it.
And there he is, coming in first and living in first. Vincent from France managed to, again, maintain his lead. And that was a rather quick transition. I would say probably 4 minutes. 4 minutes, but Germain Granger was far quicker. And he came in 4th and then left in 2nd place. Knew exactly what to do, chose not to sit. And
Tom is going to be right behind him.
Yeah.
Getting a few last sips of Red Bull.
Rice bowls up, and then you take everything, and out he goes.
Long sleeves or t-shirts. It can't have been that cold. It's about 14 degrees Celsius here in the valley. But of course,
Germain had the long sleeve. I don't know if he has his sleeve up or down, but he was still wearing the long sleeve he put on in Les Contamine, and so he has them up. You can see here on the screen. So Lionel is standing up, getting ready. No sign of Jim. I think it is worth noting.
He should be next. Well, we'll be alerted by the crowds before we're alerted by Live Trail.
Most likely. And so, there you go. 5 in, 4 out? And then Lionel Christian Manole still here.
4 in. 4 in, 3 out.
4 in, 3 out.
Yeah. So if Jin comes in next, he'll be in 5th. And that was indeed a very quick transition, because Vincent is clocked as coming, I think that's the in time at 2. Let's check. No, that's the out time, 2:46. I think he came in around 2:41.
Can't tell, but that was somewhere around 3+ minutes.
Yep.
So.
And what they have coming from or leaving from Courmayeur is 5 kilometers with about 850 meters of climb to Berchani.
And there we go. In Spain for the longest time, he just controls what he does. He doesn't let anyone else influence his thing, and he didn't seem stressed out by being the last one there. He just did what he had to do. Picked up quite a lot of food, drank a little bit of what looked like Powerade or something, that blue drink in that water bottle, and off he went. So I like this approach of not letting the outside factor influencing what you're doing. This is a bit different to when you come in with a group and you don't want to let the group go, so you go quick. I always remember Zach going at the food like a savage, and then halfway through,
that's his style.
Exactly, halfway through he sees everyone go, so he just grabs a handful and runs. Obviously over the years he's gotten so much better, and actually you were saying that by looking at Mathieu Blanchard you learned a thing or two about crowing and tips. I was blown away, and I think he was together with the buff team with Zach, where he doesn't wear the soft last that everybody does. He's got the big bladder at the back.
Does he?
Yeah, and we're like, whoa, but you get to the aid station and it's pretty tricky to then fit it up. But basically, they act like the tube that comes out where you drink out of it. They were actually pulling out the mouthpiece. And they had a 1 liter soft flask that they were plugging into it, lifting up, and they were filling it like a drip.
Yep.
and it was extremely quick, extremely efficient, and you wouldn't even add water, so you wouldn't have the slushy sound at the bottom. And the first time we saw it, I was like, wow. That was new. That was something that we had not seen before, and all of a sudden made basically the bladder an option again, because otherwise having it pulling it out was too much of a faff, and that's why everybody was transitioning towards these soft flats. And I think we have images here of this is Germain Grangier going up the hill. No, this is Vincent. No, this is Germain with the blue shorts.
And then you were mentioning Zach. Of course, Zach is not racing this year. He's had a rough time lately. I saw him at Hard Rock. He was supposed to run Hard Rock this year, but he had his appendix taken out about a week before the race. And I think we have Jim coming through shortly.
Yeah, we can see here on the right-hand side of your screen, coming in the distance. There he is. Jim coming in.
So this is about right now.
Oh no, that's Ben Demon. No, sorry, we've been told it was Jim. Okay. That's another runner. We don't have an update yet. Yeah, I think it's Ben Demon, isn't it?
We'll know in a second.
Yeah.
And it's surprising because, again, we are now 17 minutes slower than when Jim came in last year at course record pace. So this is Ben.
And it's interesting, there's always that kind of mix between gels, energy drink, and solid food. In this case, there's just plain pasta. Rice was used a lot as well.
Yep. Now with Ben, although he DNF'd in UTMB last year, he was first at Madeira this year and second in Andorra.
He had a really solid race.
Yeah. And Madeira is one of those races I love. It's quite hilly, quite technical.
Yeah, it's a tough one, eh? With like steep climbs, those steps.
Hot. I don't think I finished it without vomiting a single time, but I've loved it every time I've done it.
Puke and rally.
Yeah, exactly. It's my specialty.
Nice. It's a good party trick.
Yep. That and going to the bathroom quickly on the side of the trail.
Things you learn, you're running.
Well, just like we were talking about fast transitions at checkpoints, it's not all about the running. You can pick up speed in other places. And if you're a female trail runner, learning how to pee quickly will get you far.
Yep, indeed.
You can pass that tip on to Ruth later if you want.
Well, I might not have had enough details to kind of pass over. But sure, you two can have the conversation. So if I'm correct, Ben would be fifth runner coming in, and already probably three minutes back from our top four runners who left, I believe, close enough to one another to be kind of almost running in a group eventually, or kind of coming together.
Vincent left the station about 8 minutes ago, and there was only 15 seconds between Vincent and Germain. And then another 22 seconds to Tom. So we had a really quick top three all going together. And we have
actually
Ben officially coming in.
Out.
Yeah. Officially coming in 3 minutes ago.
That must be a tough time for Jess, because not knowing where your runner is always a bit
That's stressful.
Yeah. It's not an easy one to handle, knowing that you are not allowed to stress, because whenever that runner is showing up, you need to be calm and relaxed. And obviously, this is what we talked about.
Yeah.
There was a plan, and he was in the lead for the longest time. And it was interesting because Life Trail had predicted that he would not come ahead of the top guys. So we don't. I don't so he must have already slowed down before the last point to an extent that I guess would let Life Trail assume that he would come in after that. We're hearing the bells right now. So there's got to be another runner coming in. Yes, I see the headlamp in the distance. Oh, there's actually several. Okay, who do we get? This is Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, who had started a little faster. He's still in the mix. And Hannes Nonberger right there. They would have been running together.
Great.
And so let's see that transition for both these gentlemen. Oof.
Something must have fallen off the rails for... Ooh, we've got some chafing.
I think he fell.
Do you think?
That is a big scar. I don't think this is... Oh, yeah. Oh, man. So there was... Oh, yeah, we can see the shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a big mark on the back of Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon. He must have fallen on his back and rolled. So hopefully no gravity. Manuel, always in good spirits. He's such a... And then Miguel Ansenio from Portugal.
Now I was saying about Jim, something must have fallen off the rails just after Maisonville, the last checkpoint, because he was 9 minutes back from his course record time from last year, just at the last checkpoint. And now he's 25 minutes behind where he used to be.
Okay, so I hear loud cheering. Is that him? There's
Jim.
There he is.
It's coming through at 2:57.
Oh, and now the silence. Everybody sees. I mean, obviously, he didn't look composed. He looked worried. He shared that. So did he go off course? We're going to try and be a fly on the wall and kind of listen to what's being said. But
I have to say, he's not looking the worst out of the group. We've just walked away from some vomiting in the...
Oh, yeah. Benjamin just let go a bit of a chunder. Running
a couple of times. Oh, that's a bad place to be.
And so, yeah, I think that's a good comment, Steph, is like, he doesn't look spent or done. He just looks almost disappointed.
Disappointed, I think, is the right way to explain it. But, he was saying before the race he didn't have the build from last year coming off of Western States.
And so Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, once again, left the aid station. But it is important to note, like, you saw that at the back. It was a huge scar. And it looked like there had been a shock as well because it was swollen. And this is exactly...
And Hannes just left as well.
So there we go. These two would have run together into the aid station, possibly.
That was quick.
Spend a lot of time, but yeah.
They would have just jumped up a couple of spots, I think. Yep. Arthur is now in 6th and Hannes is in 7th.
And so, yeah, Benjamin spent a little bit more time. And as much as he came in still in the top 10, he's...
looking a bit tender after the vomiting.
And it's, I mean... When you're in for the second part of the night, going back out into the mountains and already throwing up, that's never a fantastic sign. So,
and do we still have Miguel? That's him over there.
Miguel Ansenio.
Miguel was interesting because I looked at his background and he's mainly got shorter races in his background with some DNFs in the longer races. So with that kind of experience. Were you expecting him to be this high up?
I mean, I couldn't tell you the names, but he's got some good results. I think he did Swiss Canyons that he won, and I think that was a 100K plus run. And he used to be a pro cyclist.
Really?
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah. So.
I love seeing people come from other sports. Like one of the female podium runners
Martina,
from CCC, who's the ballet dancer.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Martina Munyarczyk, who finished second in the CCC a few hours ago. It looks like there's a bit of a crane that's being applied to
perhaps
to
some
Jim's
knee problems. Yep.
So maybe the issue is coming from something a niggle that perhaps he knew he had.
But Jim has the course record, and he knows he has the course record. The talk around town, at least, is that he's going for the Western States UTMB double, so he can go for a win without going for a course record. But then again, it is Jim, and when Jim runs, he goes for course records.
Yeah. And so, see, I think they're now paying a little bit more attention to the
Yep.
knee, and so perhaps he already had that coming in and knew.
Yep.
It was uncertain. Baptiste Chassaigne coming in. Like, if you read French, I would definitely recommend that you go on his Instagram. He writes beautifully. He always tells stories.
Really?
Oh yeah, tells stories. He actually has a company where he does a little bit of copywriting and marketing and branding. And there you go, Miguel is out as well. And that was a good transition again. Not rushed, but definitely quick. Did what he did. We can smell the cream that he's put on, a bit of anti-chafe.
And you know what else we're smelling? I just want to do a bit of a shout out to the volunteers who are here, because they are cleaning up after the crews and after the runners. There's food, there's vomit, there's sweat.
There's a little bit of everything going on.
And it's disappearing as quickly as it shows up.
It is. So let's see if we can hear something from what's going on with Baptiste.
Looks like he has some special concoctions in
One
in
is
the liquid.
applesauce.
Okay.
One is soup, and the other one was water. And in the middle was a bit of rice, like for solid. And that's headlamp.
Oh, we've got a visual on Katie. Just check to see when
Good
she's
Lord.
expected to come in.
She came in last time in like 9:30.
Wow.
She's over half an hour faster than where she was last time, and last time was already 15 minutes faster than.
Yep. She came through here at 3:31 in 2022,
31.
and she spent 8 minutes. And so she's almost half an hour quicker, which is punchy.
Bold.
Now, how does that compare to Courtney's course record, I wonder?
Well,
I don't have
if
those
she's
stats
half
in
an
front
hour
of me,
faster, that's 45 minutes faster than Courtney's split when Courtney set the course record.
Wow. I mean, if she can keep this up, this is going to
wow.
be a really interesting
that's going to
race.
blow
Yeah.
that course record out of the water.
I mean, everyone is saying, on the one hand, oh, Courtney's not here, but you look at the female field, and it is so deep. So, even though we don't have Courtney here, if Katie goes and breaks the course record,
That'll be a statement.
It's going to change things.
That would be a statement indeed.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we've got more runners coming.
I think that is Joaquin, number 59. And Katie looks like she's running really smoothly. Now we've got number 64 coming through, Sergio Gustavo.
Il est reparti deuxième de Courmayeur, il était super bien à quelques secondes de Vincent. Jimmy, tu vas le voir.
Oh, I don't even know where to look. There's quite a lot of action going on.
Lots of action, lots of different smells. Oh, I'm just admiring how smooth Katie is running through the streets.
So, who's crewing Katie, so we can probably get to it. Katie's going to be here in not even, probably less than a minute.
And we don't
even have Marianne Hogan in second place. We don't even have her coming through at Maison Vieille, the checkpoint ahead of Courmayeur. So Katie's got quite a bit of time in the women's field. We've got another male runner coming through.
Pablo Villa. There you go. Two Spanish runners. They would have run together. They know each other very well.
It's always nice running with a runner who speaks a different language, seeing what kind of commonalities you can eke out on the trails.
It's good to see that. Baptiste, like he came in like not looking too good, and then he started getting stressed, and then it was good. Like his crew's like, all right, chill. And then the fact that he leaves with a smile on his face is a very good sign.
Yep.
Yes. I'm trying to find the rankings to see how many male runners have gone through before we transition into Katie.
Let's check.
13.
We've got 15.
Top 15. Pereorel just gone in. Yep.
Top 15. And Katie
So
was
Jeff-
in 15th overall.
Jeff
has just come in.
So he would have just passed her. And so Katie is the next one in. There she is.
All
let's
right,
get back.
first women coming through. Looking incredibly strong. And happy. She's got a smile on her face. She knows she's killing it.
All right.
You know, I have to say, I love these new outfits, the new blue Smurf outfits.
Yeah.
It's so recognizable on the trail.
It is. And do you remember also, it was last year when they had the shorts with like the mint green and the black. It's kind of like looked almost like a tiger pattern. I mean, at least it's good. You spot them from a distance.
Exactly.
So she also chooses not to sit.
A wet wipe on the face.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Feels like
just,
$1 million
it feels
bucks.
like $1 million bucks, exactly. Who
Yep.
needs a shower when you've got a wet wipe?
Yeah.
Just get rid of all the salt and the grit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's just like why Courtney always brushes her teeth
Yep.
at the aid stations. You feel like a new person.
Yeah, after chewing on all these different things, mixing all these flavors, it's a bit of a reset. Hey, Pablo. Pablo Villa coming out and looking good. Looking good. All right, that's a good sign. Because we always say that, especially in the men's, you come here and you're in the top 10 to top 20. It's very good odds that you're going to finish in the top 10 because there's a lot of men's who would have started too fast and blow out and it would DNF later on. So the fact that he's here, like around the top 20 and walking out at this pace, Pablo Villa might be in the house, might be in for a top 10 finish. As I'm looking around, I see that Jim's still around having a chat with Jess. He's eating, but probably contemplating all the options he has available. The knee seems to be bothering him, so we'll get an idea.
Katie's getting down a lot of liquid.
Ludovic Pomeray.
Hey! Ludovic is also someone who's a joy to watch running. Yeah. He's quite methodical about his course preparation as well.
Yep.
He's done the UTMB course twice in training this year after getting first at Hard Rock.
And at Hard Rock, he did the course twice as well.
And there Katie is off.
Yep. So, do you have the time she came in?
Let me
Before she
get
walks
that.
out?
Yeah. Nope.
Yeah, I guess I could pull that up too.
Okay, she came in at 3:07, so she spent about 4 minutes.
4 minutes in. And so last year you said she was 8 minutes. So she cut that time in half. So she's definitely gaining on every front.
Exactly. It was 8 minutes. She went out at 3:39 in 2022. Not last year, but 2022. And now she's out at 3:10, 3:11.
That's nuts.
Yep.
That is... Oh! Just dropped the sunglasses. And there she is. There she goes.
Now I want to check on Marianne
Hogan.
because
Who was 40 minutes back.
she
last
still
time
she still hasn't reached Maison Vieille.
Whoa.
So now we're putting a whole checkpoint in between.
That is next level.
Yeah.
And Ludo is already out. That was
All
a fast
right.
transition. Oh, he's come to see Jim.
Oh, this is what I love
Jim.
about our sport.
And he's come on.
Now, Jim was at Hard Rock this year, of course not racing, but he would have seen Ludovic win.
Yeah. And, wow.
It's hard to hold back and not insert yourself into the conversation they're having over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Tell 'em, come on.
You still want to be like mindful of what could be going on, especially when things are not going the way you'd hope.
Especially when you hold the course record. It's so hard.
Although course record is always hard to say with UTMB because every year there's always a little bit of a difference between all the the courses. But what you certainly know is that he had run one of the fastest times out there. But yeah, see, he's like bending, checking his knee, but it looks like he's shaking his head. That is not looking good, ladies and gentlemen, for Jim Walmsley, sadly.
He did say he was monitoring some niggles after Western States.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. Like the way he came in, it didn't look like a surprise. He was like, okay, that was one of the scenarios that we were expecting to see.
Yeah.
Not the one we wanted, but.
And it could have been the downhill. You know, if it's something having to do with the knee, it's the downhill that will get you rather than the uphill. But you're not out till you're out, so.
Exactly. So again, maybe a little bit of a recap in the men's. So came in first, Vincent Bouillard, and then Germain Granger second, Tom Evans third, Lionel Christian Manolet fourth, Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon fifth, Hannes Nürnberger sixth, and they were together coming out. Then Ben Dimon 7, Manuel Engitabayo 8th, Miguel Anseño 9, and Joaquin Lopez 10th. Baptiste Chachang 11, Pablo Villa 12, Sergio Gustavo 13, and Katie Scheid was 14 overall. I don't think any woman has been that high up in the ranking at this point in a race.
Like you say, this is either very dangerous or very exciting.
Yeah. But whichever outcome is going to be one to remember.
Exactly.
Either like hell of a time or a massive blow up.
And you know, this race is won in the second half. It's as long as you can survive decently the first half, it's really the second half where we see movement.
Allez, effectivement, on pense aussi à notre public français qui a la motivation de rester debout cette nuit pendant cette UTMB. Et on va refaire du coup un petit point sur la situation. Je vais vous lister toutes les personnes qui sont passées pour l'instant. Donc Vincent Bouillard a été super solide. Et alors attendez, j'ai peut-être aussi une information que je vais pouvoir vous communiquer. Voilà, c'est ça, Thibaut Poupard, que je pense beaucoup d'entre vous connaîtront, dit qu'il a travaillé très longtemps avec Vincent à HOKA, et c'est un outsider, mais sérieux. Et en tout cas, c'est quelqu'un qui développe les produits chez HOKA. Et donc, c'est un coureur de façon évidente élite, mais qui a un travail à temps plein, avec de grosses responsabilités. Donc voilà pour la petite parenthèse sur Vincent Bouillard. Derrière, Germain Grangier est sorti de Courmayeur juste 15 secondes plus tard. Il a fait une des transitions les plus rapides, il ne s'est pas assis. Tom Evans est aussi arrivé très solide et ressorti 22 secondes derrière Germain. Derrière Lionel Christian Manolé qui fait une super course, peut-être un peu tôt pour être 4e. On verra ce que la suite de la course réserve aux Roumains qui habitent désormais en Espagne depuis de nombreuses années. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon qui est parti très très fort, sort de la base de vie de Courmayeur en 5e position, donc toujours dans le game, avec Hannes Nandberger qui était en 6e position. Ensuite Ben Diman qu'on a vu à l'écran avoir un peu de problème gastrique. Il a vomi 2 fois avant de repartir sur la course, et avec une allure qui n'était pas forcément des plus fiers. Miguel Anguita Bayo en 8e position, Miguel Arsenio en 9e position, qui a fait une transition un peu plus longue mais qui avait l'air intelligente. En tout cas, il ne s'est pas pressé et il a remis de la crème et a fait tout le nécessaire pour repartir, et il avait l'air solide en repartant. Joaquim Lopez 10e, Baptiste Chassian 11e, Pablo Villa 12e. Pablo Villa qui a fait aussi une transition assez rapide et qui est reparti aussi de façon plutôt spectaculaire. Donc si c'était pas du bluff, on peut s'attendre à ce qu'il rentre facilement dans le top 10. Sergio Gustavo Pereira en 13 et Katie Scheid, la première féminine, qui est rentrée en 14e position et qui est ressortie. Et Jim Walmsley qui est toujours là, c'est un peu la surprise. Il était en tête jusque-là, et il a pris beaucoup de temps au ravitaillement. Visiblement, d'après ce qu'on a pu en tout cas voir, il a un problème au genou, et j'ai comme l'impression que c'est l'abandon pour Jim, à moins qu'il... Oh là, on va voir comment ça... Ah non. Est-ce qu'il repart? Il repart pas. Si, il repart. Allez, Jim repart. C'est une excellente nouvelle. Il repart en marchant. Jess, pas aussi le visage des grands jours. Un petit peu d'inquiétude.
We're just getting a bit of beta on how Jim's doing. Unfortunately, it does sound like he is dropping due to some niggles, some problems that he was having in his knee after Western States. So we're just having a bit of chat with Jess, with his partner. And that'll be a big disappointment for Jim. No, he really wanted that elusive Western States UTMB double. But sometimes that's just how it plays out. In the meantime, Vincent Bouillard is expected to come into Refugio Bertone, or Bertone, depending what language we use, in maybe about 10 or 11 minutes.
Yeah, and I saw him. I wasn't sure if he was there, but Alexis Sevnik, Team La Sportiva, was in 25th, and he had a very quick transition, was in and out, and ran off. Didn't even get a chance to see him, and yeah, there's now quite a lot of people in there. It's starting to be a bit overwhelming. Jia Zhen over there, And
Did you notice? Was it just me, or when Jim came in, the volume level went down, and then when he left, the volume level went back up? It just shows the amount of respect I think everyone in the room has for him as a runner.
See him in this situation. So I think we can say it. Having had the conversation with Jess, she explained that the ligament croisé. I can't remember how you say it in
one
in
of the
English.
ligaments in the MCL, ACL.
ACL was flared up after Western States.
Yep.
Took almost 4 weeks off. Then tried to have medical intervention on it to try and solve the problem, but that actually didn't solve it. And going in, he knew that was going to be a gamble. And he said basically the steep down and steep up are okay. Actually, yeah.
Interesting.
But he says everything that's runnable is
Okay.
extremely painful. And so even though he came out, no, I know, because there's the exit on that direction, but there's also medical.
Got it.
So he hasn't officially dropped yet, because for as long as he keeps his bib number on with him, he is still in a race. Technically. But so he was stopping at the medical, and so we don't know. And we have Drew Holman, Team Nike Trail, walking out, one of the happiest runner in the circuit. And there he's at. So I think we do have a quick commercial break coming up, and I think we'll be back with you after that.
Yeah, look, hey, yeah. This might be the best day of my life. Play this song in the day or the night. Like, well, you gon' know if it's the right. If you never get up. I'm so hot, I ain't coming down.
Et est-ce qu'on est de nouveau retour à l'antenne là? Allô, allô? Ah, il n'y a jamais eu de pub. Oui, parce que finalement, c'est plus... There we go, coordinating everything. We are back live with Pau Capel, who earlier was laying on the ground getting a massage. And again, when we are looking at the kind of the body language and the look on the face of her crew partner, there's a conversation going on. It doesn't look too good.
And Pau is, of course, the 2019 UTMB champion.
Yes.
Yep.
And then he had an attempt at going sub 20 in 2020 during the COVID year when there was no event going on.
But he brought out such a crowd for what was supposed to be a non-event that it caused a bit of a problem during the COVID restriction times.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's being said, but again, like when you look on
you can tell so much from a runner's face.
Yeah, you don't need to hear the words. You know what's happening.
You don't realize it when you're a runner yourself, how transparent you are, but when you're on this side commentating, you can really see it. But I just love the energy in the room. I mean, the anticipation, the expectation, the excitement, the nerves.
And then
you can feel it all from the crews, let alone from the runners themselves.
And
That's awesome.
Whenever a runner is actually walking out, then I feel like that's when they're loud to make a bit of noise and to cheer and to clap before it goes quiet again.
It's not that cold in here, but I've had permanent goosebumps the entire time we've been doing this live stream. I wanted to give an update also on the women. I know we've got men coming through here all of the time, but Martina Hogan, the second place woman, she went through Maison Vieille at 3:19, so about 8 minutes ago, and she's expected to be at Courmayeur at around 3:45, so in another 18 minutes or so. So quite a gap again with Katie Scheid. And then in third, we still have Blandine Irandel, and then Fujia Zheng, and Emily Haugood, who is she's the one from Zimbabwe.
Zimbabwe, correct.
Yes.
Living in the U.S.
Great. And number 6 on the women's side was Lin Chen, who I wasn't familiar with. She wasn't necessarily on my radar, so interesting to see where she's going to go with the race. And then, of course, your favorite and mine, Ruth Croft. Not that we can have favorites. in 7.
Stay neutral. Number 7, Ruth Croft, indeed, from New Zealand. And they were running, I think, almost together. With Martina Valmasoi. They know each other, they value each other, and I think if they're spending the night together, that's going to be a huge boost, because basically you click through the case without thinking about it. You help each other out as well. You have another pair of eyes making sure you're not getting lost. You pace yourself right as well. It's huge doing that. So I'm glad they're doing it. Sabrina Stanley in 9th, Esther Silak in 10, Manu Boar in 11. So yeah, there's been a bit of a reshuffle.
And Amanda Basham in 12th.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's great. After we have Claudia Trumps and then Lucy Bartholomew in 14th.
Joanna Antilla, Fiona Port.
Now I'm going to have to explain my comment earlier for those of you who aren't aware. Martin is Ruth's partner, so at some point he will be switching over to crewing, and then you'll be with me for the live stream.
Exactly, you'll be in good hands. and then I think we can already give a shout out to our co-team who are going to be in Arnuva, and we're going to be tagging them, so they're going to start seeing. And actually, we do have a visual here. I think this is from Berton. So after the climb out of Courmayeur, so not like CCC, they don't go all the way up, but they still climb a fair amount, and they go through Berton and then into Valferré.
Which is, for many runners, the favorite part of the course, because it's just slightly undulating, but really runnable. And especially for those who are a little bit later on, when the sun rises and it hits the mountains going through the Valferré.
Gorgeous.
I mean, you can't, no one can drop out on that section. No matter how bad you're feeling, the nature will get you through. And so, as we said earlier, from here to Refugio Bertoni, or Berton, it is only about 5 kilometers, but a punchy climb. Enough. You go through town, and then you're on switchbacks through the woods. It's just less than 850 meters, I think, up to Bertone, and then a nice run over to the next refuge, Bonatti, before you drop down.
There we go. And as you explained, finally,
there we go.
They heard you. We have visuals. So yeah, it is a punchy climb, as you said, and then you drop on the other side, and then it's on the same course as CCC. And you see the color goes to green, which is the flatter color, and then it goes all the way through the Val Ferret, down into Arnuva a little bit. There's a few switchbacks, and this is where Maëlle Backhausen and Alexis Rosset will be taking over and see the front men's go through. We'll still be probably with some of the women here, and then they'll stay up as we kind of close the Courmayeur aid station. They'll stay up to see all the women go through Arnuva, and then I think this is going to get them to about 7 a.m. when the studio is going to be taking over, and then the live will carry on all the way through to the finish.
And just to give some times from last year, we had the first man make it to Refugio Bertone at 3:35 last year. So that was Jim, I assume. So that's in just a few minutes. So I think we're a little bit slower this year, but we can probably expect the first man there pretty soon.
And not that is like substantial, but they started at 6:02. So when it comes to time, we gotta keep that in mind.
Good point.
And maybe like look at the actual elapsed time to have like a fully accurate. Go, brother. Cody Ling coming out of the Courmayeur aid station, all smiles. This is a good sign. The man knows how to pace himself and do what he's got to do. He's a big mountain person, so he's just used to the big days out.
What will be another interesting time to follow, plus or minus 2 minutes, is that last year the 10th woman came through Courmayeur at 4:50 a.m. So our coverage here ends at 4:30. So likely, unless we have the top 10 all being faster, we will have some of the top 10 women being announced or reported on from the team in Arnuva. And
yeah, I gotta say, it's pretty hard to process, like how long it's been already since Katie left.
Really?
The aid station. Like it almost feels like she's in a different category altogether.
Last year, the first woman hadn't even arrived yet.
Yeah.
At this point, the first woman arrived at 3:40 a.m. last year, and it's currently 3:33.
Yeah. That's next level aggressive.
And she looked great. So I've got a really good feeling for her.
I mean, I got to agree with you. You know, you said we can tell when a runner is showing signs of no bueno.
How did she look in 2022?
It's hard to remember, but I think she looked about the same.
Okay.
Like composed, doing what she was doing, not worried. Yeah. I wouldn't remember anything very different. Yeah, and I couldn't say on the top of my head if she sat or not. However, I'm watching here Pau Capel walking out the other direction, meaning that he will be dropping out of Courmayeur.
It certainly looks that way.
Yeah, he's ready to pack it and call it a day.
The nighttime is just so hard for many runners. Again, for a variety of reasons. As we said at the top of our broadcast, there's 50 kilometers between Lake Contamine and Courmayeur, and while you're seeing aid stations, you're not seeing your crew. You don't have a chance to get access to your regular things, to your food, to your aid. And for a lot of people, running at night isn't necessarily their specialty.
No, usually we sleep at night.
Yeah.
Normal people do that.
That's a good point.
So I think that table right by the exit is where they have to officially drop and give back their GPS tracker as well as their bib number. And so maybe when Jim went out this way, he'd probably have handed over to someone else. But let's confirm what is the status for Jim Walmsley at this point, if he has been officially marked as withdrawn.
Runners have different strategies about getting through the mental side of this race. Some people break it into night and day. Some people break it into aid stations. Esther Schilag actually said that she breaks it down into countries rather than aid stations. Yeah. So she thinks about it as France, Italy, Switzerland, and then France again, of course, which seems pretty smart.
Oh, yeah. Whatever works. I know she thinks a lot about her daughter when she's out there, and that brings her a lot of strength.
Yep.
So yeah, it is official on the live rankings. Jim Walmsley has officially withdrawn. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, je le fais aussi en français. C'est officiel, si vous l'avez pas encore vu. Jim Walmsley a officiellement abandonné cette UTMB 2024. Une triste nouvelle. Et Jess, sa compagne, nous a expliqué la raison. En fait, c'est un problème au niveau des ligaments croisés. Qui est apparu suite à la Western States de fin juin. Il n'a pas couru pendant un peu plus de 3 semaines en espérant que ça se refasse. Et finalement, malgré une injection de corticoïdes, eh bien, ça n'a pas résolu le problème. Donc il savait en prenant le départ que rien n'était garanti. Et là, il disait que finalement, et étrangement d'ailleurs, les montées raides et les descentes raides ne lui posaient pas de problème. En revanche, tout ce qui était de la vraie course à pied, était extrêmement douloureux et surtout de pire en pire. Et donc il a pris la décision, très difficile, mais je pense raisonnable, d'abandonner.
Martin, looking around at some of the runners here, I can see there's been a few who have taken a fall. You can tell by the dirty bums. But the weather so far has been great. Other than the heat, which I think could have been a bigger factor over the coming day, but we're expecting cloud. We're expecting cloud cover, I think the latest forecast said, for today, which should help to keep the temperatures a bit down.
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's news I did not have. It's good to know. Good to know.
As much as you can rely on the weather reports, but...
That's a different story, but I would agree.
As for some of the other races, the hot weather rules were in effect, which meant that they had to carry 2 liters of carrying capacity. But for UTMB, I don't think there were any hot weather rules in effect.
Yeah, there was.
There was?
Yeah, there was.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So they have to carry 2 liters.
Oh, ça c'est propre.
Here's some energy in the crowd here. Is that a friend of yours?
Yes. Yeah, so it meant, and that's why they're all carrying the cap. You had something to cover your head.
Okay.
2 liter capacity of water or of whichever fluid you need to have. And a couple of more things. Yeah, sunglasses and sunscreen.
Makes sense. People complain about the mandatory kit, but it's actually there because you need it.
Yeah.
I can remember a race, it was the Eiger Ultra Trail, where it was required to bring leggings that covered at least your knees. And I had a friend who brought women's pantyhose.
Yeah.
And he thought he was being very smart by making sure that he brought some light gear, and he ended up having a terrible race, and he put on the women's pantyhose during the night because that's all he had. So just a reminder for any of the runners or the hopeful runners that sometimes trying to cut corners isn't the best way.
Yeah, and like for example, if you think that's giving you ideas on what you can do, now that has been overruled.
Yes, good point.
Because Killian was the first one who actually played that game.
Yep.
And just like when you needed waterproof gloves, you had surgical gloves. Because he was, they're waterproof and they're light as fuck. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to be taking. And he had everything in his belt.
As a lawyer, I appreciate people when they reinterpret the rules. I really do.
I was like, however, it doesn't say that. And so now, because of that, everything's like, okay, leggings that are thick or like the tops are minimum. How do we get Germain Grangier? Here, there we go. Coming
fantastic
from Berton,
images from Bertone.
in second place. So Vincent Bouillard was still in first.
I tam jest wyjście.
And in about 5 minutes, we should see the second place woman, Martina Hogan.
Gigi
Hopefully.
is in the house, still moving. Gigi Menez-Grenius, once the Ultra Trail World Tour winner.
Ooh.
Yep.
Do you remember which year?
Ooh, no. Well, that was the years that Ultra Trail World Tour was still existing, so already
That's a good
takes
point.
us a few years back.
That's a good point.
And yeah, impressively, still he manages to go. Like basically, you take the toughest, hardest 100 miles in the weirdest, most exotic regions, and he goes and he beats everyone. Like the tougher the race, the stronger he gets.
Do you know, when I hear the Ultra Trail World Tour, I always think of Andrea Husar, who sadly, unfortunately, died on the trails a couple of years ago. It was a real shock, but she was an incredible runner who was first on the World Tour, and then unfortunately suffered a bunch of injuries. But a runner that I really miss in the sport.
Yeah.
So back to Refugio Bertoni, we had Vincent Brouillard going through at 3:37, and then just 3 minutes later, it was Germain Grangier. And we can expect Tom Evans to go through in third, along with Yona. Let's see if they're still running together. And Martin, when you're racing with people, do you like to chat with a person next to you, or do you like to be in your own head? Depends.
No, that's a good question. Usually when I used to race, because I was never in good enough shape, I was very quickly in the hurt locker. And therefore I didn't have really the strength to have a yarn or chat. I would appreciate the presence of somebody I would know, 100%, but probably the silence presence. Music. Music does wonders with me. The right playlist will keep me going and help my head.
Do you have a go-to song? What's your
I don't
favorite?
have a single song, but
Okay.
like punk rock is definitely what just like fires me up big time. Yeah.
I've really gotten into podcasts to kind of keep me awake through the night. I
there
need
you go.
someone talking to me.
Martina Hogan coming in.
Fantastic. From Canada, but more specifically from Quebec. And she was helping you do some of the live streaming
That
last
is
year.
right, indeed. Because she wasn't running, she was like, oh, I might as well get involved. And obviously, as you said, being from Quebec, she could speak English and French fluently. Although, I'm sorry, but we can't call this French. That was Quebecois.
Hey. It might be French, but French you used in the 1600s.
It's called a funny French. We love it, man. I think we gained like a lot of views thanks to that funny accent. But all jokes aside, she's having a really good race right now.
Great. She was second in UTMB in 2022, but came out of it with quite a bad injury. It was also the same year that she did Western States, which she said was quite a lot. And in her pre-race interview, she was talking about how it was interesting that she said, "Look, I have to recognize that I am vulnerable, and I've got to be smarter." And she's really taken the time to, what she says, to build back better. She's done 2 ultras this year. And she paced Camille Brouillard
yes.
at Hard Rock this year. And what I liked about her as well is that she says she runs on feel. So she doesn't necessarily have a strategy to hold back in the first half and then race. She just, if she feels good, she runs. And if she feels bad, she slows down.
Yeah, and so another drop here is Cheng Jiaxian, who we had high hopes. I believe he did too, but he is handing over his bib So that's going to be another top runner that we're expecting to do well, definitely finish in the top 10, and actually, have to pull the plug. There she is coming in, and she's smiling as always. Ladies and gentlemen, Marianne Hogan.
Now she is looking good.
She's looking fantastic. She's looking herself, and as you said, running by feel, and she's feeling good. We can tell you that. It's almost a guaranteed.
And she's immediately gone to the food, which means that her stomach is in check. That's always nice to see. Shall we go over there and take a look?
I'm actually going to drop out.
Okay.
Because I have business to attend at some point, and that's one business I cannot afford to mess up.
Well, I'll be right there with the camera peeking at what you'll be doing.
Oh, damn. Pressure is on.
Thanks, Martin. And
all right.
Good luck.
It's all yours.
Okay, taking over. So I'm going over to take a look at Marianne Hogan. She's having one of my favorite elixirs, a Coke Zero. Interesting choice to have Coke Zero without the sugar, without the calories. And she's got a well-trained crew here where she's just focusing on eating, drinking, and having others take care of all of the things that she needs. Changing her flasks. I'm expecting a quick transition here. And you know, again, in her pre-race interview, she was asked whether, because she paced at Hard Rock this year, whether she would try Hard Rock. And she said, perhaps not. At least not yet. It's a very different race. And she's out. That was a very quick transition. Marianne Hogan, number 2 for the ladies, is now out of the aid station. That was an extremely efficient turnaround. And her face said it all. Quite excited for her. Now let's take a look at how far back the third woman is. We've got a lot of men coming through, but I really want to keep you updated on the women's field. So in third, we have Blandine Irandel. She's expected into Courmayeur according to Live Trail, in a couple of minutes. So we will eagerly await for her. Now, Blandine has raced a lot over the last year. She was 3rd in UTMB last year. And interestingly, we've been talking about the rest time between the men and the women. And the men, the fast ones, were taking, as little as 10 minutes. Blandine last year took 28 minutes of total rest time. She's a former winner of OCC in 2021 and CCC in 2022. So she, along with Ruth, they're going for what's called the Triple Crown. So being able to tie up OCC, CCC, and UTMB. And there we can see the images, the footage of Marianne running through town, giving a little cheer. She's doing great. Now in 2022, when Katie shied, again, it was the same type of pattern. Katie just blasted it through the first half. Then she hit a wall at about 100K, and she only kind of passed Marianne, I think, at Valersine. But that was because Marianne really had quite a bad, I think it was a psoas injury.
So if the two of them can kind of stay healthy and keep pushing each other, it'll be a very exciting finish. But of course, we're only halfway through.
Je pense que vous n'avez rien de plus intéressant que moi là-dessus.
Fairly steady stream of runners coming in, but it's not too hectic yet. This is still quite early on in the race. In a few hours, when we get closer to sunrise, that's when things start to get really busy. I will take a quick look at how the men's field is doing, going through Bertoni. So again, we had Vincent Bouillard go through at 3:37 in first. 3 minutes later, Germain Grangier. And then Tom Evans, only 4 minutes behind. And it looks like he's sticking pretty close to Yonel in fourth. And then Arthur. Arthur has not yet hit Bertoni. Let me just do a double check on that. No, he was expected there 3 minutes ago, so he should be coming through there next. And then Hannes Nemberger and Ben Diemen afterwards. Ben was the one who was having some stomach problems in the aid station, so we'll see how the climb suited him. After that, Manuel and Gita Bayo, Miguel Arsenio in 9th, and Joaquin Lopez in 10th. And there we've got some footage of Blandine. This is Blandine in 3rd place. Fantastic. Here she is, Blandine from France. If you were watching the live stream earlier when she came through Saint-Gervais, there was a huge crowd cheering for her. She's got a really good following. In addition to 3rd place at UTMB last year, she was also the 2019 Women's Trail World Championships winner. I'm going to go over and check out what her routine is. She hasn't sat down yet. Looking quite focused. So if we look at the times from last year when she came in 3rd, she was in Courmayeur at 4:01 and out at 4:08. So she spent 7 minutes. So she's ahead of her time from last year. This is tracking when she came through Lac Combal. She was 5 minutes ahead of her time there as well. So she's running very steadily. And at this point in the course, just as a reminder, all of the runners have done 83 kilometers, and the elevation gain from the start is 4,673 meters. So it's actually not quite halfway, but Courmayeur always feels like the halfway point. Blandine is choosing to eat standing up. I sense another quick transition here. Having a mix of carbs and watermelon, it looks like. bit of a different vibe than Marianne. She's very focused. Marianne was all smiles. Just looking back at the men's race, we've had 7 of the men go through Bertone. Heading along that beautiful part of the trail towards Bonatti with Ben Demon, supposed to arrive at Bertone next. I'm just standing next to a Canadian runner here, so I'm going to take the opportunity to ask Ethan, how's your race going?
It's going very well.
Is this your first UTMB?
No, second. Much better than last year.
Fantastic. You're looking good. That's Ethan Peters of Canada. And where in Canada are you from, Ethan?
British Columbia.
Fantastic. It's the best province. I wasn't born there, but I should have been. And coming back to Blondine, she has changed her shirt. Again, I don't think she sat down for the whole time that she's been there. Running a very, very smart race from the looks of it, and she's preparing to head back out. So again, ahead of her times from last year when she came in third. Making sure she's got all of her mandatory equipment, working head torches. Still got a few hours before sunrise. But quite an efficient transition, I would say. She's been in the aid station for about 6 minutes. And she's off. Big smiles on the way out. So that is the top 3 women through the aid station at Courmayeur. And next up should be Fu Zhaozhang. Expected to be in Courmayeur in just a few minutes.
Just right after the...
Followed by Emily Howgood and then Lynn Chen. So in the aid station at the moment, we've got a mix of runners and crew, but again, it's not super busy. Still smelling fairly
fairly okay at the moment. It starts to get a bit funky here later on. But everything is super well organized. Again, a huge shout out to all of the volunteers here and the setup that they have. And then on the screen, we can see we've got Blandine running through town, moving fairly well. So again, it's a bit of a flat as you go through town, and then you have switchbacks through the woods, through the forest. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen there what the course looks like. And there we've got Fu Zhaosheng, followed by Emily Howgood. That is after Maisonville, which is the checkpoint that is just before Courmayeur. There's Blandine running easily. So she's got a nice climb ahead to Bertoni. And just judging from everyone's outfits that they're wearing, you know, we're not really seeing it's that cold of a night. Again, it's about 14 degrees here in the valley in Courmayeur, but a lot of people in t-shirts. And the heat was a concern earlier in the race and for the other races in this series, but we are expecting some cloud cover. So hoping that will give the runners a bit of a relief. And for those of you who aren't familiar with racing in these mountains, I saw on the CCC race that there was a bit of a poll going on with on social media about poles or no poles. For many runners here, you can see Blandine carrying poles. Poles are essential. They really take the weight off of your legs, but some people choose not to do this race with poles. I wouldn't dare. But you can see Blandine is even using poles just on the flat ground in some parts to kind of keep her propelling forward. So a different style. And Ruth Croft, who will be coming through, I think she was in 7th last I checked. Martin was just telling me that when they did some studies on her ability to use poles, they found that she was actually very, very efficient. That her heart rate didn't actually go up the way that it does with some of the other athletes when she used poles. So she has really worked on her technique to try to become more comfortable with using poles on hiking through the night. Ruth is someone who has come from more of a faster running background, so she's had to really get comfortable. She said before this race in one of her interviews that she no longer hates hiking with poles, and that she's getting used to running through the night. So hopefully that will serve her well here. For Ruth, this will actually be her first 100-mile mountain race. She's of course done OCC, she's done CCC, but it's a different beast to kind of hit the 100-mile distance in the mountains. It's different than Western states, but so far she's doing really well. And I think the runner that's just left, that was the Jacket Man. So for those of you who heard us earlier, this runner, he went far ahead of the whole rest of the crowd, you know, right off the bat at the beginning of the race. And some of the people in the live chat were wondering why, when it was quite hot for many others, he was actually wearing a jacket. He did drop back a bit, but it's nice to see him still running from Courmayeur in and out of the aid station. And there we go on the screen. We've got a bit of a visual of the course in between Refugio Bertoni and Arnuva, where the next crew will be taking over. So it's almost 12.6 kilometers in between those two stations with an elevation gain of 428 meters. So not a lot. It's really just quite undulating. You can see that nice green neon line there that was just shown on the visual means that it's quite easy going.
And again, beautiful. They're not going to be seeing much right now in the night. If there's a full moon out, which I don't think there is, you can sometimes see the mountains lit up. But you'll have to be a bit slower to be able to get the views. And there we have our Nova. So that is our next crew. I don't know if they can hear me, but those are the two guys that will be taking over the live streaming at about 4:30. And the one on the left is Mayel. The two of us were doing the live streaming from Hard Rock not so long ago. But again, we have English and French together. I can see them smiling, but I don't think that they can hear me. Great. There's a bit of a delay, but it was great to hear from the crew at Arnuva. We'll be switching over to them in about 23 minutes, which will be really important because we won't have the top 10 women through here yet by the time that the live streaming ends at this side.
Voilà que j'avais ramené moi.
I'm just getting a bit of feedback through the earpiece. There we go. Just had a bit of excitement in the aid station with one of the runners giving a very primal scream as he left the aid station.
Okay, all right. So I think now we are on here with Maj, coming out from our power nap. So I think we'll have now it's time to do the handover. We have like roughly 30 minutes to do the handover between Courmayeur and here we are in Arnuva. Arnuva, we're waiting for the first guys to come around 5. That's the plan. Stephanie, if you can hear us, we have here the footage of Courmayeur currently with the 4th women, I guess. We just watched a few minutes ago Blanding leaving Courmayeur. And Stephanie, if you can hear us, just checking the sound and give us a bit of the taste of what's happening in Courmayeur, which is well, the real UTMB start, as they say.
Yeah, Alexi, I think we've got our attention directed down here, but we're standing here at Arnuva. It's early. It's just gone 4 a.m. in the morning. We're in Italy, so it's been a fun experience to drive through the tunnel of Mont-Blanc from Chamonix all the way through to the Italian side over here via Courmayeur. We're standing here at Arnuva, which is just gone 101.2 kilometers into the UTMB race. The runners do just under 6,000 meters of elevation by the time they get here. And we are waiting. We're keeping warm. and we are going to be able to see the top 10 men come through here and also hang out for the top 10 females all the way through until about 7 a.m. in the morning local time here. So are going to be making their way traversing along the valley here towards us. They go past the refuge baton, which some of the top 10 men have already passed through.
And the first women as well.
Oh, yeah.
We have live now in Burton. So you see, we have the footage of Refugio Burton with Kate Shy leading the race, the women's race, with like 30 minutes, 35 minutes ahead of Marianne Hogan, leaving Cormier, and she's the first woman to go through.
She came up strong, like super strong.
Meyer, we just had Fu Xiaosheng come through in fourth for the women. This is her 5th UTMB. She's improved every year, so she's doing incredibly well. She came through in a very calm state, actually, and rested only for a few moments, and then she was back out again. So looking at the times, again, Fu Xiaosheng, she came through in 4th. She was out of here just 2 minutes ago, and then we should be expecting Emily Hallgood next. So it's great to see some of the footage from our Nuva. That's the next checkpoint where the live streaming will be taking over. Just from the way that the guys were dressed, it does look like it's a little bit more chilly out there. And there we have Sage Kennedy. Looking good. He says he needs soup, which is a pretty good choice. Many of you will know Sage from social media. He's got quite a following, and it's pretty funny, which is a good skill to have as a runner.
I had a gear check, and they wanted the security blanket and set the bottom of my pack.
Looks like he's got some
now I gotta take
tailwind with him.
Battery, my second battery.
Have some soup. Let me get the battery.
In the very
and
bottom.
Maybe some soup to warm up.
Can't believe the headlamp blew out.
It feels fairly calm in the room, to be honest. Some of that intensity of the first kind of runners group seems to have given way to a little bit more of a relaxed pace. But it doesn't mean that the runners aren't still pushing it. This is still very early on in the course. And let's go over here to check out. We have Fernanda here, who many of you will know, who has just won a big race in Ecuador. And Fernanda, who are you crewing? I know, but let's tell everyone.
Martina Vomasoy.
Fantastic. And Martina was running with Ruth, it looked like, for a bit through the night. So we're hoping to see them come through in pairs together. And right now, everyone seems to be relying on their own food. We do have a full aid station set up, but there aren't too many people going over there to raid the supplies, although the coffee does seem to be quite popular. Let's take a quick look to see how the men's race is also doing and how things are coming through at Bertone. So actually, Vincent Bouillard, who was first through Bertoni, he's expected at Bonmati in about 6 minutes. With Germain Granger about 5 minutes later. So we'll see if there's been any switch-ups along that nice flat section. And so far, we have had 17. We've had 17 people go through Refugio Bertoni, and that includes Katie Scheid, who is still in 14th. So she went through Bertoni about 6 minutes ago. So great to see Katie still up there holding her place amongst the field. She's in exactly the same position overall that she was in when she left Courmayeur. On the screen, you can see the crew and the runners busy, making sure that headlamps haven't died, that you still have batteries, that you've got enough to last you. Most of the runners that are here right now will hopefully not be going into a second night. But of course, later on, a few hours from now, when we start getting further and deeper into the pack, we'll have runners that will need to make sure that they've got headlamps and batteries that will be able to last them through into the second night. Hopefully not a worry for anyone. As far as the conditions go, I'd say the weather's pretty good. In years when you have rain or you have cold weather or really hot weather, it can take a toll, especially through the night. Some of those very tricky sections coming downhill, coming down through the mountains in the middle of the night. If it's rainy and muddy, that's when you can really see some injuries. And while we have seen some people that have taken some falls, I'd say that things are pretty calm at this stage. And there we go. Is that Esther? Let's go over here and check out. It's Emily. It's Emily. Of course. It's Emily Howgood. Emily Howgood from Zimbabwe. So with Emily, she got second in CCC last year, fourth in Western States this year, and sixth in UTMB in 2022. An extremely bright head torch. So she's again another one of the female runners from Western States. We have 4 from Western States, the top 4 women from Western States, who are also trying at UTMB this year. Very hard for runners to be able to master both races in the same year. Western States is, while it does have elevation, it's overall a downhill race and not necessarily a mountain race. It's very different from a race like UTMB in the Alps and quite runnable. So you've got to be fast to do UTMB, and then to switch gears just about 9 weeks later into UTMB. Fantastic. And we've got the 6th woman who has just arrived, Lin Chen, I believe. Let's go over and check it out. So Lin Chen from China has come in just a few minutes behind Emily. And then we'll check to see who's behind.
There's a bottle in my basket you always take out. And then, yeah, but put them away from my basket. The one's been digging into.
So again, for the women's field, Katie Scheid quite far ahead in first. Marion Hogan in second, Blondine Arundel in third, Fu Xiaosheng in fourth, who left not too long ago, Emily Howgood in fifth from Zimbabwe, and Lin Chen in sixth. Next up should be Ruth Croft around now. We can expect her through. And there she is. Ciao, ciao. And that's Ruth coming in seventh, as well as Martina. So we've got a good group of women who are here. Martina from Italy, Ruth Croft from New Zealand, with Martin, who was doing the live streaming with us not too long ago, helping her out. I just heard Ruth say when she was coming in that it was quite hot through the night. The nighttime isn't necessarily her specialty, but she's doing incredibly well to be this high up in the field. Now with Martina, she came in first in Madeira this year, which is quite a technical race. While she didn't finish UTMB last year, she did get first in Transvolcania, and she was the first place woman in TDS in 2022. Recently saw her in Colorado. She was getting some elevation at Hard Rock. She wasn't running Hard Rock, but she's been out in the mountains a lot and looking quite strong. We'll see. She came in at the same time as Ruth. We'll see if the two of them leave together. And there we have Emily Howgood from Zimbabwe leaving the aid station now. Dressed quite lightly in a tank top and shorts. Martina looking quite focused. Let's come take a look at Ruth. Again, Ruth is going for the Triple Crown. So she has won OCC, CCC, and now she's off. That was a very quick transition. And for a lot of people have said that she has a chance of winning here at UTMB. We'll have to see how the second half works out. But very exciting. She's left ahead of Martina. We'll see how this next bit unfolds. But great to see the women together pushing each other so strong. That's how we get the women's times down. When we get more women, more competition, it's a good thing for all because it means that everyone is pushing themselves and helping each other to get faster times. Let's see if we can get a word out of Martin of how Ruth was. Martin? How was she?
She was super happy. She was supposed to come here at 4:20. She got in at 4:21. That's exactly where she needs to be. She's like, yeah, I'm hitting my times. I'm good. We could stick to plan A, which was good. So she took everything she needed. Didn't even need caffeine up until now, which is good because that could mess up your stomach if you take it too early. So happy as a clown.
Fantastic. And now you're off the hook, and all you have to do is just help the runner through the rest of the race, right?
Well, yeah,
easy.
Exactly. Off the hook for a second until the next ones.
And here we have another runner coming in. Is that Sabrina Stanley? I believe that's Sabrina Stanley from the U.S.
Over here because that was me yelling at me. Okay, I got both my new things. I'm gonna put them on here.
Very exciting women's race.
This is just gonna be like a full overhaul.
As we've been saying all along on the live stream, very deep women's field. Just because Courtney isn't here doesn't mean that we don't have huge competition.
In the front.
And maybe we'll even have a course record broken. Who knows? So that is Sabrina Stanley in. And that's Martina out. Followed by Lin Chen. So it looks like the two of them could potentially run together going out of Courmayeur. Always nice to have a buddy. Again, just for company, but also to help push you. You can see the two of them on the screen leaving the aid station together. And now the camera's focused on Sabrina Stanley.
And you can pop it in the back. Or I can do it.
I got you.
Thank you.
Now, Sabrina was 9th in UTMB last year. Her total rest time at aid stations cumulatively throughout the whole race last year was about 5 minutes.
Yep.
Thank you.
Your nice sunglasses are going in the
She last year was quite a bit further back in Courmayeur, and then she climbed up a fair bit. So the fact that she's this high up in the top 10, I think is a good sign.
Okay. Is there any gel that is working better than another? Or
No, they're all
the same?
great.
Okay.
They're all great.
All right.
Just make sure there's a couple caffeines, but I think we have to do that.
You can see now on the screen Ruth using her poles, even on the road,
Did you see what
leaving the
time I
aid
came
station.
20 minutes ahead.
in? No. Okay, yeah, that's fine. I just want to make sure you know to get me out here after I finish.
No, I got you.
Just need down here.
You did not put caffeine in this.
We just had 2 more women come in. That was Manon.
We'll just switch them out though.
Il y a une française sur.
Swap with those. How many caffeinated gels would you
I
like?
believe that was Esther.
At least 4.
4?
At least. If you have it. If not, I can run
Esther
them.
Shilak. She's getting changed, so we'll make sure that the camera is faced over this way. So quite exciting. How many women does that have us now at? Let's just take a quick look. Again, the top 10 women last year weren't through this aid station until about 4:50, which is about 20 minutes from now. And now that we've had Esther come through and Manon, that's the top 11 women. So we are running, the top 10 women are running over 20 minutes faster than what the entire pack was running last year, which really is quite an exciting statistic. 20 minutes is a fair chunk at this stage of the game, and it means that we could potentially, if the women keep this up, look at some really fast times, not just overall, but for the first place winner, but hopefully for the whole podium. There's definitely a difference between the men and the women, and the sense of urgency that you can feel in the room. The women really are pushing it, and you can feel it, whereas the men at this stage of the game are taking a bit more time.
I don't want them.
Okay. Did you want a sunscreen here? Are your contacts doing okay?
So with Manon, she didn't finish UTMB last year, but she was first in Madeira last year. So we'll see what she can do for 2024. And for Esther, she's actually got quite an interesting background. She finished 3rd at Western States this year for a 2nd time in a row. She said her recovery has been good. She doesn't have any injuries. She's been in the area in Chamonix in Switzerland since the end of July. She was 5th in UTMB in 2022, which was her first 100-miler, but she DNF'd last year. So I think she's probably coming back with something to prove this year. She's recce'd the course twice already while she is working on her PhD. She's also co-leading the Women's Equality Group in the Pro Trail Runners Association, which some of you might have seen, have started a campaign t-shirts, if you've seen them, that say we're here for the women's race. We also have a French version that's come out in Chamonix. So great to see Esther helping to lead the way on that. On the screen there, we've got Sabrina Stanley. Looks like she's about to take back off into the night. And it's 4:30 here in Courmayeur, with again the top 11 women through, which is great. I didn't think that I would have the chance to announce the top 10 women before we switched over to our Nuva, but it just shows how much faster the field is getting.
No, I need those because it's like the heat thing, so you have to have 4 bottles. Put this back in. Thank you. I intentionally did that.
Esther Sheila is downing some soup or some juice. It looks like Sabrina Stanley will probably be out before her.
I need my phone. Okay. I might be a little slow out of here, but honestly...
Let's just check to see if Manon is still here or if she escaped out.
I mean, I feel like it's going to be slow compared to my rest of the race today, but it's not going to be slow compared to... Yes. I'm going to put this in this one. How many do I have in there? There's 4 there? I was going to put this right here.
Nope, she hasn't officially left yet.
Am I hitting the pocket? Okay, I think I'm good to go.
And next in 12th, we should have Amanda Basham come in, followed by Claudia Chen and Lucy Bartholomew. And there Sabrina Stanley is off, I believe, with Esther hot on her heels. We'll take a look to see if they stick together. Definitely seen people pair up to help get through these night sections. Not just physically, but mentally, it also helps. And meanwhile, the men are still coming through. But again, at a bit of a different pace, a bit of a different sense of urgency. We will soon be switching over to coverage from our Nuva and maybe get some footage still out of Bertoni. So again, for those of you who are just joining us, we are here in Courmayeur. This is at the 83-kilometer mark of the course, and runners have done about 4,600 some odd meters of the course up until now. From here, they run through town and then up switchbacks to Bertoni, and then do a nice undulating path over to Bernardi and down to our Nuva, where our next live stream team will be to take over the coverage. And I think the team in our Nuva, I'm getting word that they are ready. So soon I will be switching off. But I'm not going to stop following this race. I am so excited to see what happens with the women's field in particular, but also with the men. As some of you will know, Jim had to drop out here, but we've got a very, very strong team. We've got our Nuva, the team now on the screen.
We're back in live.
How are you guys doing out there? Can you hear me? What's the temperature like?
Mainly the women race, the women battle for the top 10. It was quite dense between the 5 and the women ranked 11s were like less than 5 minutes. It would be crazy. And here we are here in Arnuva with Maj, kilometer 100, which is just before the terrible climb of Col-Ferret-Maj.
virtually and figuratively, we are waiting for top men to roll in here. We estimate, well, the tracker estimates, and we planned it, but it looks like they are going to be coming in here within probably the next 20 minutes into this incredible aid station, which sits just over 1,700 meters in this valley, which is, you know, basically a short drive from the Courmayeur aid station, but a bit of a long distance for the runners. They are traversing above us on the Balcon when they go past the Bertone aid station and then the Bonatti Refugio, which is here in Italy. And then they pop down the side of the valley wall down to us here in Anuva. And yeah, the crew here are pumped. They are, you know, they're working away on watermelon behind us. They're working away on the big vats of water. They were all sleeping when we arrived here, but now they're up, they're ready to go. They're joining the party, and we're looking forward to seeing some of these runners roll through here. Alexi, your countrymen, the French, are doing very, very well out here tonight, my friend.
Yeah, it's this is the night surprise with this guy, like Vincent Brouillard, under the radar guy. The guy living in the US for like more than like few years now, back in France. We watched him in the Maxi race at the beginning of the year, ranked 4th, and then come back here. And well, for the moment, he's ranked 1st, and there is only 2 guys going through Bonatti. This guy, Vincent Brouillard, you will see is like full outfit black, like ninja mode, but this guy is like really crazy. He's already did some impressive race in the US, but in Europe he's not that well known. But remember this name. And then Germain Grangier is like currently 3 minutes behind, waiting for the other guys to come through Bonatti. On the women race, Katie is like having a masterclass for the moment, with like more than 35 minutes ahead of Marianne Hogan. Then the battle for the 3rd place and even the top 5 is like super interesting to follow. We are waiting for the first guy here to come in like less than 20 minutes, and maybe we'll make you can come with us to make you discover what's happening inside this Arnuva tent. It's like pretty crazy. So all the guys like wake up like at 4 here to set up the thing. You don't have through the camera all the good taste of the Italian vibes, but you have some pizza, there is the coffee, the good cheese. Because here we are in Arnuva, which is also a nice hut on the TMB route, where you can have a stop, you can sleep, you can drink beautiful spirits and having a nice focaccia. And come by, Maj is watching at the, I think it's fontina, it's the typical cheese. You see that the one you eat with the polenta. Here you have the hot water, tea, coffee for the runners, because it's pretty cold here. It's like around 10 degrees. And then our volunteers are ready. We have something here, the classical cake, of course watermelon, because a lot of runners will go through here in the middle of the day. We skip our nutrition partner with the NAC energy drink, watermelon, lemon. We keep this. We have the energy bar. And all our volunteers are ready. Ciao! Ciao a tutti! Come vai? Ça va? Look at this, they are getting all the NAC products. And then once the first runners go through here, it will be a long, long day for them. They will have some volunteers like switching and taking the relay. But here we are, and behind us, we have the emergency tent, of course. Because after that, the next aid station will be La Foulie. So on the other side, we'll switch from Italy to Switzerland with this climb of Grand Col Ferrat that we'll talk a bit further.
So let's see. A couple of things to point out here. There are zero meat options at this aid station, because this aid station is the aid station that we have here on the UTMB course that is 100% vegetarian. So as a commitment to the environmental sustainability actions of the UTMB group and the UTMB World Series, they have chosen to have one aid station that is completely vegetarian. because we know that that helps the environment and that helps the sustainability of the event. And you can also see here another thing is this is the NAC bar product that they are cutting up here. And what they are doing is instead of having the individually wrapped packages like this, the individually wrapped packages, they have been able to produce the same product in giant slabs. And they cut it up here. This gentleman here is working away on his knife. And so instead of carving up the hamon, he's just carving up the NAC bar. And that's what he's doing. And so that reduces the plastic packaging for the product. So that's just another thing that we're doing out here in Italy in our Nuva aid station. And yeah, so we just want to point those things out. The small changes all add up to a big thing. And that's part of the responsibility and the sustainability actions of the UTMB event here this year in 2024 with, I'm sure, a lot of other changes coming in the near future. But it's not going to be too far off for the first mile that's going to roll through here. As Alexi said, it's just before the incredible Grand Col Ferret climb, which takes runners from the Italy part of the race over into Switzerland and then down into La Folie aid station, which is going to be another 14 kilometers away from here. So there's a lot of climbing in that, and it's at the earliest part of the morning, and also usually probably the coldest part of the night if runners pass through here over the Grand Col Ferret. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. We're looking forward to seeing who comes through. We don't expect any major changes, but we can definitely guarantee that when the runners roll through here, this Italian squad is going to get very excited. Let's put it that way. We're going to get very excited, just like we are. So we hope that you are here, wherever you are in the world, following along. If you are following along somewhere, feel free to throw some comments in the chat. Let us know where you're from. And yeah, it's great to have you here because it's very early, obviously local time here. It's coming up to 5 a.m. So that we understand that there's a lot of other people around the world in different time zones. So whether it's morning, evening, night, let us know. And thanks for being out here and sticking it, keeping Alexi and I awake, giving us a job, and bringing UTMB to you a little bit longer than we've been able to do traditionally throughout the live stream. So yeah, we're having a good time.
Allez, on va en profiter aussi pour faire un petit point pour nos Français, puisqu'il y en a qui sont encore éveillés, ou alors qu'on fait une petite sieste et qui sont réveillés. On est ici à Arnouva, kilomètre 100, au pied du Grand Col Ferret de cette ascension, l'ascension mythique, celle qui nous fait passer de l'Italie à la Suisse. Regardez, on est au cœur de ce ravitaillement ici d'Arnouva, ravitaillement sans assistance, on le rappelle. Prochain point de ravitaillement avec assistance, c'est Champais. Et du coup, on est sur un ravitaillement, c'est ce que disait Maj, 100% végétarien. Ici, on est sur ce ravitaillement spécialement végétarien. C'est une des volontés également de l'UTMB de réduire son empreinte. Et du coup, on va retrouver le délicieux fromage italien. On a la soupe, on a tout ce qu'il faut. Les barnacs riches en protéines végétales. Et vous le voyez, c'est du packaging spécial réalisé par NAC pour l'UTMB, partenaire des World Series, où on a des grandes plaques qui sont découpées par nos bénévoles. Alors, c'est réalisé d'une main de maître. Hein. Vous voyez, il n'y a pas un carré qui est plus gros que l'autre. C'est pesé au gramme près. Ils sont là. Ils sortent donc ces grosses plaques-là et ils viennent découper dedans pour que les coureurs puissent directement se servir. La boisson NAC également, dosée par rapport aux recommandations à moitié, parce qu'elle est assez riche. Tous les coureurs ne sont pas habitués. Vous voyez, 250 calories. Et puis, on retrouve tout ça ici. Les premiers coureurs arrivent ici dans moins de 10 minutes. On va dire dans 5 grosses minutes. C'est un Frenchie qui mène la danse. Un Frenchie que peu de gens connaissent encore, Vincent Brouillard. Vous allez voir. Coureur vêtu tout de noir, un petit peu tout en discrétion. Coureur très fort, coureur qui passe un peu sous le radar, qui a fait très belle performance aux États-Unis. Et on va le voir arriver dans quelques instants. Il mène la danse. Il est passé à Bonatti avec 3 minutes d'avance sur un autre Frenchie, notre cher Germain Grangier, qui lui a déjà brillé ici. Et du coup, dans quelques instants, on va les suivre. Ils traverseront, ils vont arriver par ici de la tente, traverser. Vous le voyez, ils ont les tables. Alors la plupart, à l'avant de la course, ne vont pas s'arrêter, traverser ici. Important, puisqu'après, le prochain ravitaillement pour eux, il sera à La Foulie et il sera au kilomètre 116. Donc il y a 16 km à réaliser, dont l'ascension du Grand Col Ferret. On vous attend.
Dans le chat également, vous pouvez nous poser vos petites questions. Et puis nous, on va se diriger vers l'entrée de cette grande tente, puisque dans quelques instants, les premiers coureurs vont arriver. Alors on verra si on arrive à avoir quelques petits mots de leur part. Certains, je pense, arriveront à nous donner quelques informations, quelques niveaux d'état de forme. Et du coup, ils arriveront juste par ici, vous le voyez. Ils vont arriver à côté de ce refuge d'Arnouva, qui est un magnifique refuge qui est situé sur le tour du Mont-Blanc, bien évidemment. Et on est vraiment au bout du Val Ferret. En voiture, on ne peut pas aller plus loin. Et ensuite, on va les accueillir. Donc, vous voyez, on se met en place gentiment. Tout le monde s'est réveillé. On a de la soupe, on a les produits chauds. Et puis voilà, il n'y a plus qu'à. On va regarder les passages du côté de Bonatti. Bonatti, on a exactement 3 coureurs qui sont passés. 3 coureurs. On rajoute Lionel Christian Manolé, tiens. Notre coureur roumain qui a l'expérience est passé avec 7 minutes de retard sur Germain Grangier. Donc à 7 minutes de la deuxième place et à 10 minutes de Vincent Brouillard, notre leader, attendu selon Lifetrail à 4h51, ici même, dans 4 minutes. So yeah, for everyone, in 4 minutes now, the estimated time of our leader, Vincent Brouillard. He will cross the tent. He will go through here, come here, and go by the tent, make the loop, and then go through the climb of the Grand Col Ferret. The Grand Col Ferret climb, just to give you an information, I checked during the week the Strava segment of the race, and we have 4 kilometers, 800 meters of elevation. The best time is Peter Engdahl. It was like 2 years ago when he goes through sub 10 hours for the CCC. He climbed it in 38 minutes, which means it was 1,175 meters of elevation per hour in terms of elevation speed. So quite crazy. So this is the pace and the fastest time. So the guys will go through there and will go through this climb. And then once they are at the top of Grand Col Ferret, they will switch in Switzerland and head to La Foulie for this aid station. And then they will go to Champagne to find their crew. On the image here, we have the images of, it's not only, it's Berton, Refugio Berton, where Marianne Hogan is here, the second woman. We'll check his speed time with our Katie Shai, which is leading. So you see Berton, Marianne Hogan already second here. We remember this wonderful battle with, it was already Katie Shai. And then I think they will go, I can see Gediminas Grenius as well in Berton. And then here, this is the next stop, Arnouva. We are in this big tent. And we having just an eye on the entry of this tent, just to follow them. You see. So if Marianne Hogan goes through Berton, we will be able to give you some timing-wise what's happened. I think Katie even had a bigger gap now. It will be like more than 40 minutes lead for Katie over Marianne. Ranked at the top 15 currently for Katie at the scratch ranking.
Yeah, so Alexi, we were looking at the timings, and the last time Jim Walmsley, the winner from last year, rolled through this point at 10 hours 58 minutes into the race, which would mean that would be 8 minutes from now. So if our current leader Vincent comes through here, currently he would be 8 minutes ahead of what Jim did rolling through here last year. So the timing is pretty tight on that timing from last year, but what it looks like is that he will most likely come through before then. And if that is the case, it would be meaning that the race is getting run just as fast as it did last year, and we will see what that would turn out to look like later on when they arrive back into Chamonix after completing this incredible loop. But we are here waiting, and we anticipate that he will be coming in ahead of the record and ahead of what Jim was able to do last year rolling through here.
This will mean that probably Vincent is on the pace, on the timing of the sub 20. And I think, like, briefly, just before heading to the first man here in Arnuva, we'll have just a small cut from the ads, just a small advertising few spots, so that we'll be able then to be here and be fully live on live to cover these top 10 men and also the women's coming here, because the first woman is not that far from the top 10. So just a small cut for the spot, and then we come back here to make you leaving Arnuva aid station before heading to Grand Col Ferret and to join Switzerland. All right, so here we are back in Arnuva at the end of the Val Ferret in the heart of the Val d'Aoste to make you live this UTMB special this year, because we won't cut the live until Chamonix. So we are with Maj after our our short power nap. We are back here, and in a few minutes now there will be more energy here, because the first man will come through this aid station, kilometer 100, before heading to Grand Col Ferret. The battle is tough. There is already some DNF. This is part of the game. The Frenchy guy living in the US since like more than 5 years now, coming back into Europe, deciding to put his name on the world prestigious race. Already they did some quite well in the USA. Now decided to go into Europe. And here you have on the screen, it's important to note that the top elite guys this year have some GPS devices to have a real positioning and to have to follow them more precisely. And we keep an eye on here the entry of this aid station, because in few minutes now we'll have it. So Maj, what do you think for these guys, like before heading to Grand Col Ferret? Is it a good strategy, like to wait a bit, to do it with a group? Or we know that during the night it's sometimes better to be by group. It's a bit easier. Also, it's less long, and you can manage, if it's the same pace, a bit easily. Take some relay just to have the visualization and to know the route a bit better.
It's a good question, actually. Like, I think we saw it once before and was spoken about it a fair bit when Zach Miller and Tom Evans worked a lot together a couple of years ago, and they found that really helped them out. It seems like everyone's running pretty solo out here tonight. It's a clear night, so we can see a lot of stars as we look up from the valley floor here. So it's going to be pretty fresh and out there, but it's not as cold as some of the editions have been in the past. It looks like everyone's rolling through still with singlets on and not a lot of very long clothing and warm clothing. So I think it's not as harsh a conditions as what it might otherwise be sometimes in the mountains out here. And I think people are just getting on with it themselves and doing it individually. We don't, as you saw before, there is a GPS tracker and we can see the elevation profile of the race on the course. And Vincent is one of those people that actually looks like doesn't have a GPS tracker at the moment, but we are expecting him to roll through pretty soon, as he is ahead of Germain. As we saw on the GPS tracker before, Germain was not far away from the steep descent that brings people down to the valley floor again in Arnuva. And Alex, like you said, from the valley floor, they've got to climb back up over Grand Col Ferret and over into Switzerland. And that climb is fairly short. It's less than 5 kilometers, and it has a fair punch to it, though. It has a punch of about 700
I
meters.
guess we have the first guys. Look, we can see the headlamps just over the hut. Okay, here we are. Let's start. The show will start here. Everyone is pumped up for welcoming the first runners and for a long day ahead for them as well. All the volunteers. Also, our host of the Arnuva hut will maybe see them. They are super nice Italian guys. The founder is like a mountain guide here currently, and we'll have maybe an interview with them. But then he's the first guy here because we are, Jim crossed Arnuva last year at 4:58. So here we are 1 minute later currently. So it's a bit slower compared to last year. But of course, Jim set an incredible pace last year. This year, maybe try it again. But of course, he didn't succeed. And here we are. We are waiting for, normally it will be Vincent. And then behind we had Germain. It was the last timing. I saw the second headlamp just here. He's coming down here. And we will have it. The first runners to come here. UTMB 2024. Coming into Arnuva aid station. It's the last one in Italy. And obviously the best one. We remember you, the vegetarian one, but you still have the beautiful Italian cheese, all the NAC products. It will be interesting to see because the next aid station will be in 16 kilometers with the Grand Col Ferret with 800 meters of elevation. So we'll have and welcome them. Look, all the volunteers are pretty hyped by the atmosphere. Everyone is here grabbing his coffee and waiting for the first guy. So Maj will be directly in the live, maybe to catch up a few words with Vincent. It will be interesting to follow. Okay, here we are. We take our watches and we're like, okay, so 2 minutes only behind Jim Walmsley timing last year. Here it is, Mr. Vincent Brouillard coming through our new aid station. Pretty concentrate. Okay. You know what we're doing? Look at the flask. Already prepared. We'll have a look at it. You see, the flasks were empty, but you have some energy drink inside. Here is Vincent taking some sparkling water. The volunteers take time to put the water inside, have some time for Vincent. He comes through the station with empty flask. And then he is heading to the Grand Col Ferret. Allez, c'est parti pour Vincent Brouillard. Notre leader pour le moment, sortie de ravito. On est sur 1 minute 30 de temps d'arrêt environ. Le premier rang passé à Arnouva, kilomètre 100. Et on attend la suite.
Yeah, actually, that was faster. So Vincent came through and he was in and out in just over 1 minute. So you said, hey, he filled up 2 flasks. One of those flasks was empty. The other one also had a powder in it prior to, so he came in, he had an empty flask with powder in it, and he had that filled up. So he obviously had some calories in that one, and then he got another flask which was just water, and he was in and out.
Also the timing, the gap with the guys behind. It was interesting. As he entered, he asked volunteers for the gap in between him and the guys behind him, the second and the third one, because I think it will come like pretty soon. But he decided to lead the race and to go through Grand Col Ferret by themselves. And then I think here we are, Germain Grandier is heading here.
Thank you.
Allez, bravo.
All right, interesting. Here's fast. Okay, so here we are, 2 different strategies. You see, it was like non-stop. He goes through the aid station, having 1 flask with the powder, with the energy drink, just putting water inside and leaving. So of course we can say that he reduced a bit the gap with Vincent. I think he was like full on, maybe to push and to join Vincent and maybe catch him until the top of the Grand Col Ferret.
Yeah, that was so impressive. Hey, he just wasn't even stopping for anything coming through here, Alexi. He just was in and out in literally 15, 20 seconds. He came through, ran straight through the aid station. I think he knew what was going on here. He knew that he had to go all the way through and just the water was at the end, and that's all he wanted. And he will be able to see our leader, Vincent. He'll be able to see him straight ahead because he'll have his head torch on. And so Germain will be hunting him as they go up the Grand Col Ferret, which, as we've said a number of times, is a very steep climb, and it goes. It's not a long one, but it's very steep and it's got a good amount of elevation in it. So it's less than 5K, but Germain will be hunting Vincent down, or he'll definitely have a great understanding of how far ahead of him he is. And it's only just over a minute between those two, which is exciting. And
maybe one thing to notice is that last year Germain goes through Arnouva in it was like 11 hours and 11 minutes of time course, and now this year is more than 5 minutes faster compared to last year. So this is also interesting to see. He's 5 minutes faster compared to last year. He was third when he crossed this place behind Jim and Zach. This year, ranked number 2, not that far from Vincent Brouillard, and he has also the advantage of having the experience. For Germain, he know what he's doing, he know the route, he know the aid station, how to manage a UTMB. For Vincent, it's a first try, so we'll see how he manage this climb, and also what is tough sometimes is like when you are at the sunrise, when the body understands that you won't go to sleep. And here we have images of Berton with our French guy. Pour les Français, tiens, vous retrouvez Casquette Verte, Alexandre Boucher, regardez, refuge Berton. Pour les quelques Français qui sont encore éveillés, peut-être ceux qui sortent de boîte, peut-être ceux qui font des petites insomnies, on retrouve notre Parisien préféré, Alexandre Boucher, du côté de Berton. Et on vous le rappelle, du coup, le top 2 est passé. Vincent Brouillard est en tête. Vincent Brouillard, le coureur un petit peu passé sous les radars, qui mène la danse avec une bonne minute d'avance sur Germain Grangier. Au ravitaillement, Vincent a bien pris plus le temps que Germain. Germain a vraiment littéralement traversé ce ravitaillement, rempli une flasque uniquement, 500 ml, et s'est engagé dans cette ascension du Grand Col Ferret. Germain passé avec plus de 5 minutes d'avance sur son temps de l'année passée à Arnouva. Donc c'est intéressant de suivre ça. Il était passé 3e l'an passé. Là, on a nos 2 hommes qui se tiennent en moins de 2 minutes et on attend la suite de ce podium pour le moment avec normalement notre coureur roumain. C'est Lionel Christian Manole, le coureur roumain. Et ensuite, derrière, on a regardé un petit peu les temps. Le top 10 est très très dense. On a également du Tom Evans. On va retrouver Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon qu'on avait vu au départ de la course prendre un solide départ jusqu'au Contamine. Tout ça va arriver là dans quelques instants. Ça va se densifier. Et on attend également les images de nos femmes. Les 2 premières femmes sont passées à Berton. On attend la suite pour voir comment se passe la course femme, où là aussi le top 10 est plus que serré. Allez, si on regarde un petit peu au niveau des passages, je voulais regarder un petit peu les écarts chez nos féminines. Du côté de Berton, on a voilà, 38 minutes d'avance pour Kelly Scheid. Et la seconde donc, est Marianne Hogan. Marianne Hogan, notre Québécoise, le plus bel accent. Vous verrez, on essaiera d'avoir des petits mots de Marianne. C'est toujours des accents qu'on aime bien. Et Blandine Lirondelle, Blandine, et ben, elle a 5 minutes de retard sur Marianne Hogan. Seulement 3 femmes passées à Berton. So the first 3 women go through Berton. Kelly Scheid is a solid leader with 38 minutes already. 38 minutes of gap with Marianne Hogan, the second woman. We remember like 2 years ago the battle between Katie and Marianne. It was super intense. And the third one is Blandine Lirondelle, who did her first UTMB last year, finished 3rd, and she's still 3rd for the moment with like 5 minutes gap behind Marianne Hogan. So the route is still long. We are only in Italy. We will go through Switzerland and then go back to France. So you have plenty of time to do. It will be interesting to manage also the heat, because if you followed a bit the race yesterday of the CCC, it was hot. And it will be the same as the sun will rise in Switzerland. We think about the terrible climb to Champais, Trian, even the last one in France up to La Flégère. It will be interesting to follow because there is like big temperature gap in between. Here, Arnouva, it's like roughly 10 degrees and probably like more than 25 degrees during the day to come.
So, Alexi, what a race, hey. 2 minutes, 21 seconds separates our top 2 gentlemen. That rolled through here. 2 French studs, I think would be appropriate. They rolled through just after 5 a.m. or just on 5 a.m. this morning here on Saturday morning. What is it, 1st of September? The 1st of September today over here in Italy as they roll through.
No, it's tomorrow.
Right. So I got that wrong.
We're still in summer.
some still go. So 31st of August, 5 a.m. over here in Italy, down in the valley. We see another head torch coming down the mountain right now. And you can see that we always look at our heads to the left here because that's where the runners are coming from. But we have our third male in the UTMB for 2024 rolling down the hill right now. So we should expect them to come through here in the next couple of minutes. And they are going to roll through this amazing Anuva aid station, vegetarian aid station here at UTMB this year. And this runner is rolling through, and we expect that
It's probably our Romanian guy. I think it's Lionel Christian Manole with the gap that we have on the live trail with the fourth and the fifth. Our runner from Romania, Lionel Manole, who will join us here again. Not a guy that we expected as high as this position when we worked on it, but he's here on the podium.
He's flying down this hill right
it's
now.
Crazy. The pace is really impressive. We'll go through Arnuva for our Romanian runner coming here. Here it is. Okay. Here it is. Lionel Manole. Okay. Here again, interesting to follow the strategy of this guy. We'll have it. Ranked number 4, third. Here for the agua. He will grab some water. He's at the end of the aid station. Obviously, it's like super focus. For Lionel, one flask. Yeah, he made the choice to go with 1 liter, of course. Before heading to Grand Col Ferret. And he's leaving here, this aid station. We'll have a look at the gap with the 2 leaders as he goes through Arnuva. So I guess there is like 10 minutes gap with Germain Grangier for the moment. 2 Frenchie, 1 runners from Romania, and then we are waiting, but in a few minutes now, if we are based on the estimated time, our Tom Evans, the guy from Great Britain, who dedicated his season to this race, to UTMB. He decided to really mastering the UTMB. If you follow with him, he decided to launch his own podcast, and it's super interesting. He detailed all his preparation from mental part to nutrition to all the gear and all the training, of course. So it's really interesting. Tom Evans is if we put our mind into a live trail, the next to come, but then it will be super close between the 4th and the guys ranked 10th, which is Ludovic Pomeray. There is only 10 minutes in between those guys before heading to Grand Col Ferret.
You know, we saw the lead male come through here, and we thought that 1 minute in an aid station was a short period of time, but that has been proven to be a long time to stay in Anuva. So the second place, German, and also Anel from Romania coming in 3rd, they rolled through here, straight through to the back of the tent, grabbed some water, and then we're out. In less than 30 minutes, we did some renovations here in the Anuva aid station, making sure that it's safe for everyone. So Right, here's some banging going on, but that is just the medical team making sure that everything is safe down here.
Making sure that everybody is awake. I think so.
But it's yeah, the gentlemen here are rolling through really quickly, and I think that's a sign that they know that this is not an aid station to hang around. They need to get in and get out. They have 14 kilometers until the next aid station, and within that 14 kilometers, they have 950 meters of elevation gain, but they also have just over 1,100 meters of elevation loss. So a huge, you know, infamous 10 kilometers of downhill, which takes runners from the top of Grand Colferet all the way down into the valley that holds La Foule, which is the next aid station. And so it's really, really interesting to see that the runners are coming through here, and they're just, they must have what they need, because all they're really grabbing is some fluids, and then they're on their way. So yeah, that's the strategy so far here, but they're getting in and out very, very quickly. As we see some of the top 10 women, some of the footage of the top 10 women that are at the Refuge Batuni, which is sitting above Courmayeur aid station. So runners are down in Courmayeur, and then they just do one very long uphill all the way to the Batoni aid station, where they can refuel again, and then they make their way towards us here in Anuva. So we are here waiting for the next top 10 male runners as they roll into Anuva aid station, and they, according to the tracker, are all pretty tight. We can see a head torch coming down the woods above us on the valley wall, and I reckon me and Alexi are going to get pretty busy over the next half an hour, because these next top 10
Look
are
at the
going to be
pace.
fast.
It's pretty fast. The guy's coming down. Oh, it seems to be. I don't think it's Tom Evans. We'll see.
Saw a bit of white in there, Alexi, so it might be
Oh,
the Adidas Terex kit of Tom
we'll see. He's coming like super fast. It's really impressive. Like the pace, like the headlamps were like super high like 30 seconds ago, and now he's like already here, coming into the aid station. So whatever this guy is pushing pretty hard to join the top 3 currently. So it will be interesting here after 11 hours and 80 minutes to see the guys ranked at number 4 here after 100 kilometers on the UTMB route 2024. Oh, it seems to be Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, our Frenchie. Here it is. Here it's Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon coming through the aid station. He's here. He's a really pretty good downhiller, living in the mountains all year long, doing some ski mountaineering. Look, putting out the flask. Arthur is here, knowing what he's doing, having some powder. He knows the aid station, and is leading to the water. Tout se passe bien, Arthur?
Nickel. Tout aux sensations, donc ce qui explique aussi sûrement les changements de place. Je me pas les donc s'il va l'accélérer, il me double. Si moi je me sens bien, je les double. Puis on va essayer de faire ça jusqu'à l'arrivée.
En tout cas, t'as le sourire, c'est top, Arthur. So Arthur said that he's doing on his own feeling, no cares about the ranking, about the others. If he get past, he get past. But now he's ranked 4th, leading into the Grand Col Ferret. Mr. Arthur Joyeux, already top 10 last year. He's having a super nice smile. Arthur, really good guy. Dedicated to his sport since last year. He decided to go all in into his project. He's also coaching a few athletes. And yeah, he said, I know what I do. I don't care about if I get passed or not. he filled like with 2 soft flasks with powder. He's a NAC athlete, so he know a lot of the products. He use it all year long, so it's interesting. And it means that Tom Evans has been catched by Arthur in the section between Bonatti and Arnuva. But when we look at the pace of Arthur into the downhill, it was pretty crazy match. And look, I think we have, I think the top 10 will be here pretty soon.
Yes. Actually, we have our lit up speaker over there doing its work. The music is pumping here, and the crew is starting to wake up even more than they were before. The crew down here in Anuva. Very interesting to see another Frenchman roll down the hill here. So we have 4 Frenchmen in the top. We have 3 Frenchmen in the top 4 and 1 Romanian. And we have the top 5, the 5th gentleman rolling down the hill right now as he comes into the Anuva aid station. And we could expect that to be Tom Evans, but as we saw, that can change, and the timing predictions in the tracker is not always correct. But what we have is we can see 4 gentlemen coming down the hill at the same time above us here, as we look from the Anuva aid station. And so this is going to be really tight because everyone is obviously running with a headlamp, so they can see the gentleman in front of them. And when they start to go up Grand Col Ferret, they're going to know how close they are to the gentleman in front of them.
He's coming into Arnuva.
Yeah, so this is Tom Evans. Tom Evans, Great Britain, rolling into the aid station right now in 5th place, hitting 101k going on. Hey Tom, how you doing, man?
Okay, so 2 different shapes between Arthur Rangsford and Tom. We are not in the same momentum as the 6 and the 7, Mr. Hannes. Oh my God, is coming here. Look at it. Entering the aid station. Okay, looking for water. Our runner rank 7th. Here we are. Manuel Aguita Bayo and Hannes Nomerguer.
5e féminine à Berton. C'est rude.
You guys are looking at the water directly. Clearly, it's interesting to see that everybody has quite the same strategy coming out with a soft flask with powder inside. The idea is to grab and absorb as much as calorie as possible because we know that the night is quite cold. We lose some energy. We need to get some carbs. Of course, it's not that warm, so the water is not that super interesting. Just only water. This is why they are putting this powder into the soft flask to get as much carbs as possible during the night to avoid to lose too much energy into the night. Here we are, our runner from Colombia, Joaquin. Okay, Tom Evans is leaving. Our Joaquin, quite a bit hot for Joaquin Lopez. Putting again 1 soft flask with the powder. The idea is to be as efficient as possible without losing some time and having what they need for the next 16 kilometers, heading to La Folie with the Grand Col Ferret, 4 kilometers, 800 meters of elevation. So Maj, maybe tell us a bit about the Tom Evans mindset of momentum. He's pretty maybe in a low spot now.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. So Tom rolled in and it was very evident from his body language and also what he said that he said he hasn't eaten anything from Courmayeur all the way here. So that's quite a distance to cover without having anything to eat. He grabbed a couple of slices of watermelon, then he grabbed just a cup of sparkling water and a cup of Coke, and he strolled out of here with the Coke in hand. So, I mean, if he hasn't had anything since Courmayeur, he didn't really take anything bar the Coke from this aid station. So we're assuming that he still has a lot of nutrition on him, but he will want to be getting that in pretty soon. That's not rocket science, but he'll be wanting to get that in pretty soon and make sure that he starts to get something into his system. Going up the next climb here might be a good time to just focus on putting one foot in front of the other and getting that nutrition in. But as you saw, that was pretty tight. We had 4 gentlemen roll through here basically all at the same time. So they will be working their way up the climb together, and there's a good chance that they will have some eyes on the 3rd male that would be ahead of them, which is the 3rd place male that would be ahead of them as they go up Grand Col Ferret. But yeah, it's super tight here as they roll through the top 7 men. And then we have number 8 rolling in here right now.
Here we are with Baptiste Chassagne. Baptiste Chassagne in the top 10. Looking for water. Okay, so Baptiste is he's know what he's doing, taking his time, deciding. He's changing headlamp battery. Ask for 1 flask. And here we go. Leave the aid station with a new battery for the Grand Col Ferret. Allez, Baptiste Chassagne dans le top 10. Toujours en place. Il est reparti. Donc 2 flasques remplies pour le Baptiste Chassagne. Allez. Allez, Baptiste, notre fraîchis, ça va, Baptiste? Allez. Il est 9e pour le moment, Baptiste Chassagne, pour son 2e UTMB. Il a pris l'expérience l'an passé, il a fini 10e. Juste derrière Tyler Green, le coureur américain. Et là, il savait très bien ce qu'il faisait, Baptiste. Il a demandé à nos bénévoles quelle était la boisson, où est-ce que c'était. Les bénévoles l'ont aidé à remplir sa flasque. Il est reparti avec 3 flasques, Baptiste, c'est intéressant. 3 flasques, 1,5 litre. Il a eu le temps également de changer la batterie de sa frontale. Donc voilà, il est vraiment posé. On voit qu'il sait ce qu'il fait. Il n'est pas pris dans la précipitation. C'est quelqu'un qui est vachement réfléchi, bien entouré. Et il repart 9e. Il n'est pas si loin. Hein. Et là, regardez, celui qui rentre, ça aussi. Une belle légende du sport, monsieur Ludovic Pommeret. Le top 10 complété. Qui va chercher de l'eau pour Ludo. So we just saw the Baptiste Chassagne leaving with a 3 flask, 1.5 liters, changing headlamp battery. And here we are with Ludovic Pommeret, record holder and winner of the Hard Rock 100. Looking at nutrition. And Pablo Villa, ranked 11. Okay, so here we are in the center of this top 10. Ludo qui a ses produits, qui les connaît, qu'ils utilisent toute l'année à l'entraînement. La boisson NAC. Et Pablo Villa juste à côté.
Allez, bravo.
Bravo.
8e féminine.
On va lui vider ça. Vous
2h69,
voyez,
Martina.
Ludo qui est bien calé en termes de nutrition, qui sait les apports dont il a besoin. Tout se passe bien pour le moment, Ludo. Gestion de course comme tu sais le faire. Voilà, Ludovic un peu marqué, mais il a l'expérience, il sait ce que c'est des ultras. Enchaîner les coups de moins bien également. Alright, so here with Ludovic Pomeray is hitting a bit of a low momentum, but we know the capacity of this guy. Remember, you winner and record holder of the Hard Rock 100, pretty crazy. Still here, 49 years old. These guys, Ludo Pomeray leaving, and here we have the guys ranked 11 with Pablo Villa. Pablo Villa, our guest from Spain, and that's the first to grab some
warm
soup for Pablo Villa. Pablo, everything is doing well for you? You are still in your timing for you?
Yeah, I am happy with the race. It's far away the finish line, so in control, easy.
Nice. It's pretty calm. It's nice to see. Not taking too much stress.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand where these gentlemen are right now. 101 kilometers into the race, they've done just under 6,000 meters. So that means that there's still 75 kilometers to go, with 4,000 meters of elevation change in that. And so it's still a long way. They've just gone through the night. The morning sun is not too far away, but the morning sun is going to be peeping its head over the valley wall there as they head over into Switzerland over the Grand Col Ferret. But as you see, there's a lot of different energies here. Tom Evans came in. He was pretty wasted in the sense that he hadn't eaten a whole lot. He seemed pretty drained of energy. We had Baptiste, the French runner running for Nike Trail. He came in full of energy. He was great. His body language was great. His demeanor, everything about him was awesome. And then you've got Pablo Villa here sitting in 11th position. All of these gentlemen, there's not more than 10 minutes separating them, but the spread of their energy and their body language and everything about them right now is completely different. So there we go, Pablo rolling through. I would say, Alexi, that he has probably, out of the top 11 men, him being the 11th, I would say he probably took the longest out of anyone. He grabbed a soup. He was the first person to grab something warm. He grabbed a soup. He took a minute to sit down. And now he's out of here. He seems super cool, calm and collected. And, you know, it's something like that could pay off for him later on. And if he understands himself, he understands his body, he understands what he's trying to do in this race right now, that could be exactly where he wants to be. And he's not rushed about that, and he's not getting caught up with other things. So yeah, really interesting. There's a million different ways to be able to do it out here. And it's really looking great for some of those guys, and some of those guys, it looks like the war of the ultra that is the HOKA UTMB for 2024 is definitely working its way into their lives right now. So that's good things. I think Baptiste, man, he was full of life.
Yeah, but he's always a guy like that. He's like super he's like super emotive, you know. He's full of emotion, and he knows that if he wants to succeed in ultra, in the long distance race, he has to manage this emotion, because it can be all in, like we have seen on the World Championship, for example. He was like super good, top shape, and he decided to push way too hard. And now he knows he has a good manager. He knows what he's doing. He just signed with Nike Trail also, which is different, because last year he was with the team SIDAS Matrix. So it was more a group project. Now it's more an individual project. And yeah, he oriented all his season around this race, UTMB, which is only the second one for this guy compared to all the other. If you look at Ludovic Pombray just behind him, but he was like super, yeah, smiling, just having the good vibe. And it's really funny like to see the guys taking different time. Even like Pablo Villa is like sitting here on the bench, but compared to Tom Evans, it's two different type of sitting kind of. It's like Tom Evans is sitting like really in a bad shape, or like the mental is not that well. Pablo is like super calm. He's like, okay, I know what is 100 mile. I know how to manage it. It's still long, so even if I lose 1 minute here, I know that I can win like 5 minutes probably into the section which goes to La Foulée. So yeah, clearly interesting. And I guess in like 2 or 3 spots we will see the first woman, Katie Scheid. Katie Scheid, after a crazy Western States, she for the moment showed that it's possible to combine Western States and UTMB. Well, it's still long, 100K, still 80 to go to Chamonix, but she's doing a really impressive performance for the moment.
You see that there is a Strava segment coming up for these runners as they leave the Arnuva aid station. You can see on the 3D mapping right now that purple mixed with the red color right there that takes you all the way up to Grand Colfray. You can see on here that there's some stats of the numbers that have been run for this segment, which has that just over 700 meters of elevation in it. So it's yeah, it's a segment that I don't know if we'll see get challenged today, but it could be that way. And as you said, runners have come through here and they've done different things for their strategy. There's different energies rolling through here. What I'm most excited about, though, is actually I'm most excited about seeing how Katie Scheid looks and feels as she comes through. It seems like every time we've seen some footage of her tonight so far in the race, she's been looking great. She's been energetic around what she wants to do. She wants to grab her stuff. She wants to get going. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how she comes through. We've had 11 men roll through here right now through Arnuva at 101 kilometers into the race. And Katie Scheid, last time we checked, was sitting in 15th overall. So, yeah, there might be a bit of change within that, but hopefully we see some head torches coming down into the aid station pretty soon. And then one of them might be Katie Scheid, and it will be great to see. It's good to get a few words from some people there as well. It's great to hear them being open and being able to share a little bit about how they're feeling, what their thoughts are. So that's really awesome. I'd like to thank the runners for giving us their thoughts on that. I know it might be a bit strange having a small little interview halfway between a race, but I'm sure that everyone at home really, really appreciates getting that insight. So big shout out to those runners going the extra mile out here tonight with us. Oh, this morning.
Kind of, we are, yeah, early birds now. We can
Early
say
birds.
close to 6 now. 11 runners go through this Arnuva aid station. And yeah, we talk a bit about this climb up to Grand Col Ferret. Maj, you already raced UTMB, you know it. It's not like super steep, so it's not like you can't put, you can't be like power hiking full mode, because sometimes if you are in really good shape, you can run some part, right?
It's not super steep, but there are some small sections within it that are pretty steep. So I think it's certainly something that some of these front runners will probably be looking to push that pace a bit and probably run a little bit, because there will be the ability to see a lot of other people behind you going up this climb as well. So that's going to be really interesting for a lot of the top 10 here, top 11. They're going to be able to see a number of the runners just ahead of them or just behind them. So I think that, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who kind of sticks to their own game plan, doesn't get sucked into that element of the race, because yes, it's a steep climb, but also It's not the longest climb in the race by far, and there's the infamous downhill off the Grand Col Ferret that takes runners down into La Folie, and that is a very, very long downhill, and it's very, very runnable. It's incredible downhill, actually. If anyone ever gets the opportunity to come out and run that downhill, it's beautiful. You come through and you pop over into Switzerland, and then it's almost one of those downhills where you don't have to work at all. It just allows you to. It just happens for you. So doing the climb is one thing, but then managing that downhill is another. I mean, you really need to be able to move on that downhill, but also have your legs ready to finish off the rest of this course, which would still be another 50 kilometers from La Folie. So yeah, it's an interesting point in the race, and I think a lot of the runners out here put their best foot forward, and for some it looks like it's paying off. For others, it looks like it's going to be a tough start to their Saturday morning. That's for sure. As the sun rises, it's still pretty dark out here, though, Alexi. Actually, I say that, but if we look up to the sky now, we can just see the silhouette of the mountain starting to appear from the dark of the night, and so the morning is coming, and the sky is going from complete black to that dark blue gray color. And as we see that silhouette, we also see a couple of other runners.
This is not
making their
star.
way
This is
down.
our stars of tonight.
Yeah.
This is our headlamps heading to Arnouva. Yeah, true. And also at this period, like in French, we say between chien et loup. It's an French expression in between a dog and wolf. I don't know if in English it's worked, but it means that you are in between the night and the day, and it's the coldest part of the night.
Yes.
So for the runners, but they don't seem to be like having like cold or stuff like this. No one is having like long tee or arm sleeves, so I think the temperature is like pretty good. As long as you stay active, of course, because here we are outside, just outside the aid station. It's a bit cold, of course, but we're having our headlamps heading to Arnouva, and I think one of these headlamps is our first women winner in 2022. I just have a look about the timing in between Arnouva and Grand Col Ferret. Last year, Jim did it in 54 minutes up to Grand Col Ferret. And Katie Scheid, she won in 2022, 1 hour to do this climb. So to give you just a little bit of details about what the timing up to Grand Col Ferret. And the king of Mont-Blanc of this segment is on the men's side, Peter Engdahl, realized during the CCC 2022 in 38 minutes. It's 1,150 meters per hour in terms of speed. So it's quite like an elevator.
Yeah. He wanted out in CCC today, but he has been able to dominate that race before. As we had a little bit of footage just before from Refuge Battoni as the top 10 women make their way to that refuge and the next aid station, which is outside of Courmayeur. But here we are at Arnouva at 101 kilometers, and we are about to see our 12th, 13th, and 14th runner come into the aid station. It's going to be interesting to see who they are and how the positions have changed since the last
Look at him!
timing.
Look who is coming! Here it is! Our first woman, she's here. Katie Scheid entering Arnouva. Bib number 1. What a race she's putting currently. It's amazing. She's ranked 12 in Arnouva. She's putting a masterclass piece for the moment. Looking pretty good. Maybe Maj, if you have a few words about Katie.
having fun out there?
Yeah, it's super nice.
Is it cold or is it all right?
It's okay, but it's cold up there.
Et moi, je suis avec, on va le faire en français avec mon Thibaut qui passe enfin une nuit dehors après sur son premier soirée sportif. Ça va?
Ouais, je suis prêt.
Me, and he told me like he has the base pacer. He said, "I'm in the good wheel. I need to keep it." Thibaut Barognan for his first UTMB. Well, first time having a all night into the mountains, and he's like super funny. He's smiling. I think it's the good attitude for 100 miles. It's like not rushing, enjoy it, and he's like one of the best female athletes in this sport and in this 100-mile world. So just keep the good will and follow up to Grand Col Ferret. So I think we are almost at the top 15, Maj. Thibaut?
So Katie and Thibaut, they went through. Katie coming first in 12th, and then Thibaut in 13th. Super interesting though. I think if you look at that, really, let's see. The interesting thing about that is really that's 45 minutes between first place male, first place female after 100 kilometers. And, that is like after 11 and a half hours of racing, that is not a lot. And it's so incredible to see Katie roll through here. And yeah, coming through position. She's made some good ground on that section there from the tunnel station. So yeah, exciting. She's absolutely having a blinder. And I suppose the question is can she hold it? Can she keep doing it? And this is our 13th.
Yeah, Mr. Bendiham entering the 8th station.
14th.
Yeah. Ben, the guys from ASICS.
Looks like he's going to go into the medical area with the medical director that we have here at Anuva. At the moment, not looking super stoked on life.
Based on the estimation. So I think it happened. See what happened with the and maybe we don't have the chat, but I think we can send like a contest about guessing the finishing place of Katie, the ranking overall.
We've seen
top
it.
10,
We've
top
seen
5.
it happen before. We've seen women get into that top 10 overall position. It's happened before with Rory Bozio. It's happened before with Courtney. So will Katie Scheid also make her way into that space? If you look at that, I think, so she came in 12th overall. And if you look at who's ahead of her, there was a couple of guys there that were not in the best shape. So there's definitely some potential movement there. And we see another runner rolling into the 8th station right now. This is Jeff Mogavero from the USA rolling in here. Jeff's looking like a legend. Grabbing some watermelon. Jeff, dude, how you doing?
Good.
Excellent, man.
It's late at night.
Are you loving UTMB? Water's through here.
Yes, he's having a blast. He's smiling.
Oh, it's still late. All this fun is over. It's gonna get really fun.
Grabbing another piece of watermelon. It's gonna roll through. Let's go, Jeff.
This guy looks to really having pleasure to run this 100 miles. It's really crazy to see a smile like this after 100k. It's really nice. Full of good energy. I think for heading to Grand Col Ferrat, top is like rank 14.
Left as 13th male and 14th overall, because Ben is still with the medical team in there. So Jeff Mugavero, yeah, that's how they roll in Montana. I think Jeff's still living out in Montana, and he.
Ça c'est monsieur Alexis avec notre qui et prend encore. Alex, habitué au manche de skyrunning, qui maintenant monte en distance et là, qui s'avance sur son UTMB. À l'expérience, il avait déjà goûté aux joies de l'ultra du côté de la Réunion. Et là, il est en train de nous faire, pour le moment, une très belle grosse première partie de course. Alexis Sevenek, le pensionnaire de Morzine. Très fort montagnard, Alexis. C'est quelqu'un qui aime le terrain technique. Alors sur l'UTMB, c'est un peu différent. Ça va un peu plus vite. Mais là, il est bien, il a le smile. Et voilà. Ça repart concentré avec 3 flasques, il me semble. So here we are with Alexis Sevenek, a real local product made into the Alps mountain. At the beginning, he was like a ski mountaineer. He did like a lot of French selection with the skimo team. And beginning, it was more a sky runner kind of, like really having a blast with like all the stuff, super technical, rocky. And then moving up to long distances, he made pretty good race in La Réunion. And then on the first UTMB, for the first for Alexis.
At the end of the aid station, some of Italia's finest watermelon. So it's looking to be a hit here. As you saw, that those gentlemen roll through, and as it's been seen a number of times already tonight, filling up a couple of flasks, 1 or 2 flasks, and then hitting the road and getting back out there. But it's But again, 2 gentlemen are coming through with really good energy. So I think it's going to be a really positive morning ahead for them. As you say, Alexi, it's in between the dog and the wolf right now in the French terminology of the night becoming the day and the silhouettes of the mountain coming up. It's definitely cold. It's been cold the whole time, but it's getting even cooler right now. So we have one gentleman, Ben Dehan, who's still with the medical crew behind the walls here. He has not left the aid station. So we have had, I'm pretty sure it is 16 gentlemen roll through this aid station so far. Looks like on the tracker, Miguel Arsenio has not come through, but it looks like he's showing up on the tracker. But it's 5:45 this morning local time, so 9 minutes ago. Katie Scheid rolled through here. Very exciting to see. We didn't expect her to see her so soon. We were waiting. We were kind of expecting her to be probably 10 minutes after what she did, but she rolled through and seemed pretty happy too. She seemed like she was having a good time, and there was nothing to be concerned about, and she was just ready to make her way out of the aid station and get up and over the infamous Grand Col Ferrat.
And also, we have to notice that all our volunteers quel plaisir d'être ici à Arnouva. Première année où tu es un résident?
Première année, je viens d'Annecy. Voilà, et c'est super. Je pense que l'année prochaine, enfin moi j'y serai, je ferai la demande en tout cas. Il faut s'inscrire suffisamment tôt, dès le mois de janvier. Et je veux dire, c'est génial. Quoi qu'il en soit, sur 2 jours, c'est parfait. C'est parfait. Une belle ambiance. Les arrivées là maintenant. Hier c'était énorme, je dirais ils étaient 2500 je crois. 2500, ça s'est pas arrêté. Là sur l'UTMB c'est quand même beaucoup plus long. Hier c'était au 26e kilomètre, là c'est le 100e kilomètre et on les voit un par un et c'est génial.
So here we are with our volunteer coming from Annecy, first year here in Arnouva, and he's having a lot of pleasure. Already here yesterday for the CCC, and now UTMB. Of course, there is a bit more time. There is more time to chat, to discuss, and after they will have like the big pack with all the runners coming through all day long here. So it will be an intense day, but he's like super happy to be here, and he already signed for next year. You have to sign up soon to be volunteer. Especially here in Arnouva, it's the best place. In the Italian, in the heart of Italian Alps. And okay, here we are. The French Baptiste Baptiste pour son premier UTMB. Baptiste Quatentiec, le jeune coureur qui s'avance sur le sommet. Jusqu'à maintenant, 1 kilomètre. Plaisir?
Ouais, j'ai eu un coup de mou dans la montée pour le refuge Berton. Là.
Et il est chaud le Baptiste. Hein. Et ils ont pas froid, nous quoi. Là, il y a ta flasque qui t'attend, mon Baptiste. Découvre les joies du 100 miles. Et vous voyez, il se fait un plaisir d'utiliser les produits NAC à disposition partenaire nutrition de ces World Series UTMB. Allez, Baptiste qui repart. Baptiste Quatentiec, jeune coureur du team Trail. So here, just a small word with Baptiste Quatentiec, the young guys, French guy discovering 100 miles. He's for the moment crushing it. He told me that he's not that cold. Eh? He drank like 1 full flask of NAC lemon with a bit of sodium in it, just to have the good salt. And yeah, he's really enjoying. He having quite a bit of low momentum, but now he's pretty happy to see the sun coming out. Et ça, c'est notre Gauthier, le coureur français du team La Sportiva, qui se présente. Gauthier, voilà, qui part à la soupe. Tiens, petite soupe. Ça sera le deuxième. Après Pablo Villa à sortir la soupe, dégainer le côté soupe. Bien concentré, lucide pour Gauthier. Là, on est dans le top 20. Placé. Gauthier, tout se passe bien pour le moment. On va sortir bientôt de la nuit. Bien géré cette nuit-là?
Ouais, bien géré. Bon, le balcon, là, jusqu'ici, à cette heure-ci, il est abominable, mais c'est toujours pareil. Mais ça va, c'est cool, là. On va avoir le lever du jour sur le Grand Col Ferré, c'est bien. Ça va être cool.
Ouais, tu vas te régaler, tu vas voir lever la tête. Une bonne flasque de soupe. Voilà pour Gauthier. Gauthier, our French guy. Top 20. Happy to see the sunrise leading up to Grand Col Ferret. Runners from La Sportiva team. And look at the job of the volunteers here. Taking care of our runners. Of course, here we have plenty of time to manage because they go one by one. There is a lot of time in between. But then in the middle of the day, it will be a bit busier. Oh, allez, nos deux Français. Ah là, c'est la patrouille de France. Aubin Ferrari, Yannick Noël qui sont là. Yannick, podium sur la TDS l'an passé. Aubin Ferrari, très fort coureur également. Très concentré. Qui font la course ensemble, je pense. Aubin, dans les roues de Yannick, c'était prévu. Ça s'est fait en cours de route dans la nuit.
J'ai retrouvé à Courmayeur. Et je m'accroche comme je peux, mais ça risque de mal finir.
Voilà, Aubin, c'est le panache. Hein. C'est l'homme au panache. Et voilà, il a pris la roue de Yannick Noël. Il va l'emmener jusqu'où il peut. En tout cas, Aubin, très fort coureur. C'est vrai que sur ces formats-là, il est très bon, concentré. Et puis notre Yannick, notre boulanger, il est boulanger aux Deux Alpes. Aujourd'hui, il bosse pas. Yannick, bon, la nuit, toi tu connais, toi tu travailles la nuit. Là, ça a été?
Ouais, nickel. Bah, j'étais pas bien jusque Courmayeur et là, renaissance avec Aubin. Donc, non, c'est plutôt cool. Franchement, pour l'instant, ça se passe bien. Donc, on va essayer de continuer comme ça.
Eh ben, allez, profitez. Notre Gauthier qui avait oublié ses bâtons. Petite tête en l'air, tu es Gauthier. Et du coup, vous voyez, ça s'est retrouvé. Ça permet aussi de redynamiser un petit peu la course. Yannick Noël, Aubin Ferrari, les deux Français, ça discute. Ces petits blabla run là pour monter au Grand Col Ferret. Et puis voilà, ça va nous emmener tranquillement ici. Direction la Foulie pour eux, dans 16 km. Ils prennent le temps, vous voyez. Vous voyez, ça mange un petit peu plus que les autres. Après, Yannick, c'est costaud. Hein, vous voyez, ça fait des pains au chocolat toute l'année, donc forcément, ça a besoin d'énergie. Hein. Ah oui. Allez, Yannick Noël, Aubin Ferrari, ils sortent de
Give me a translation in English. How are those gentlemen feeling and what are they saying?
So you see two of like pretty funny French runners. Aubin Ferrari, the guy with the red shirt, he's catching Yannick Noël. Yannick Noël last year was on the podium of the TDS, and I asked him, "Okay, you catch Yannick?" He said, "Yes, but probably I will having a blast and I will explode, but well, I do it." And then Yannick is like super concentrated, but it's funny because he's working in a bakery. So I asked him if the night is a problem for him because he's working during the night. So he said, "No, it's okay. I'm fine. I'm just enjoying." And he was a bit in Courmayeur, so he was down, but once he find Aubin on the road, he was like, "Okay, it's super cool." They start to chat a bit, and look, they are on the way up to Grand Col Ferret together. So it's also a part of the race and a part of the tactics to find someone, and sometimes it gives you a bit of boost to find the guys.
I mean, that's cool to hear. It's they both again. They look like they had energy to make it work and to get out of here pretty quickly. I just had a look on the tracker, and within the next 5 minutes, we should be expecting our second female, Marianne Hogan. So we're going to have some close eyes out for her, and we might be able to ask her a little bit of a question as well as she rolls through this aid station. But it's not far off, and we should be expecting, Marianne Hogan to come through. And then it looks like there's a bit of a gap between Marianne and third place female, which looks like it is still Blandine Odell from France. Again, I'm just so impressed by the French army that is rolling through this aid station here at the 2024 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc at 101 kilometers. The amount of French runners that are in the top 20 now, I think, is amazing.
I think it's like more than 65%. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I'm not sure. It would be interesting to look back in the recent years, to see if that's been the case lately. But I think I've seen more French runners roll through here than this aid station has seen in a lot of years, being that close in the top 20. So that's cool. that's interesting and exciting to see. Another thing, folks, if you ever get a catch of it, there's a lot of bottles of soda streams. HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc aid stations. They are all now being replaced by the pre-made or the made cola that you can make with a soda stream. So the personally made substitute that is the cola that is made with the soda stream. And it seems like a lot of people are taking it on and making it, so it doesn't look like it's doing any good around here.
Avec Get Your Guide, découvrez plus de 100 000 activités de voyage dans une seule appli. Des excursions aux accès prioritaires, visites culinaires et aventures aquatiques. Get Your Guide, des expériences de voyage inoubliables.
You ask me for a US guy, I give you a US guy. You said too many French in the top 20, so let's bring one US guy. Then after I bring you 5 French.
So balancing out the nationality spread here in the 2024 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. Cody Lynn rolling through in 22nd overall, so he 20th male, and he has just rolled through, about to go 11 hours and 30 minutes, 11 and a half hours into the race here. As you can see that, yes, these runners start, well, it should be 12 hours actually, I think, into the race. Because they started at 6 p.m. local time last night, on the Friday night, so it should have just gone 12 hours into the race. I'm not sure exactly why that's showing up differently for Cody's time here, but it just hasn't updated, so that's all. But yeah.
And also interesting to note that we have our first guys that have been go through Grand Col Ferret. Right. And it's funny because here, you remember it was at 5, like 1 hour ago. The gap between Vincent Brouillard, the first guy, and Germain was roughly 1 minute. Now it's 5 minutes and 15 seconds. Yeah. So Vincent could take like maybe 1 minute more here in this aid station, made a gap of 5 minutes with Germain. So he's still pushing into this this section. Now he's heading to La Folie. He's supposed to be in La Folie at 6:38, but it's super interesting to see. It will be super interesting to have a guy like completely under the radar to go at the end and win UTMB, because when you look at the starting list, when we are preparing the UTMB, we're like, okay, this year there is like more than 50 guys at more than 850 UTMB index, and nobody talks about Vincent Brouillard, and this guy goes out wearing like a full black silhouette, and boom, crushing the race. It's really impressive. He's a good friend of Jim as well. I know they are in contact because Vincent is working in Decker's brand, which is Decker's group, which is a group who owns HOKA. So he's working in the products and all the stuff. He's a techie guy, super techie, and I know that they are in contact with Jim. Unfortunately, Jim DNF'd. And here we are, our first Asian runner. It's interesting. Looking for water again. So he's looking at it. Directly going through the cheese. Good choice. We're in Italy. The cheese is the best. Of course, they don't make some polenta or stuff like this here. It will be a bit too heavy. But the good Italian cheese, you see this, the powder with energy drinks, like carbs, sodium. A lot of these runners using it. Mainly like no water for these runners, like only energy drink, like water plus this kind of powder. And look at the amount of cheese here. Look at this. You want to grab this in your bag? It's a bit heavy, I think, to go with all of this cheese. Canua for the moment in the top 25, and we are still waiting for our Canadian girl Marianne Hogan. In few minutes, I guess we'll have our second woman, and here we are with this Asian runner taking his time. He's going through some solid food, you see, a bit salty with the cheese. Decided to put it a bit in the vest. And here we are. I guess Camille, the guys from HOKA and Garmin. We're
Definitely the brightest shorts of the day, the brightest outfit of the day is Camille just rolling in there with those
tie-and-dye spirits.
Very colored looking HOKA shorts rolling in. And this is another Drew Holman coming into the aid station right now alongside.
And I think our runner will put the same color into the soft flask with all this powder that is on the short. It will be the same colorways into the soft flask.
Let's go get a word. Rolling in right now. Marianne is the second female. She's coming in right now. Heading straight to the water. She's coming in. Asking for something to drink. French Canadian. She knows the lingo here. Being able to order what she needs. So she's getting one flask.
Allez, que là, on a notre deuxième dame, Marianne Hogan. On se souvient, en 2022, Marianne, c'était Coca Pizza du côté de Courmayeur. Maybe a few words, Maj, with Drew, or notre Marianne qui a donné ses instructions à son équipe, aux volontaires pour qu'il ait les bénéfices. Marianne, tout bon? Ça déroule?
Ça déroule, ouais.
Allez, ça va repartir avec 3 flasques pour Marianne Hogan. Third flask. 1.5 liter ici. Joelman is leaving.
Bien, Marianne, bravo.
And our second woman here, Marianne Hogan. Super concentrated. All right. And this is our guy from Argentina. Santos Gabriel Rueda.
Hola. Muy bien. Hey. Marianne Hogan in and out. She had some urgency around her there.
Yeah, Marianne was like super focused.
Yeah.
Sometimes she's a bit like she wants to chat with everyone. Now she's like concentrate. She gives the instruction to the volunteers like I want this into this. She go out with 3 flasks, so interesting.
Yeah.
But she was like really into race mode, like
Yeah.
not losing energy here and there.
Very, very cool, calm and collected, but also very direct, and she knew exactly what she wanted out of that. So that was really cool to see her in so dialed in and so just so straight onto what she needed there.
And yeah, our guys from Great Britain, Josh Wade.
Nice work, Josh. Keep going.
Okay, Josh from TNF team, Great Britain represented after Tom Evans, feeling a bit dizzy as we are cutting some cheese here. This is a pure local product. Our volunteers are making sure that they are having the best cheese, the formaggio, la fontina, the best one that you can put in polenta, in pizza, in whatever.
It's
into
good,
the
huh?
flask, it's tough. In flask, in soft flask, it's tough. But this is the Italian gel. You see, this is like one gel.
Italian gel. This is the largest tray of cheese that we could find anywhere. As you can see on our split screen, there are some beautiful shots right there of the cheese and also the sunrise that is coming over the mountains, ready to welcome the day that is Saturday here in Italy. But yes, the morning is lighting up around us. You can see the silhouette of the mountains appearing, and from that drone shot there, you can definitely get a good insight to the morning coming over the hills there. There's a lot of runners make their way down into Italy from starting in France at 6 p.m. local time over in Chamonix as they make their way from France over into Italy, over the Col de Seine, and then they're going to make their way to this beautiful buffet that the volunteers here have created, which is amazing. There's a lot of cheese getting cut. There's a lot of happy people helping out runners here.
It's interesting to see like this is the finish line, but the starting line is here. Look, look what happened. So this is a bit of milk and a lot of love inside this cheese, you see. Et là, nos volontaires qui se font un plaisir de couper cette fontaine. Et de voir avec cette belle fontaine, on la met dans quoi?
Dans, je sais pas, dans la raclette. Ah.
C'est un petit peu le fromage classique du Val d'Aoste dans la pizza, dans la polenta, la fontaine. On est vraiment sur les produits locaux. On rappelle, c'est un ravitaillement 100% végétarien qu'on retrouve ici. Du coup, le fromage, les produits NAC également, 100% végétarien. On a avec de faire un ravitaillement végétarien chaque année sur la course de UTMB. C'est celui de Arnouva. Et ils ont tout ce qu'il faut. Et nous, on se régale aussi de manger un petit peu des bouts de fromage. Donc voilà, les bénévoles qui œuvrent pour vous faire des magnifiques tranches. Elles sont bien calibrées, hein, les tranches, attention. Et puis nous, on va accueillir le reste du top 30. With the top 30 is coming. With our runner. Water just there. Yeah. Allez, une petite soupe. Yeah, the soup for our runner from Czech Republic. You are in the top 30 currently. What are your feelings after this beautiful night, clear sky?
Sky, yeah, but I only looking forward to the light, and you know I will be stronger there on the light.
Well, sunrise, climbing up Grand Col Ferret. Enjoy the view. Allez, on est dans ce top 30. As our top 3 runners go through Grand Col Ferret. I will give you the time and the splits after our runners leaving this aid station. So you see some are more like going to the salty part with the soup, also with a bit of cheese. But the cheese sometimes it's tough because it's quite solid. So you need a lot of blood into the stomach to digest. And for the other guys, it's more like liquid, but with some carbs and some calories and energy like this. The watermelon as well, a lot of runners going through. The energy bar, sometimes at this time of the race, it's a bit tough. This is why some runner for the nutrition plan goes through really solid parts and solid stuff at the beginning, because you have the energy, your gut is able to digest it, but then they switch to semi-liquid or fully liquid nutrition because it's way easier to digest, and also because you don't have to put energy into your stomach to digest it. So this is why the energy bar on the top runners are not that hyped, but well, after the runners in the mid pack and at the end of the pack, as the pace is a bit slower, they have more time to eat it, to digest it. So for sure, the two different flavor, you have peanut butter chocolate and berries and nuts. They will have some. Okay, our runner from Czech Republic is leaving, and I think we are at 30. I will have a look. 30 guys going through this Arnouva aid station. As I will tell you how many go through Grand Col Ferret. We have the first images. So Vincent Brouillard is leading the race at the Grand Col Ferret with 5 minute leads over Germain Grangier. The guys from the North Face are already podium on the UTMB. Our runners from Romania, Lionel Cristian Manole, is having, the gap is already there with like, all right, 15 minutes gap with our top 2. And then ranked number 4 is the guys who did an impressive downhill to go to Arnouva. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon is 4th with like 5 minutes behind the podium. So it's still a race incoming. And here we have Mr. Andy Simons. Yeah, Andy, living in France, speaking super nicely French. Andy, really nice runners, a lot of experience. Andy, who did it last year with the paragliding, now you can't have the glide. You say that he would like to go now. A bit of coke for Andy. Tout se passe bien pour le moment, Andy, à travers cette nuit?
J'ai un souci de bouffe, là, digestif, j'arrive à rien retenir, donc c'est un peu compliqué. Je vais essayer d'aller.
Some gut issue for Andy, some gut issues, but well, that's part of the game. He's a lot of experiences through 100 miles. And here we are with our Asian runner.
He is the H-Trail earlier on this year. From China, he's rolling through the aid station. He is joined by, I believe,
Yeah, Jaju
Yes.
Zhao was the guy leading the race with Arthur Joyouin. He started the race with the waterproof jacket. I remember with the tape, the yellow tape, of course. And it's a watermelon party là. Whoa, 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 whoa! Look at this. 1, 2, 3. We are equal to the Guinness World Record book because it's pro record.
Rank.
Yeah. But
he's Domain Deng is taking a seat. I think he's having a cup of hot soup, but
yeah, two different atmosphere. But she's pretty calm. He knows what he's doing. Having a tea, power nap. Yeah.
It's one of the unfortunate cases of coming into Anuva and needing to sit down, question, why would you sign up to the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc? But the answer to that, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone listening, is just because it's an absolutely amazing experience. So, the footage won't say otherwise sometimes when a runner is sitting down crying into their arms, but the reality is that this is an incredible experience. That's why thousands of people line up for it every year. And you've seen also some of those images right now from the Grand Col Ferret, from that drone shot up there with the morning light, the beautiful, beautiful sunrise on Grand Col Ferret. It's absolutely stunning at the moment. And that is what, as Alexi was saying, some of the runners will be seeing and will be making their way up to right now. But some of those morning shots out here in the Italian Alps, as the runners the front runners move from Italy into Switzerland, it is pretty stunning. And
maybe
makes
if
it
we
all
look
worth
at what happened into this climb up to Grand Col Ferret, Baptiste Chassagne is pushing the gas pedal because he's ranked 6 at the top of Grand Col Ferret. Unfortunately, Tom Evans lose some places. He's ranked number 9. Ludovic Poulain is still 10. But yeah, big move is coming from Baptiste Chassagne. Tom Evans, I think we saw him here in Arnuva. It was a bit tough. I think the climb was not the most fun part for him. Finger crossed to see him having like a revival in La Fouli.
it's definitely possible. But he did mention that he hadn't eaten anything since Courmayeur when he arrived in here at Anuva, so that is quite concerning. But yeah, we'll see what happens after that. Hey, how are we doing, man?
Pretty
So
focused.
this
Runner
Czech
from
runner.
Slovenia, I guess. So it's interesting to see because our runner Gauthier Bonnecarré from La Sportiva put his poles on the table. He leave and go back like 5 minutes after because he forgot his poles. So it's you have to stay quite aware about what you are doing through this aid station. And we are still waiting for the third women, of course. Mr. Robert Ajnal, our girl from Romania. We remember this beautiful podium in a really tough UTMB, wearing a waterproof pants. But yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
With a shitty condition, he crossed the finish line with big waterproof pants, but he managed. He's like, he's a tough guy. He's in the army, so he's training a lot on the treadmill. He's doing like 4 or 5 hours on the treadmill. So this guy mentally is like, he's like a soldier. He's like whatever.
Have another one here, like these.
And here we are with Clément Desilles. Clément is a physio coming from Annecy. He's like super well prepared. Allez, on retrouve notre Clément Desilles. À cœur de réaliser un bel UTMB méticuleux. All good for you? Ready for a long day into the mountains, but you will enjoy it. See you over. Clément, ça part Clément, cette partie de nuit là, ça a été bien géré. Est-ce que tu as réussi à trouver un petit groupe ou tu l'as mené tout seul?
Beaucoup tout seul, ouais. Beaucoup toute la nuit, c'était un peu long, mais là le jour se lève, donc ça va cool. Je vais basculer de l'autre côté.
C'est là où le corps est un petit peu, l'organisme est un petit peu choqué, lever du jour, il faut bien le gérer. Un petit peu de coca, de caféine et ça repart pour Clément. Coureur du Team Brooks.
Our first Slovakian runner, I believe, Marian Pradaka, and I have probably not pronounced that properly, but that gentleman is a mountain goat when it comes to going up and down these big hills. I saw them run through the Monte Rosa race last year, destroyed it, so that was very incredible. We still have our Chinese fleet here, Gomen Deng, who is taking a bit of a nap right now on the table here in the head station. Grab a nice warm cup of soup, but he has not seen much of. He hasn't been drinking much of that. He's got instead, a little bit unfortunate right now.
I think we have the drone images of what's happening at the top of Grand Col Ferret. Look at this view. And if you're looking this and you don't want to sign up for the UTMB, I don't understand why. It's completely crazy, this view. Look, from Italy to Switzerland, they will switch from one country to the other, and they will have to switch and again to come back to France.
Yeah,
and
so beautiful.
there are only 10 to go through this Grand Col Ferret for the moment, and we are waiting for the other runner. 35 here in Arnouva. This is the 100 kilometer when you go through this aid station, and they won't see their crew until Champais, which is like 30 kilometers away from here. So it's a long part. This is why runners are splitting the race. Like the first part is like Chamonix to Courmayeur, first part, then Courmayeur to Champais, and then Champais to Chamonix. If we cut it in third. And here the 36 runners to come to join us. Allez.
Yes,
Mr. Gédéminias Grégus.
Okay. Incredible. Contamine is one of the sports very well known. Been around for a long time. It's come second here at UTMB. It's looking good. Contamine, how you doing, my brother? You good? Excellent. You signed up for this. Why do you sign up for this? Contamine is looks like the scariest runner here, but he is very, very, very nice.
But I think he's one of the toughest mentally into the platoon.
Sure. Here at the aid station, he has placed as high as second here overall before, and he has been in the top of time. But he, looking like today, he's growing up a little bit. And you mentioned that he was growing up a little bit. Hey, we have our first Norwegian runner, Håvard, coming in here to the aid station, looking for water, as many of the runners have been recently.
Yeah, some soup, some water.
Wayne, first Norwegian runners coming in to the new aid station, 101 kilometers into the 2024 HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc. And mixed bag here right now, folks. Mixed bag. There's a lot of pain going on right now, but I tell you what, it's made up by these beautiful images of the Grand Col Ferret, that incredible morning that is shaping up to be out here in the Alps.
Oh, we are still welcoming the top 50 with a local runner, Mathis Leray. Mathis is also a camera runner when he's not racing. He's part of the team that is doing the live. So today he's putting the bib. Mathis Leray, the guy is super strong in skimo, living in Arèche-Beaufort, same place as Simon Gosselin, François Daen, Jim Walmsley now. And we still have our Chinese runner here.
Yeah.
So I think he's really in a low spot.
And I think that might look like the runner coming up to crest the top of the Grand Col Ferret.
It looks like Thibaut Barognan. Yeah, it's Thibaut. It's Thibaut. He lives Arnouva with Katie Child. We don't know where is Katie, but yeah. It's easy, you look at the curly hair and it's Thibaut Barognan. Thibaut discovering the 100 miles, he wanted to change a bit the race schedule. After a lot of years around this marathon format like 50K, few CCC, he decided to go on his first 100 mile. And now he will head up to Grand Col Ferret. Look at the people here. He's looking strong. He's like having a really nice pace. He's like not a strong hiker, but when he put the hike, he's like really crazy how fast he can be on short format. And here at the top of Grand Col Ferret, look at the atmosphere. People climb up. They park the car in La Foulie and then climbed up this Grand Col Ferret through the night to see the first runners. And he's heading, what you said, Maj, earlier, like this downhill, which is like super runnable. So of course you don't have to make a lot of effort, but you don't have to put too much energy, otherwise you can really burn your quads, and then it's going to be a long way to go back to Chamonix. But Thibaut knows this part because he already did like 3 CCC, so he knows it. And this is the leader coming into La Foulie briefly, Vincent Brouillard. Our leader for the moment, but the surprise of the day on this HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc 2024.
Approximately much under 10 kilometers away from Thibaut and what we just saw at the Grand Col Ferret. This is Vincent running down the street into the aid station. You can see there on that course profile, which is just to the top left of the screen, that ramp that he's running down into. And once he gets all the way down into the bottom of that, he hits the aid station. 60 kilometers to go until the finish from where he is right now. And what do you think of his movement there, Alex? He's just cruising along. That is some stylish running.
Yeah, if you look at the body language, it's a runner who raced a lot in the US, in these US typical races where you need to have a good pace, good strides. A lot of runners on the US races coming from marathon, track and field background. And you see here the stride after more than 100k is really good. So here he's heading to La Folie station, and then after that you'll have to climb up to Champais to find his crew again.
Yeah.
And looking, preparing all the stuff.
Yeah.
He's having the powder, preparing, open it up, so that just enter into the station, fill the bottle with water, and leaving. It's like super well executed, you see, because he's moving quite fast, so it's not that super easy to be done, you see, but it's having like this small pocket of energy drinks.
And that's how it works, folks. If you want to make sure that your aid station transitions super fast, get in there knowing what you want, and you get in there with everything ready to go. So you can see there that Vincent just, yes, he spilled a fair bit on himself, but it's kind of worth it in the end. If you can get a quick transition, you can get out of there a minute faster by preloading those bottles with some powders, whether that's more than likely just some pretty-made sports drinks mix, and you can save a lot of time by getting into those aid stations and just focusing on giving your bottle to a volunteer, getting that filled up, and then moving on. You can see here he's moving super well. It looks like his stride is very in control, and he's moving super comfortably. It does look like he's pushing himself a bit here. Like he's not taking it easy. That's for sure.
Yeah, it looks like a natural pace for him. He made his first really like big title in France like a few months ago in Maxi race. He ranked 5th behind guys like Mathieu Blanchard, Aurélien Dunant-Palaz, Thibaut Garivier, and Baptiste Chassagne, like top ultra runners. And he was this guy like, coming out from nowhere, except from the guys following a bit the US races, but he's really crushing it. And then here we are, so just behind Thibaut Barognan that we saw just earlier, Miss Katie Scheid going down to La Folie in the top, still in top 15. We'll check once the timing are updated.
Yeah, so that's Katie Scheid having crossed over the Grand Col Ferret, and now she has a very, very long descent, long and sustained descent, and she rolls down into the next aid station, which we just over 10 kilometers away. You can see in that elevator profile at the top left of the screen, you can see that she's just moving into the dark blue, and that is that very steep and long ramp, as you would say, that she's moving down. Very, very runnable, very comfortable in terms of a lead right now. She's got an incredible lead over Marianne Hogan, who's in second place, who passed through this aid station not all that long ago over here. Katie Scheid is absolutely, she's class right now.
Allez, mesdames et messieurs, on est avec du coup le leader de cette UTMB 2024 si vous venez nous rejoindre. au petit matin. Entrée de la folie pour cet homme, Vincent Brouillard. Un nom peu connu. Il est français, mais il a résidé longtemps aux États-Unis. De retour en France, une 5e place sur la Max Race, c'était au début de saison. Et là on est avec Blandine Lirondelle, 3e dame. On avait eu Katie Child qui est en train de descendre le grand col ferret. Et Blandine qui reste concentrée. 3e dame derrière Marianne Hogan, 2e. Deuxième UTMB pour notre Blandine qui prend le temps. Déjà 3e l'an passé. On va suivre la sortie du ravitaillement Blandine. Elle fait les choses de manière méticuleuse. Elle a appris de son premier 100 miles. Et puis là, elle rentre tranquillement dans sa course. Contente de retrouver le petit matin, Blandine?
Ouais, non, la nuit, c'est on va alimenter. D'avoir une montée parce que...
Allez, Blandine. Blandine, voilà, qui repart. Et oui, c'est un petit peu les joies, on peut dire les joies. La partie de l'ultra, c'est de traverser ces hauts, ces bas. Et là, Blandine, elle est dans un petit creux. Hein. Elle est un petit peu dans le creux de la vague, mais ça va revenir pour Blandine. Toujours 3e, alors que vous le voyez, donc on a été interrompu, mais on parlait de Vincent Brouillard, ça c'est notre premier homme sorti de la folie, voilà, parfait, exactement. Premier homme et le second il est là, Germain Grangier. L'écart qui est de plus de 5 minutes. Voilà, les amis. Ici à Arnouva, nous on est placé au kilomètre 100. Ils avaient 1 minute d'écart, 1 minute 30. On a monté au grand col ferret. L'écart, très très grosse montée. Il lui reste la montée à Champais qui est une montée qui est pas très longue mais qui est raide. Et on a également Germain Grangier à gauche qui lui arrive du côté de la folie. Et puis nous on est ici au cœur de ce ravitaillement d'Arnouva. Alors que là on a Alexandre Bouchex, casquette verte qui passe juste derrière Blandine Lirondelle. Voilà. Lui, qui a à cœur aussi d'améliorer ses chronos sur cette UTMB. Il revient chaque année, le coureur parisien. Voilà, si vous nous rejoignez au petit matin. Nos leaders, on a eu Jim Walmsley qui a dû abandonner. Tom Evans, on l'a croisé ici dans la nuit. Il était plutôt lui aussi dans une partie un petit peu basse niveau moral. Il était peu en forme. Tom Evans, plus trop d'énergie depuis Courmayeur, il nous le disait. Et c'est vrai qu'il n'est toujours pas pointé au Grand Col Ferret. Il fait que de perdre des places depuis Arnouva. Et là, à l'image, vous avez Germain Grangier. So here we are with the second man heading to La Folie Head Station. The crew is giving the few information, like the gap between this guy, Vincent Brouillard, and Germain. It's roughly 5 minutes. Look at Vincent after La Folie. And now we have a runnable part leading up to the bottom of Champais Lac climb. And then he will find again. Here you have the profile there. So slightly downhill and then a small but steep part of this climb up to Champais Lac. Here we are still welcoming some runners from the HOMB. We are seeing the top 50.
Let's see, I think we are going to see some of the top 10 women start rolling through this aid station. Hu Xiaoxing is not far away from coming through, and also we believe Ruth Croft will be coming in from as well. So hold on tight, and hopefully we have some good images from here at Anuva as these ladies come to the aid station. Have the top three come through already. Shania and Giselle, both Anuva. It's incredible, clear, crisp, beautiful footage with some incredible mountains in the background as the top two men duke it out, running through the valley into, this is Germaine on the left-hand side.
Even on the slightly uphill part, she's really strong. It's impressive. But it's just the timing that I think Champelac, the timing won't be that far from as Germain is entering Lafayette aid station, still without the crew. The crew will be in Champais. Of course, you have the media team, but they are not allowed to help Germain. He's managing the aid station by himself until Champelac.
And he will be quick in and out of here, no doubt, like he was here in Anuva. Doesn't need to do a whole lot right now. Just needs to get in, get refilled, and get out, because it's not an awful long time until he hits Champelac, which is the next crewed aid station. He will have seen his crew last time at Courmayeur, and then he would have run through the early hours of the morning and then back into Switzerland, where he'll see his crew again next, Champelac. And you can see here that he was in and out super quick, just like we saw him here at Anuva. A man on a mission, he knows exactly what he has to do if he wants to catch first place Vincent, who is on the screen right now. This section here along the river is flat comparative to a lot of the rest of the course, but it is, as you can see, it's a little bit technical. It's rolling, it's undulating, kind of up and down a fair bit. It definitely makes you work for it. So,
yeah, it's a bit similar as the first part I did between Chamonix and Les Ouches. It's this kind of rolling terrain. Even here it's mostly like in downhill until the bottom of Champelac, and then you have this steep climb leading up to Champelac. You need to put out the poles, and then once you're on the Champelac, you find the crew, and then we have. It's always funny each year to see the pace on the side of the lake. It's like pretty crazy. Alright, so everyone, we will switch and do the handover to our we call it the real commentator, because we are the night team, as they called us. So the live will be split again between different languages. You will find the same setup as the OCC, CCC yesterday. So thanks everyone, thanks much for this beautiful night here in Anuva, in the heart of the Fontina. And then in a few seconds we'll put just a small spot, and then we'll go through your different languages. Mesdames et messieurs, on va du coup nous se quitter à Anuva pour vous laisser entre les mains des différents commentateurs tout au long de la journée jusqu'aux arrivées, jusqu'à ce soir. On va aller jusqu'au top 10 féminin. Vous allez retrouver les différents flux anglais, français, les différents commentateurs. Et puis nous, on vous remercie si vous nous avez suivis. Et puis on va aller se coucher.
Arrivederci from here in Anuva. enjoy the rest of the live commentary and the live coverage of the HOKA UTMB Mont-Blanc for 2024. It's been a pleasure, Alexi. Thanks for hanging out this beautiful morning. Enjoy the rest of this coverage, folks, and thanks a lot for tuning in here. We'll see you very, very soon on the other side of this incredible race.
Good morning, gang. Welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series, the second edition here we're in Chamonix. We are now at the front of the race over in Switzerland. So our race leader, Vincent Bouillon, I think it's Bouillon. So hang on, let me grab my list here. So yeah, we are playing catch up like Vincent Bouillard. Vincent is one of two athletes that have already crossed over from Switzerland. But before we get there, good morning, Chrissy Mail, back in the house.
Good morning, Keith. We made it. Sun coming up this morning as I was walking out to get down here. I was like, this is it. The dawn comes, the runners get that rejuvenation, the headlamps come off, and we're seeing the T-shirts come back out. Yeah, well, this is where the racing gets to really get going again. You made it through the night. I'm really excited for these guys.
100%.
And girls.
So yeah, and at the same time, so this is the front of the women's race. So we are up at the Grand Col Ferret. We are expecting our race leader, Katie Scheid, to be through here any minute now. Katie has been setting an incredible pace overnight. Casey, I think, was just outside the top 10 scratch. She is due. She's already. Oh no, I lie. Katie has gone through there already ages ago. Goodness. Yes, originally tracking at 7 a.m. But no, Katie's gone. But what we have got at the front of the women's race, our next athletes coming up here, Marianne Hogan. So it's like 2022 all over again. Katie Scheid, Marianne Hogan, race leaders. Then we have Blondine Lirondelle, Zhang Fuzhou, Ruth Croft.
Yeah, those two have kind of bumped up and held strong.
Yeah, Emily Horgood, Chen Lin, Martina Valmasoy, Manon Boha, and we haven't been talking about her, but here she is on the UTMB course, hard rock champion from before, Sabrina Stanley. So that's your top 10. And just outside there, Esther Schillag, Claudia Tremps, Amanda Basham, Lucy Bartholomew, Johanna Antila. So that is...
I wanted to correct myself from yesterday. I Amanda Basham did finish last year.
Right.
She was 19th. I looked that up.
Okay, yeah. Did Amanda send you a note overnight?
No, she didn't. I looked it up because I was like, man, I'm going to question myself on that.
Yeah.
And I looked a little deeper, and there was this was earlier, probably about 3 hours ago. There was an awesome American contingent in the female side running together. Hillary Allen, Addie Bracey, and Tara Fraga. So I loved seeing that collective working together within a couple minutes of each other.
Since we've had we requested the list of elites that have already dropped, and the list is quite big, and we're going to go through that in a few minutes. I can tell you, sadly, that Tara Fraga has dropped.
Oh, okay, so that's even just in the last little bit, yep.
So Tara Fraga is no longer out on the UTMB course, so that's another drop. I think in the men's race, there is utter carnage overnight. I can tell you, there's one or two females that have dropped, but in the men's race, wow, the list of runners that we were talking about beforehand, a lot of them are no longer out on the course.
Yeah, this footage we're seeing, we won't be seeing some of these faces come back to Chamonix, unfortunately. But we've got a list.
Hang on, I think let's tease it out.
Okay, sounds good.
So we're going to get the chat is open, and good morning, everybody. I can see the South Africans are back in the house.
They're right with us.
Sadly, gang, Ryan Sands is no longer out on the course, but I'm sure there's a few other South Africans that you could cheer today. Plus, the love of the community, the passport doesn't decide who you decide on, so cheer on. So yeah, so this is really cool. So good morning to the gang in the chat. We are looking forward to being with you all day today. We're going to be here right the way through to the top 10 women in the men and women in the UTMB. I think what we haven't done, Chrissy, maybe if you're ready with your linguistic skills this morning, do you want to go for the top 10 men? Because we haven't really summarized that. We just saw Vincent, our race leader, and behind Vincent, so just so far, 2 athletes through La Folie. But do you want to go with the top 10?
I'm going to, my live trail is taking a little longer to load. Do you want to go to the men first, and I'll go for the women after?
I'm going to go the other way around this time. We're going to go from 10 through to 1. So
I like it.
On the way down, these athletes are now between Grand Col Ferret and La Folie. So we've got Pablo Villa. Ludo Pomeray. Ludo is into the top 10, the winner of Hard Rock this year. We've got Manuel Anguita Bayo. 7th place, the legend Hannes Namberger. Baptiste Chassan in 6th. We've got Joaquin Lopez in 5. Arthur, he's still there. Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon.
He was Arthur right out front for
one of the few athletes we saw at the front early on that's still in the men's race. From Romania, Ionel Manol, and then we've got Germain Grangier, and finally Vincent Bouillard. This is our 3rd athlete, so this is likely to be the Romanian, Ionel Christian Manol. We've got Robert Heinal. He's the one that's kind of really made his mark. There we go.
Great footage of
Katie Scheid. Here she is, our race leader in the women's race, and at some point, we're kind of chewing over a lot of information right now. At some point, I'm going to give you the time splits. See how Katie's doing against her 2022 time. More importantly, how's Katie doing against Courtney's fastest course record time back in 2021?
And I just say on the back half, because her first half in 22, you noted, was faster than Courtney's record time. So it was the back half where Courtney made up time, or arguably Katie lost time. So we'll see how she can hold up against that.
Yeah, and what we're seeing is this section of the course, and if you talk to Katie, Katie's always had great mountain miles, but she's been really working on her running miles.
And which showed out at Western States proudly.
100%, and I think this whole section from the Grand Col Ferret all the way down to Plan Pra before, we've already been here twice already in the race. We're about to go through the forest again, all the way up to Champellac. So, Ionel Christian Manol from Romania. Tanya at the start-finish line, one of our announcers. Tanya this morning, first message she sent me, Romania's in 3rd. So yeah, so well done to man, that's got to be worth a Romanian gift in the chat, gang.
He's starting off first thing this morning with the gifts. There we go, Keith.
I love the gifts, so yeah.
Before we get too far along, let's not backtrack. We'll announce the top 10 women currently. It's looking like we're expecting these women into our Nuva any minute now. Sabrina Stanley's in 10th. Menon Bouchard-Collier is in 9th. Martina Valmosai in 8th. Lin Chen in 7th. Emily Hawgood in 6th. Ruth Croft is holding solidly at 5th. And then from this fourth on, we are expecting at the Grand Col Ferret, Fuzhou Zhang, Blondine, Hérodel, Marianne Hogan is in second, also expected at the Grand Col Ferret any minute now. And our lead lady, Katie Scheid, in first place, expected into La Folie in the next probably half an hour. And I just wanted to note, she's in 12th overall.
Yeah, Katie Scheid, 12th overall. Going back to the fun days of Rory Bosio, Rory 7th overall. We had Katie. We've had Courtney Dawalta up at 7. So here we go. This is Germain Granger. Yeah, Germain Granger, Serge, as his friends call him. So Germain Granger, second place. So the Katie Scheid, Germain Granger household right now should be very happy with a second spot and a first place on this year's UTMB course. A lot of running to go, but I know psychologically the sunrise, wow, what a shot in the arm for every single one of these runners.
All the way back. Like, you feel this, and the runners are extraordinary runners. I got some updates from people last night and where things are happening in all along the pack. It's awesome stories out there.
So, let's have a look.
Oh, well, they're breaking the news on the screen there, announcing that Jim Walmsley and Mathieu Blanchard had dropped during the night.
Yeah, so I think let's how are we going to do this? Let's do it from, we've got the list of athletes as they dropped. Do you want to start? Do you want to, should we go?
Maybe by aid station? Oh, that might be tricky to do too. It is quite an impressive list, unfortunately. And I'm just noticing some names that we were cheering on to start last night.
So we've, I mean, the big names, the ones that we were talking about in the top 20 elite, we've got Dmitry Mitaev, he's gone. Annelise Rousset, she's gone. Pau Capel, Shan Jiaseng, Jim Walmsley, Aurélien Dunan-Palaz, Tim Tolleson, Mathieu Blanchard, Fiona Pascal, Stephanie Howe, Ida Sophie Hegeman, Thibaut Garivier, Ryan Sands, Scotty Hawker, Claire Heslop, Christian Meyer, Tim Tolleson. Wow.
Rita starts repeating itself, yeah.
This is like the good old days of boom or bust on the trail. And I think as the other thing to notice here is the carnage is primarily on the men's side.
Noted.
No, and Chrissy, I'll say that, Chrissy, so it doesn't sound like he's, coming from a. But just an observation, the front of the women's race is still well and truly stacked with all of the people that we were talking about before the start of the race.
And I would say every one of those is a different story. I did hear that on the live feed, it was announced that Jim's knee was still bothering him. It was making it really difficult to run on the flats. At post-Western States, that recovery hasn't fully been there. So yeah, I'd be really interested to hear from all of these people, like what happened, what was their anticipation before you got out there? Here we go. I don't know if we'll have sound, but this is making a decision right here.
I can, Debo could do a full show on just what happened overnight. So yeah.
Maybe you will.
Yeah.
Go, Debo.
Yeah. So, yeah, there we go. So, actually, I was just getting a quick update. Excuse me.
Il repart. Allez, Jim repart. C'est une excellente nouvelle. Il repart en marchant. Jess, pas aussi le visage des grands jours. Un petit peu d'inquiétude.
Wow.
Never an easy decision. And to have to make it in front of all these cameras.
No, now you just want to get me to my room.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
But you know, Jim,
and the smart one.
No, but I expect to see Jim. Right.
Oh, we had a little bit of Martin.
There we go. I think this is the bike trying to find Katie Scheid. This is not Katie because Katie's fast.
I wonder if he's in. Yeah, he's trying to go for her, maybe. Yeah, look at that. He had to speed up. Way to go, Katie.
Yeah. So this section of the course, actually, to ride this bike, there's a huge drop there on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
That isn't Katie.
Oh, and look at that. I mean, I just see those roots and think, how do wheels go over that?
Oh, yeah. And I think
that is not Katie, actually. That's our lead male.
That could be, yeah.
That's our lead male, the all black.
Yep. So, yeah, Vincent, we are. So, somebody was telling me that he works for HOKA. They used the word work. They didn't say he was a HOKA athlete, but
yeah, I heard Maj say he's like a super techie guy. He loves the gear. He's in development.
So it's like, hey boss, can I have the weekend off? I've got a running race. Yeah. Good luck.
You know, one of those events I gotta go to.
So no, I love that. So this is not the story that we were planning to deliver at the beginning of this race, but that, I guess.
But that's the sport. You can't plan on anything. Whether you're a runner, a crew person, a announcer, like you can't plan on. It's how you pivot and how you roll with it.
If you're just waking up, here's our top three men: Vincent Bouillard, Germain Grangier, and Lionel Christian Manol. So the French have been a little bit quiet so far, but now they are coming full force into the UTMB in the men's category. Anyway,
that was the chatter I was hearing this morning. Is there's been more Frenchmen through here than there ever have before in the top 20.
Yep, and Germain Grangier, Germain, the week before Lavaredo this year, he was really looking forward to racing Hannes and Tom at Lavaredo, and he did the classic Superman, tripping over a stone, bang, broke one of his ribs. So he was absolutely mad at himself for that. This is probably our fourth athlete into the aid station here, down in La Folie. So in and out, likely. So we should be able to clearly, that should be
Queen Lopez, number 59.
So he
moved up.
Hey, Joaquin Lopez, he's passed Artur, unless Artur's already gone through.
No, they just updated it. Yeah.
Joaquin Lopez up to 4th place. Joaquin from Ecuador.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, there we go.
In Ecuador in my college studies.
This should be Marianne Hogan up at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. So there we go, people. Good morning. Welcome to the top of the border between Italy and Switzerland. Oh, here we go. Jean-Marc de Gian.
Is that her there? I think she's got 2 cameras on her, the 2 blue jackets.
Yeah, he's telling me that Vincent is a proto-tester for HOKA, and he's also a huge friend of Jim Walmsley.
He did say that this morning.
Training together, so there we go. Hence the outfit, the ninja kind of black stealth outfit. So there we go, Marianne Hogan. We're going to give you a time gap between Marianne and Katie. This time in 2022, Marianne did the pass on Katie, the kind pass on Katie here at the top of the Grand Col Ferret, and Katie returned the favor on the climb after Champelac at the Bovine. But yeah, this is brilliant. Thank you to Jean-Marc for the update on Vincent. So we got a little bit more of an update on who our race leader is. Here we go. This is Artur with your favorite outfit, front and back, different. Remember that from yesterday?
And okay, yeah, and like for whoever, if you didn't start the race with us last night, and what he's referencing is from the front, this uniform is very lightly colored. You can see the split in the shorts now. So we were watching Artur from the front for probably the first 10 to 15K, and then they showed a shot from the back, and we're like, well, I was like, who took over the lead? And actually, it was still Artur. So he let out really strong. Awesome to see him still in the race after taking it out so hard in the beginning.
Hey, good morning to the gang in the chat. We've got the Reunion Island there up and running this morning. Good evening to our friends down in Australia. Hopefully you're cheering on the Kiwis as well. So Ruth Croft in the top 5 right now in the women's race. And it's definitely got louder next door in the French channel now that we know that they have a French leader. In fact, they have a French 1-2 in the men's right now. So we're talking France first, second, and we have Romania in third. We have Artur in 4th place. So that's the first 5 men through La Folie. And we go down. So next down here, we're expecting another French athlete, Baptiste Chassan. Then we've got Hannes Namberger, Manuel Anguita Bayo, Ludo. So right now in the top 10, 1, 2, 3, 4. France have got half of the top 10 in the men's race.
That's what they were referencing.
It's like, hey, this is our race. Pablo Villa in 10th place, and Ludo. There we go. So this is
somebody we were following last night, Tom Evans, anticipated to be up front and being asked about in the chat. Somebody's referencing stomach issues. I just looked him up. He's in 20th, still moving along.
But moving back.
That's something that you can move through. So the daylight can actually change your stomach It's so intense where you're like nighttime when you think like your body's like, what? I'm not supposed to be digesting. The daylight can come. That can be a real helpful turnaround for people. So hopefully we see that for him.
Yep, so we got Germain choosing, I guess we're on the rolling section now. It's mainly downhill, but running. So, and let's not forget, as we're joining, and we're the comfort of breakfast and
shower.
And shower. It's over 13 hours of running now for these athletes. They've completed 117 kilometers. They've got 50. They've got 50K. No, 60K to go, just under 55K to go.
Yep.
Once they get to Champay, and this is where we normally say the race starts. So you just got to get yourself in position. But there you go. There's a visual of our race leader, Vincent.
2K between them.
Yeah, down the valley. And that is the time check at La Folie. Vincent was 7 minutes ahead of Germain. Germain is 16 minutes ahead of Ionel Manol from Romania. And then Ionel, he's got a 4-minute lead on Joaquin Lopez. And Joaquin, 1 minute ahead of Arthur. So Baptiste Chassan into La Folie, as is Hannes Namberger. Hannes Namberger and Baptiste together. So Hannes up to 7th. And Hannes is, he's only 3 minutes down on 4th. And overall, he's 30 minutes down on the race leader. Now, 30 minutes in the OCC is a big gap. 30 minutes in the UTMB with 55 kilometers to go is not such a big gap. So yes,
that's a couple aid station stops that are a little longer than anticipated.
Yeah, and that's when if it just takes the wheels to come off. So there we go.
Oh, there's Namberger coming into.
And he's out of La Folie.
Out, okay.
And he's got his buddy Baptiste Chassan.
There you go.
The Franco-German alliance working well for these boys this morning.
Oh, look at that smile. Oh, seeing someone. There we go. That'll give you a boost.
Yeah, I think, I've heard from quite a few people that have been out doing the rounds all night. They've been in Les Chapieux, they've been in Courmayeur. The support teams cheering on everyone is the next best thing to running. And if you see the smile from your runners, you know that crazy drive to Bourg-Saint-Maurice up to Les Chapieux was definitely worth it. And I think,
Yeah, hats off to the crew people out there helping these people move around the mountain, because they are also moving around the mountain, fighting traffic, sitting on shuttles, taking over aid stations. It's a lot of work.
Hey, word on the street, Scott Jurek was going to join us this morning. When's he coming in?
I told him we'd be starting at 7, so maybe I should heckle him a little bit on text message.
So good news, everybody. Scott Jurek is going to be in the house this morning. Scott was here last year with his big American flag as Jim became the first American male.
I heard him.
UTMB. Scott was having the time of his life. So
great, too. I'm glad to have him on this morning. I was on my way home, actually. Yeah. After being a part of the Legends ceremony and sitting in the Paris airport listening to you and Scott cheer Jim through. That was pretty special.
No, Scott was a pleasure, and fella Boulder boy. So yep. Talking about Boulder boys,
yeah, is he on the podcast?
Drew Holman is. Last time I looked, Drew is somewhere between in the top 20, and I'm gonna now. As soon as I said that, I'm like, okay.
He was one of the ones that showed up on our Nuvo when I was watching around 4:35 o'clock. So is he through the Col Ferret yet?
No. But I don't see him now. I mean, Tom Evans now is. And Ben Demon, they're through Arnuva, but they're down at 21st. There is Luda Pomeroy.
Yeah, 7th. Oh, 8th. Okay.
Ludo's moved up 2 spots this morning since the Grand Col Ferret. So
the other double, the winner of Hard Rock this year in record time, broke Killian's time, 21:30, I believe, for Hard Rock, and this man is 49 years old for us Masters runners like Ludo representing. Yesterday I was all about Heather Jackson, and still am, and super cheering on Ludo.
There we go. I found Drew. Drew's gone through Arnuva. He's on the climb to the Grand Col Ferret. And so he is currently 23rd in the men's category. And Drew sometimes he's one of those that likes to move up through the course. So let's see if Drew's going to have a really solid last 60K.
So, I heard Debo talking about him and how he's like, you can't out tough Drew Holman. I loved that statement. Like, you might race smarter or you might like have the better kit or something, but you can't out tough Drew Holman. I thought that was a huge compliment.
100%. And let's give you, we didn't give our lovely people a time gap at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. I know that Marianne Hogan has already gone through there.
We saw her with the camera people just beside her.
We did. Right now, the...
You got Keith laughing. You know that laugh, that's when the gifts are popping into the chat.
No, just laughing that like Jim Walmsley's always in the chat though. I think it's Liam, Aid Station Fireball. Liam is well known for dropping statistics in all of the key races, so I see him in there just like saying that Jim Walmsley's forever in the chat. But yeah, I'm not getting a time gap. I would love to see that time gap because it's not as big as it was, and not that I'm trying to get the audience overly excited, but I just wanted to see the time gap. Marianne Hogan.
Oh yeah, that hasn't updated.
No, but we'll give you that once we do have it. We are now with Ludo. There's our race leader. So yeah, Vincent Bouillard, French athlete, actually product tester at HOKA. So yeah, so this is kind of like a super techie guy.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if he's got like a demo, like next year's shoe on or something.
Yeah, and we already heard that Vincent. So we can still keep talking about Jim Walmsley because Vincent has been training apparently with Jim. So and they definitely come from the same school of ninja outfits. There we go, Marianne Hogan. She is on a charge. Marianne Hogan, second place, and the gap. Last time I looked, the gap was around about 20-25 minutes between Marianne and Katie Schei, but we're just waiting for that time check at the top of the Grand Col Ferret. So Marianne's second. Back in 2022, Marianne on the road has been recovering from injury and is one of those athletes that's been balancing trail running and cycling. In terms of like reducing the impact, but there she is. She is on a charge. In third place, last time we looked, Blondine Lirondelle. Fourth, we have Zhang Fuzhou from China. And then we've got Ruth Croft in fifth. So we've got Martin Gafuri out on the course today, supporting his partner Ruth. We've also got Emily Horgood in sixth. Chen Lin had to stop at Western States, but she was doing so well. Martina Valmasoy, Manon Bohar, and then finally in the top 10, Sabrina Stanley. So right now, Sabrina Stanley is two American athletes. So Sabrina and Katie kind of opening and closing our top 10 in the women's race so far.
Just so we say this right, PJ in the chat corrected that our leader is a engineer for HOKA, not just a product tester. Sure. So a more advanced position is what I think was being.
No, engineer. Yeah, engineer is good, especially on the footwear side.
Oh, definitely. These streets, I bet later will have quite a few more people as the town wakes up for our mid-pack and runners.
Right.
Can you hear Keith?
Yeah, go right there. Good. He's going to hang a left, and then he's going to head down the right-hand side of the river as he looks towards Plan Prat. And this is where, depending on the gap, I think the gap is quite significant right now, probably about 7 minutes, depending on how Germain was feeling. There we go. So there we got, on the left, we have Marianne Hogan from Canada. On the right, Vincent, we are.
Oh, there we got the timestamp between Grand Col Ferret. So
have you got it?
Katie, there's about 8 minutes between them. Whoa.
No.
Right?
No. Katie's time.
7:02, 7:10.
Katie came through there in 6:45.
Okay, so the timestamp for Katie's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
So 25 minutes, and Marianne is looking strong. 25 minutes is, in the UTMB terms, as we said, that's just a. You could lose a big chunk of time in an aid station depending on how you're dealing with something. So yeah, so this is still exciting at the front of both the men's and the women's race. The women's race is pretty much the athletes we were talking about. The men's race is a very different story. So we're expecting our third athlete, Blondine Lirondelle. The gap between Marianne
Live trail is more accurate. So there's 28 minutes between
28
Katie
minutes.
and Marianne.
Blondine, the gap.
She's not there yet.
No, but looking at the gap, Blondine is about an hour.
Oh, gotcha.
So
Yep.
right now,
Estimated time.
Right now, I mean, it's early, but it really looks like there's two people.
Katie and Marianne.
Katie and Marianne Hogan. It's 2022 all over again. The other thing I'm going to do is let's have a look at the time splits of Katie's 2022 victory. See if we can see, and then we're also going to have a look at Courtney's course record time from 2021. See how KT is doing against that.
They just had the elevation. Well, you look that up. They just had the elevation profile along the top, and if you notice, they're through the highest points. And it looks like there's just 3 climbs left to go. Those 3 climbs are super punchy. The Bovine, known for just kind of destroying people. La Flégère, the last one, also super tough. So there's still quite a bit of work ahead for these athletes, even though there's that profile again. Kind of makes it look like, oh yeah, they're the lowest points. Like they're coming down. That they've got some work to do.
So, oh no, I got distracted, and then I was like, you gave me a job to do, and I forgot what I was doing.
I think you gave yourself the job. We're going to need some time splits
6:40
to compare course records and the paces these women are running.
Katie at the Grand Col Ferret had her time was exactly 13 hours. Now the Grand Col Ferret last year was where Katie really suffered. So Katie's time at the Grand Col Ferret in 2022 when she won was 13:25. So
She's ahead of that.
So Katie Scheid is currently running, and Grand Col Ferret was where Katie had her moment, her difficult moment in 2022. So yes, Katie is running inside 25 minutes inside her time. Let's have a look then at how Katie is running against Courtney's course record time from 2021.
And they were pointing out yesterday on the live stream that Katie's first half to Courmayeur was faster than Courtney's first half, and then Courtney's second half was faster. So
100%.
This will be the fact we're in that. We're well into that second half now.
So here we go. You ready for this?
Courtney's time over Grand Col Ferret in 2021 was.
Katie is 32 minutes inside Courtney's time, but let's not forget.
Oh right, because Courtney was through in 13:32.
Courtney had a really strong second half and breaking the course record. So Katie currently is 32 minutes inside Courtney's course record time from 2021.
Wow.
Another good spot, another good place if you're kind of really wanting to consume some great content about this year's UTMB. The gang from I Run Far, they are out on the course.
Yes.
They have got people
do great updates
everywhere, and they do fantastic updates. So they've got correspondents everywhere on the course. But yeah, Katie Scheid at Grand Col Ferret, 32 minutes inside the course record from 2021. Well, I've got Tristan out on the course and flying the flag for the Team GB and the UK. He's kind of saying, hey, let's have some chat. Let's have some cheering for Josh Wade in the chat. He's gone from, he's eaten up positions. He's gone from 70th at Courmayeur. He's doing a Luda. He's up into the top 20.
Oh, that's a good push.
Yeah, I'm just going to check that top 20 claim is correct, Tristan. Not that I don't trust you. But we're all getting carried away with all the excitement. But let's give you an update on Josh Wade, and then we can call for the gift. Yeah, you're right. Josh Wade, 21st at the Grand Col Ferret. So yeah, fantastic shout out there. And there's Josh Wade's teammate, Team the North Face. We've got Germain Grangier. So. Yep.
Seems like we have some new people joining the chat. Jim was out in Courmayeur. Tom Evans is outside of the top 20 now. He had some stomach issues. still in it. Our new leader on screen right now, Vincent Boyard. We did not have Vincent in our race preview, and that was mostly dictated by that UTMB index number. A lot of the top 20 were 900 and above, and if you notice, that was an 832. So I'm just learning about the index as I came on to the live feed and the live staff this year, and it's just interesting. I'm kind of loving how he's coming up and saying, "Hey, it's a number. Look what I'm doing out here."
Yeah, well, Germain Granger was third last year behind Jim and Zach. What I can also tell you is our third-placed athlete, Ionel Manol. So Tanya, our Romanian cheerleader down at the start-finish line. Ionel has had 3 DNFs at UTMB.
Oh, so hang on to that third place.
There's a lot of knowledge there.
Yes.
So even if you don't finish, you still hopefully learn. So there's a lot of knowledge in those 3 DNFs. So Ionel right now, 3rd place.
I would argue also in Jermaine Grant. I mean, that man, I saw his profile. If you look at his list, he's got Grand Raid Reunion multiple times, UTMB a couple times. Then he knows how to push, he knows how to pace and complete the 100-mile distance.
So this is good, getting some great insight from everybody about the people they're cheering on.
Yeah, he looks like he's like 50K to go right there.
Yep.
121 of 171. Then our second place, as we were just talking about, he's about 2K back. Don't have a time split, but those distance markers help.
Yes, if you're feeling good, this is a great section of the course to be running, obviously. But there's still a little bit of quad management that is needed. But yeah, so Vincent, we are getting ready now for the final segment of this long section of downhill before he begins to climb up to see his support team. So the last time Vincent saw his support crew was in Courmayeur, which was probably around about 2:30 this morning. So yeah, so it'll be about 6 hours since Vincent saw the team. So that'll be nice to get a little bit of intel.
If you've been watching the last 2 races, OCC and CCC, this turn, we know it well at this point. People are pulling out their poles as they come off the main road and switch up and then onto the single track. And there's a long shot here to see back, which I love because you can tell if there is somebody in line of sight. And then he'll be on the Enchanted Mushroom carving trail, as I've reminisced on multiple times.
Huh?
Derrière, le creuse ou pas? Derrière, c'est à 16 minutes le deuxième, le troisième, je veux dire.
Where's Martin to translate for us?
20 minutes et à 24 minutes, il y a un groupe de la 6e.
I think he's giving Germain a time gap on Vincent.
Allez, c'est beau.
Ooh, new update, Tom Evans dropout. That's on our on-speed breaking news. So that is a bummer.
That was the second man, but now we are back up at the this is up at the La Folie aid station. So Marianne Hogan's training buddy, Thibaut Baronian. So the Thibaut is just outside the top 10. I'm going to tell you exactly where he is. Yeah, Thibaut is our 11th athlete into La Folie. What we can also tell you is that we are expecting Katie Scheid to be down here quite soon. Katie is due into La Folie and in about the next 5 minutes.
And she was our next runner last time I checked. She was 12th.
Yeah, so Katie Scheid is running 12th overall. We also did a comparison with Courtney's course record from 2021. And Courtney ran an incredible second half to the UTMB course. But right now at the Grand Col Ferret, Katie Scheid is 32 minutes ahead of Courtney's split. But we would expect that to come down slightly because Courtney's second half was incredible. Here you go, people. Katie Scheid. Katie Scheid, she is on her way down here to La Folie. And what's incredible is Katie's not that far behind Germain Grangier. And Germain Grangier is in second place, so further down the valley.
She's already got her sunglasses out. She's ready for the day. Smiling. I love seeing that.
The smile, the wave, the bounce, still in that stride. So, yeah.
Well, her speed, 17.5 kilometers an hour. Just cruising. 17:15. There we go. Yeah, kind of in the average.
So there we go, people. This is where you can see, this is our third place female, Blondine Lirondelle. Zhang Fuzhou in fourth. Then if you jump over the Grand Col Ferret, you've got Marianne Hogan. There she is.
That kind of shows that hour gap between.
An hour gap between Marianne and Blondine. And then Blondine, and there you go, a little bit further down the valley, almost about to land into La Folie, Katie Scheid.
And we called that 38 minutes. 28. 28, it's about 30 minutes. We'll call
about 30 minutes.
Between those two, first and second.
The gloves are coming off. I think Katie's getting ready now. I think this is as good as the athletes get into the aid station. They're preparing themselves for the aid station. There you go.
You shared a story about somebody having to run back for their gloves?
That was Blondine or something, a jacket or something along those lines.
Oh, mandatory gear that got left
So,
behind.
Thibaut Baronian right now on the right hand, 11th. On the left hand side of the screen, 12th overall. And there we go. There's Germain and Katie. That's a household. And we've had a few, we've been talking about a few of the racing couples. So Eli Hemming, Tabor Hemming, so Eli winning. Tabor unfortunately stopped. We've got Dmitry and Ekaterina Mitaeva in this race. Dmitry has stopped. I believe Ekaterina is still on the go. So yeah, so that smile.
When I met Katie last year at the Legend ceremony, she had opted to run OCC so that she could then in turn support her husband. So I would love the conversations. How do you decide the whole household races UTMB? The time, energy, resources that get put into both of these people being on the top of this event. That's a pretty cool conversation, I bet.
You've probably felt this, Chrissy, being at the front of the race, but I also, whenever I've had the pleasure of crewing Lizzie Hawker, the cheer for the first female in any of the aid stations, the noise just goes up another level. And so Katie's,
soak that in.
So right now, as it stands, but Marianne Hogan may have something to say about that. One of her teammates.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Looked like a North Face jacket. Oh, here's the North Face crew. There's that color. Everybody's.
Corey Olsen. Yeah. That is the North Face footwear team out on the course. So cheering Katie.
Well, this might be her crew person. I feel like I recognize. No, is that Megan? Either crew person or Megan Hicks. Oh gosh, that was close.
It was somebody with a Colorado.
Yeah.
It was somebody with a Colorado cap.
Oh God.
It could have been Megan.
Megan, yeah.
Megan Hicks from Iron Far.
Amazing coverage, as we were just saying. Yep.
Getting some intel.
Look at that profile with the mountains in the background.
Hey Travis, good morning. Travis is giving us a shout out in the chat, so thank you, Travis. Yep. I can't see what you're pointing at, Chrissy.
Sorry. Oh, no, I think somebody's pretending to be Jim, because I don't think Jim would say something like that.
No. So there we go. Germain Grangier, second place, working his way down the right-hand side now of the valley, of the right-hand side of the river. So I think 8 to 10 minutes behind our race leader. We're also waiting for Marianne Hogan to come down in. So Vincent Bouillard into La Folie. Vincent had a 7-minute lead over Germain Grangier. And Germain Grangier was 16 minutes ahead of Lionel Christian Manol in third place. Here we go. Here's Katie. So yeah, Katie's actually using, there you go, wash the face. Also wash the hands. It's kind of nice. Get rid of that.
Oh. And it's a great way to wake up.
Yeah.
Cold water on the face.
Super simple.
Although I don't think she's too drowsy. It's refreshing. We'll call it that.
Yeah. And that way, pretty much, this just means you go in and out of the aid station. We saw, I think Hayden managed this aid station incredibly well yesterday.
Oh yeah, and he knew his way back out, as Martin was showing. Like if you don't want to go all the way in, you can just take the sharp right turn and go right back out.
Let's see what Katie's, what she's gonna. She's like, what do you got in here?
Cheese? Call that. Cheese and bread. Staple at the UTMB.
Yeah, no, it's, yeah, I guess Katie's, like a lot of the athletes, just the elite athletes especially, they just kind of avoid all of this. They know what they're going to eat, but Katie's like, let's have a look. Everyone's being quiet. Cool. Love it. Katie Scheid. La Folie, in and out. Wow. Hey, thanks, Travis. I was just looking at, I was looking at Courtney's time, but I guess we can do an update now from La Folie and see how we're doing. So let's have a look. We'll give you the, because we've got an elapsed time now. So we're looking at 13:38 out of La Folie. So I can then look at the time splits from 2001, Courtney into La Folie. Yeah, wow. Actually, Travis, you are spot on. Courtney into La Folie, 14:35. Katie Scheid, 13:38.
55 minutes.
Almost an hour.
And our last time check was 32 minutes.
Yeah, no, I think Travis Travis in the chat was saying there's something, the summary times. So yeah, so we're just doing a real time there. So yeah, 38. So literally, that was, and Courtney was into, Courtney had an incredibly fast second half, but there we go. That's impressive. 35, 38. So yeah, 57 minutes ahead of the same time of Courtney in 3 years ago.
And you know she knows that. That is in mind right now.
I don't know. I don't know with Katie.
Oh, I bet she knows Courtney's splits. Yeah. The professionalism I heard from Katie when we chatted last year, it was next level and such confidence, and I just really admire how she is approaching the sport, her and her partner. I have some good news. We might have an in-studio guest. I've been kind of working on Tabor and Eli Hemming from the OCC, and it sounds like maybe 10:30 this morning.
Wow. Well, hopefully you have more success with them than you did with Scott Jurek.
I know, where the heck's Scott this morning?
Yeah, that's Scott Jurek. He's probably going to call it jet lag, but yeah.
I know he wants to be in to announce the first men, so we will hear him later this afternoon. But we were kind of under the impression. Actually, I saw it on his Instagram. He said he was going to be here this morning.
No, he will be. Scott is good to his word. I just like teasing him. That's just my way of saying that I love Scott Jurek. You already told the gang that Tom Evans has stopped, right?
That was, yeah, I did share that. And for those that maybe missed it, because it was amongst a bunch of other information, sounds like stomach issues took him out.
So yeah, here we go now. Germain Grangier just down into Les Pras. So Germain now is about to turn up. So 8-minute time gap between Germain and Vincent on the climb at La Folie.
Reference to last night that jacket guy is still running. So our two lead takeout.
Yeah, and he promised he wouldn't do a DNF
first
this year,
climbs.
so we got to give him that one.
They're both still on course.
Yeah.
Oui, si tu peux rester derrière, c'est
prépare.
C'est une heure, ouais.
Donc, je sais pas si vous avez entendu, mais on m'a demandé
Yeah,
de
no,
rester derrière.
a very, very runnable section of the course. Katie looking in really good form here. You know, all of the leg speed that she's been working on in her training for Western States seems to be paying off. That was one of the conversations before the start of this year's race. You know, 8 weeks recovery from Western States here to UTMB. Some of the other athletes, Blondine, Ruth Croft, haven't done that. So, yeah.
Katie has a great connection to our friend Doug Mayer, author of, I'm going to say, the book about UTMB.
Yeah.
Both from the White Mountains in the New Hampshire, and he was excited to cheer her on overnight. Another one, I like to pull in the guests. So I was like, maybe we can get Doug in. Maybe we can get...
Yeah, in fact, we one thing we probably need to have a look at our guest list for today.
I was just checking that out. Yeah,
I know you. Hey, let's bring in this person.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you finding all these stray dogs out on the street and bringing them in?
I wouldn't call any of these names stray dogs.
No. So here we go, people. We do like a little bit of a Strava segment story. So this long descent from La Folie before with the climb up to Champellac, which our race leaders are on right now, 13.5K, 500 meters of positive elevation. And we're going to give you the who's got the fastest times on this, the QOM, the KOM, as well as what's the average time of your amateur runner based on all the Strava data. Here we go. Jonathan Albon, just over 1 hour. Then we've got Lisa, not in the race today. And then your average time is 2 hours 17.
Whoa, another hour. We've seen Lisa a lot on there.
Was that?
Lisa Amateur,
Yeah,
we've seen her name on there a lot.
Hey, thank you, Alan, and nice parody on Aid Station Fireball. Yeah, Gemma looking good, using those poles. Look at the length of those poles, really kind of leveraging them on this section of the course.
Who was it? It was Adam Petterman that we got the insight. There was 135 centimeter poles. So we're using the longer poles for the climbs and putting them away for the descent.
You know, I think I'm kind of running with 120s. Those look super long for Germain, but he knows what he's doing.
Mm-hmm. Adam was our third place runner in CCC yesterday. Hayden and him both beautifully sharing about their injury recovery at the finish line. And we are back was the line that got put out a lot last night.
We are back, baby. I think
we are back, baby. Yeah, you're right. Fist bump. We are back, baby.
So there was "We Are Back, Baby" was the shout out from Hayden Hawks, and I think Marianne Hogan right now, she can be shouting that in second spot, chasing down Katie. So and Marianne, even though she's almost 30 minutes behind Katie, this is a fantastic performance in second spot.
Yeah, when we say the fastest women's race, that's not just Katie, that's the field moving up.
100%. Here we go. This is our race leader, Vincent Bouillard. Not who everybody was talking about beforehand, but yeah, Vincent as well.
Kind of love the nod in the preview, just right up front.
Yep. So they're picking their moments to run and pole. There we go. Then this is kind of little cheeky little rolling section coming down. So there's a few little rollers here before they reach the final segment of the forest and pop out. And actually, let's give you a right now. When is Vincent? He's getting closer and closer to Champellac. And as we would normally say, Champe, we're expecting Vincent's about 15 minutes out from Champellac and gets to see his crew. He's also going to see his crew after the next climb in Trion, and then we'll see them one more time in Vallorcine before it's on his way to Chamonix, which would be right now quite an incredible result. And so I think it's pretty safe. Here we go. This is Blondine Lirondelle.
Oh, coming up the Grand Col.
Our third place. Third. This is our third place female athlete. So Blondine is just about to traverse the checkpoint at the top of Champellac. Grand Col
Grand
Ferré.
Ferré.
Yeah.
Grand Col Ferré.
So here we are, Blondine right now in Italy, about to cross over into Switzerland.
And yeah, we saw Marianne go over. So we have the little tag on the top. It's third woman.
Yep. And we can already give you. So Katie Scheid was through here. Ooh, I don't even have a time. Marianne Hogan was through. Katie Scheid was here at 6:45 in the morning. Marianne Hogan came through here at 7:10, and Blondine is going to be coming here. So Blondine is about 40 minutes down on Marianne Hogan, and Blondine is 65 minutes, so just over an hour behind Katie Scheid. Now, Katie Scheid is running inside course record pace, so hence the
top
time
3
discrepancy.
women. That's what we were just
So, yeah,
saying.
so
Wow.
Marianne, so Katie is absolutely rampaging at the front, but Marianne Hogan is not letting her have it all her own way.
And this is the high point of the course, and what a beautiful time to get to be up there. It's still cool. You're not exposed, hot. Like we will see for some of the runners later in the day. So this is pretty precious time to get to top out on the Grand Col Ferré.
Yep.
Oh, and we got Fuzhou on the screen, so coming up behind.
Yeah, Zhang Fuzhou is on her way up. She's going to be right behind her. So, yeah, we're expecting her at the top of the Grand Col Ferré shortly. Behind Zhang Fuzhou is Ruth Croft, Emily Horgood, Chen Lin, Martina Valmasoy, Manon Bohar, and Sabrina Stanley. That is your top 10 in the women's race. And the top 10 is the podium. And the top 10 is also the prize money, as well as the fantastic recognition on stage. Chamonix prize giving Sunday afternoon, 4 p.m. in the main square, right by the finishing arch.
Heath, where will you be at 4 p.m. on Sunday?
I'll be outside
You have
cheering
a nice chair?
No, the golden hour.
Yes, beautiful.
Sunday afternoon, the golden hours here in Chamonix, I kind of feel. The last 4 hours. There we go. Blondine.
Right over the top.
Lurendell, Team Kipren. Blondine and Ruth Croft, the 2 female athletes in this race that are in with a shout of winning. They both won the OCC. They've both won the CCC. So they're both running today. They're going for the Triple Crown. Currently looking incredibly unlikely, but we never say never in 100-mile trail running races. So Katie Scheid on your right, Blondine Lurendell on your left.
Speaking of titles, we've got Katie over here. She won Western States, so she's going for the double. Western States and UTMB not only finished, but winning both of those.
Yeah, in fact, if I look at my notes from yesterday about some of the stories that we're going to unfold, there was Jim and Katie going for the UTMB win double. So that story is still 50% correct. We've got Ruth and Blondine going for the Triple Crown. It's still a possibility, but looking unlikely right now. What we did we also talk about was the fact that we've got the top 4 women from the
Western
States. I think, and we still Katie Scheid, Zhang Fuzhou, Esther Schillag, and goodness, Emily Horgood. They are all still out on the course.
Good memory. I've got that pulled up over here, and you did that all from your brain with not much sleep.
So, and I think also that means that Jason Coop has a lot of his athletes still out on the course. So Coop is going to be happy this morning. And that was one story that's going there. We've also got, will any of the men go sub 20? Currently, it's not looking like that. Will any of the women go sub 23? Well, I think right now the question is, will any of the women go sub 21? Because
sub
22.
Well, the course record is 21:30.
22 and a half. 22 and a half hours. 22 and a half hours from Courtney.
So would somebody go sub 22?
It's looking right now, and it's still early days. Katie Scheid has got the opportunity to go sub 22 on the UTMB course for the first time. Is that right? Am my brain's going crazy? So I think it's below the
22:30. Yep, you got it in 2021.
So yeah, so Katie Scheid right now is definitely on course to break 22 hours for the UTMB.
Incredible.
And in the audience, if you're kind of wondering if you're not picking up on who's in the studio, we actually have the 2003, the 2009 UTMB champion, Chrissy Mail. So Chrissy.
And Keith Byrne, who's been here since 2004. So we cover all the events. Keith, you shared yesterday that you've run UTMB 4 times and finished twice. I was thinking about your run of this, and it's just how you felt out there. What years did you do it? Actually, I didn't ask that yesterday. What years?
2007, 2009. So we were both on the course the year in 2009.
2009.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
I have a slightly different race experience than you, Christy. So you're an elite athlete. I would not be considered one of those. I'm one of the extraordinary runners. Yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see some footage of the extraordinary runners this morning, and sometime today we will.
Oh yes, and we also do have a separate camera crew that are actually tracking. So we've got a camera team. We've got camera teams at the front of the men's race, front of the women's race, and then we've actually created a third team this year that is actually focusing on the extraordinary running stories. We've mainly been focusing so far with the adaptive athletes, but we're now going to give you. Here we go, people. If you don't know Katie Scheid and you want to hear about her thoughts before this race, we're going to share with you now a short interview with Katie Scheid.
Oh, perfect.
Hi, my name is Katie Scheid. I'm an American living in France. I really like running all the time. There's not much time outside of running, but in the winter I really enjoy skiing. I like reading, baking, sitting on the couch, doing nothing. Lots of fun activities. I did Western States in California in June, and that was my biggest focus for the year, and so now I'm just looking forward to adding on one more race to the calendar and seeing how it goes. No, my goal for the race is really just to see how I've improved over the last few years. This will be my 4th UTMB, so I have a lot of memories, both good and bad, on this course, and I'm hoping to find some more good ones to add to the list. Yeah, I mean, so one of the reasons why I decided to run this year is because I saw the female start list was really dense with a lot of really high quality girls on the start, so I wanted to be part of that. And I'm just excited to be out there with everyone and see what we can all do, because I think we're all gonna push the times a lot faster this year. Yeah, Chamonix is crazy. It's why we don't live here. We prefer quieter places, but it's nice to have that energy around a race and try to absorb it rather than lose your own energy to it.
That was awesome little insight to where Katie's brain was coming into this. And we heard that in a post-race interview with Danny Moreno. There was really intentional racing going on between the women and showing up and so that they could all pull the best out of each other. And I was talking about a reference to competition that I got from Scotty Mills way back in the day, that calm is with, and we do better working together and pushing each other. So it's not against each other to run faster, it's with each other. And I've heard that from a lot of our female athletes here at the UTMB World Series, and that's really encouraging. That interview with Katie was great, and now we've panned over to our first guy.
Oh, sorry. Good morning, everybody. Just quick grab of some water. Quick transition in the aid station for the speakers as well. Everyone's asking for an update on the runners that dropped overnight. So here we go. Are you ready? We've got Philip Auserhofer in Courmayeur, Young Kiao, Col Chicru, Dmitry Mitaev in Courmayeur, Daniel Young in Courmayeur, Annelise Rousset in Lac Combal, Pau Capel in Courmayeur, Shen Jiasheng, Jim Walmsley in Courmayeur, Aurélien Dunham-Palaz in Lac Combal, Tim Tollison, Lac Combal, Mathieu Blanchard also stopped in Lac Combal. In Les Contamine, we lost Ida Sophie Hegeman, Fiona Pascal, Stephanie Howe. Ryan Sands, Sebastian Krogvig, Yuri Gamito and Gregoire Courma, they stopped in Les Contamine. Claire Heslop in Scotty Hawker, Saint-Gervais, and Christian Meyer in Col de Vosa. We also learned, since we came on air, that Terra Fraga as well. Here's an interview with Germain Grangier.
Je m'appelle Germain Grangier, je suis coureur en montagne, j'ai 34 ans, j'habite dans le Mercantour, les Alpes-Maritimes, et je suis un passionné de montagne et de musique. Alors ma préparation a été un petit peu, on va dire, pas classique, parce que je me suis cassé 2 côtes en mi-juin, mais je pense que ça ne m'a pas trop retardé dans le processus. Donc on va voir où j'en suis. C'est ma première course de 2024. Ça fait 10 mois que je n'ai pas couru en trail, donc on va voir. Je suis motivé. Non, être premier français, ce n'est pas du tout un objectif. Non, c'est pas quelque chose qui me motive en vrai, mais voilà. Bah, l'objectif, c'est toujours d'essayer de faire un peu mieux que les années précédentes. Alors, est-ce que c'est mieux en place, mieux en temps? Je sais pas. Après, c'est long, il faudra toujours s'adapter. Mais voilà, essayer de me surpasser, d'être plus près de mes limites et voir ce que ça donne.
Here we go. So welcome back to live coverage of the UTMB World Series, UTMB. So we have Zhang Fuzhou, our fourth place athlete.
That's the first images I've seen of Fuzhou this morning. This is awesome.
Yeah. And so one of our Western States top 4 female athletes is now, along with Katie Scheid, now on the descent to Fuzhou is, I think, about 10 minutes behind. And there we go, Ruth Croft as well.
Are they calling both, or are they calling that Ruth?
Oh, right, yeah.
They might have changed it up.
Yeah, I mean, Ruth was 5th, but maybe Ruth has done the pass on the climb, but we'll